Chapter 51 Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. However, it is still a little difficult to exterminate one sacred land. After all, it is a sacred land level force with the existence of the King of the Holy Path. Saint King level powerhouses are considered top-notch fighters in the Ancient Desolate Continent, and their strength is extremely strong. Even in the middle domain where the strong are like a forest, they can be regarded as top strong. Moreover, there are too many things involved in one sacred land, and it is by no means a simple matter to exterminate one sacred land. However, what the system said was right. If they were offended, then they should act first and kill them before they could react. Yanner, Luo Li, you guys go back first, I have something to deal with. Chen Luo then said to Mu Luli and Li Yanner next to him. Yes, master. The two women said respectfully. By the way, after you go back, practice hard. Also, let the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak step up their cultivation. You have also seen how dangerous this world is. If you lie at home without strength, you may encounter danger. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then said earnestly. Master, we killed the Holy Maiden of Nine Suns' sacred land. What if people from Nine Suns' sacred land come to seek revenge? Li Yanner bit her red lips slightly, then asked worriedly. No matter what, this Zhuyang sacred land came to Heavenly Bamboo Peak because of its own reasons. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have this result. Yanner, don't worry, it's just a small problem. Chen Luo patted Li Yanner's head and smiled. At the same time, I added in my heart that they may not have this opportunity. Yes, Master is so strong, let alone Zhuyang sacred land, even if Chaos sacred land comes, you have to lie down. Mu Luli patted her slightly heaving chest and said. Chaos sacred land has to lie down when it comes. Chen Luo glanced at Mu Luli, you think highly of me. Immediately afterwards, after Chen Luo explained some things to the two of them, he asked them to go back to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Since it is necessary to act first, let's start to act now. First investigate the information of Zhuyang sacred land. Then make a reasonable plan to destroy Zhuyang sacred land in one fell swoop, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo quickly left Heavenly Dao Sect, preparing to go to the central region to deal with the Nine Suns sacred land. Middle Domain. Tianling Prefecture. Tianling State is a large state on the east side of the Central Territory. Fangyuan stretches across tens of millions of kilometers, and there are many top forces here. There are many first-class forces among them, as well as the top saints, who belong to a relatively prosperous state in the central region. However, the most powerful force in Tianling State is the Holy Dynasty, the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. The entire Tianling State is basically under the control of the Tianling Dynasty. As expected of Zhongyou, Tiandi spirit power has almost caught up to 1/10 of my Heavenly Bamboo Peak. On a busy street in Tianling Prefecture, a young man wearing a mask was walking on the street. The young man's body was filled with bursts of ethereal aura, as if he was exiled from an immortal. The young man was Chen Luo. After Chen Luo left Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he came to Tianling State in the central region through the teleportation array in the eastern region. The streets are extremely lively, not only with many cultivators, but also with many small stalls and hawkers, full of fireworks. There are also all kinds of delicacies on the bustling streets around, and there are many scents in the air. Looking at the many delicacies on the street, Chen Luo only felt his index finger move. I don't know how the food in Zhongyou is like. However, it's still important to get down to business. Let's settle the matter of Zhuyang sacred land first, Chen Luo thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo quickly arrived at a majestic and exquisitely carved building in the central area of the street. This place was exactly Chen Luo's destination. On the plaque of the building, there are several large characters written in bold strokes, Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion is the most prestigious intelligence organization of Ancient Desolate Continent, claiming that as long as you have money, you can buy any information. Chen Luo then walked slowly towards the Tianji Pavilion. There are quite a few people in Tianji Pavilion, and they are basically powerful cultivators. There are also some staff members of Tianji Pavilion, who are receiving the guests coming and going. After Chen Luo entered the Tianji Pavilion, a young woman came to Chen Luo's side gracefully. The woman was wearing a long white dress, with a beautiful appearance and a refreshing smile on her face. Name: Hong Yi. Age: 22 years old. Realm: Good Fortune Realm First Stage Day. Identity: Member of Tianji Pavilion in Tianling State, Central Territory. Qualification: Land Product. Just an ordinary member has the qualifications of a local product, Good Fortune Realm's Cultivation Base. It seems that the strength of this Tianji Pavilion is not simple, Chen Luo thought in his heart. I don't know what information this customer wants to buy. Hong Yi asked Chen Luo with a smile. People with a temperament like Chen Luo, although wearing a mask can't see his face clearly, but with this unparalleled temperament, it can be seen that he is not an ordinary person. I want to buy the information on Zhuyang Sacred Land. Chen Luo raised his brows and straight to the point. Information about Nine Suns Sacred Land. Hong Yi's smile became more obvious. The higher the level of information, the higher the price of the information, and correspondingly, the more commission Hong Yi can get. Guest, come with me. The information you want is quite confidential. I'll take you to the private room on the second floor for a detailed discussion. Hong Yi smiled slightly, and then said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and followed Hong Yi up to the second floor of Tianji Pavilion. In the private room on the second floor of Tianji Pavilion, Chen Luo sat at the table, checking a lot of information. The information above is all about Zhuyang Sacred Land, and there are many confidential information in it. Originally, many of them were not allowed to be sold, but Chen Luo had to give too much. This Nine Suns Sacred Land has already fallen, no wonder. After reading the information, Chen Luo murmured. It turned out that Zhuyang Sacred Land lost a large number of top experts in a turmoil half a year ago, and even the Supreme Elder fell in that turmoil. Most of the various top executives were killed or injured, and their vitality was seriously injured. Now, although it still has the name of Sacred Land, its strength has plummeted, and there is only an old Saint Lord of the Saint King third stage in the gate to support the current situation. There are only a few mid-rank Saint-level cultivators remaining in the top combat power. Zhou Qingai wanted to deal with Li Yan'er because of hints from their Sacred Land executives. He wanted to use this to make friends with Lin Yan, who joined the Soul Yuan Temple. After all, Lin Yan was originally a talented person, and now he has joined the Soul Cloud Temple, and his future is boundless. If they can really catch up with Lin Yan, their Zhuyang Sacred Land can not only keep their current status, but also have a day of revival in the future. The idea was good, but it was a pity that when I met Chen Luo, who was so stubborn, I couldn't do anything to steal the chicken. Not only did I not catch Li Yan'er, but I lost all my own people. Chapter 52 Sun Flame Sacred Stone. Since the Zhuyang Sacred Land is already in decline, it will be easy to handle. Chen Luo is still quite confident about own means, but a sacred land that has already declined can still be solved. However, just in case, it's better to be cautious. Chen Luo suddenly had some thoughts in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo quickly left Tianji Pavilion and went to Zhuyang Sacred Land. Zhuyang Sacred Land. A mountain surrounded by immortal qi. Precious spiritual plants are planted everywhere here, and the rich spirit power and fragrance of heaven and earth are constantly permeating all around. In a luxurious palace on the mountain peak, many powerful sacred land high-rises gathered in the palace. Saint Lord, don't worry, His Royal Highness Holy Maiden's trip must be smooth sailing. How can a mere branch of a first-class force be able to stop it? And there is also our Saint Zhao Elder who is invincible. On the side of the palace, Zhuyang Sacred Son of Land said. At the top of the palace, there is an old man with grey hair and wearing a purple gold robe. This old man is the Saint Lord of Nine Suns Sacred Land, Su Yuquan, the supreme powerhouse of the Saint King Third Stage. Yeah, Saint Lord, let's think about how to get closer to Mr. Lin Yan. Although King Ai has a good relationship with him, but based on this relationship, we want to revive our Zhuyang Sacred Land's glory may not be enough, said a Sacred Land elder next to him. As soon as the elder's words came out, everyone nodded. Now, their Zhuyang Sacred Land has no other way. Without the corresponding strength, but with so many resources and spiritual veins, if it is not for a little incense with other top forces, I am afraid that it will have been annexed and wiped out by other forces in the central region. I really want to get closer to Mr. Lin Yan, but our Zhuyang Sacred Land doesn't have enough background to attract Mr. Lin Yan. Saint Lord Su Yuquan sighed. When everyone heard this, their eyes dimmed a lot. Back then, when Nine Suns Sacred Land was in its heyday, they were also a powerful and unparalleled Sacred Land level force. They came from all directions and had a great reputation in the entire central region. Now they have to rely on making friends with a younger generation to maintain their status. I feel sad even thinking about it. Saint Lord, I don't know how King Ai and Mr. Lin Yan are progressing. Is there any hope of becoming Mr. Lin Yan's companion? Zheng Dongxing, the holy son of Nine Suns Sacred Land, then asked. The eyes of the others were also fixed on the Saint Lord above the palace. I tested Mr. Lin Yan's attitude before, but Mr. Lin Yan refused. Su Yuquan took a deep breath and continued. Everyone hesitated to speak, wanting to say something but didn't know what to say. Lin Yan is now the hottest arrogance in the central territory, and is valued by the elder of the Temple of Soul, and his future prospects are limitless. If their Zhuyang Sacred Land is in decline, Holy Maiden is a good match for him. Now, it's okay, wait for King Ai to come back. If it doesn't work, then I will discuss it with Mr. Lin Yan. Su Yuquan continued, with a flash of determination in his eyes. Saint Lord, one of our sect's outer sect disciples dug up a sun flame sacred stone in the mining area. Just then, a rush of voices came from the gate of the palace. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked in with great excitement, and knelt down respectfully under the palace. Yanjian Sacred Stone. Everyone in the palace couldn't help exclaiming, their eyes full of disbelief. The Saint Lord Su Yuquan at the top also stood up from the throne, staring fixedly at the middle-aged man below. It's really the Sun Flame Sacred Stone? Su Yuquan continued to ask. That's right, Lord Saint Lord, please take a look. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and then took out a stone exuding a scorching aura from the interspatial ring. There was an extremely scorching aura on this stone. The moment the stone appeared, the temperature of the entire palace seemed to rise inexplicably. Shua! With a wave of Su Yuquan's right hand, the stone exuding a scorching aura was drawn by a strong traction force and landed in Su Yuquan's hands. It's really the sacred sun stone, God bless me Nine Suns Sacred Land, ha ha ha. Su Yuquan laughed, his eyes full of joy. Sun Flame Sacred Stone is a sacred stone containing extremely pure flame spirit power, which is extremely beneficial for cultivating fire attribute cultivation technique. If Su Yuquan can absorb the power of this Sun Flame Sacred Stone, he will hopefully hit the Saint King 4th Stage sky. Although the Saint King 4th Stage Day and the Saint King 3rd Stage Day are only separated by 1st Stage days, the gap is huge. Saint King 4th Stage is already considered a mid-rank Saint King, considered the best among Saint King. Congratulations Saint Lord, congratulations Saint Lord. Everyone in the palace congratulated each other. Obviously, they also know the function of the Yanjian Holy Stone, which can improve the strength of their Saint Lord. Now, every time their Saint Lord's strength increases, the future of their Zhuyang Sacred Land will be more likely. I'll go to the closed-door training right away, no one should disturb me, and all matters will be handled by the elder. Su Yuquan continued, and after speaking, he left the palace directly and went to the closed-door training to practice. Chu Elder, where are the disciples and minds who dug up the Sun Flame Sacred Stone? Take me to see, and see our sect's blessed land. After Su Yuquan left, Zhang Dongxing, the holy son of Zhuyang Sacred Land, seemed to have thought of something, and a very fiery look flashed in his eyes. Yes, yes, where is it? Take us to see it. The other high-ranking officials also stepped forward and asked, looking at Chu Yingkai with fiery eyes. Please follow me. Chu Yingkai didn't talk nonsense, and directly led everyone towards the place where the Yanjian sacred stone was dug out. Joyong Sacred Land. Mines in the north of Sacred Land. The northern mining area of Zhuyang Sacred Land is an extremely precious mineral lode of Zhuyang Sacred Land. Since this mining area is rich in fire spirit stones, there is a scorching atmosphere everywhere, and wisps of heat are churning in the air. At this time, the mining area was extremely noisy, and many people were mining in full swing, and their emotions were extremely excited. Junior brother Zhang, Sect directly took away the Yanjian sacred stone you dug up, you won't mind it. On the other side of the mine vein, a middle-aged man held a whip and said to an ordinary young man next to him. Of course not, Director Wei, it is my honor to contribute to Sect. The young man scratched his head and smiled honestly. Yes, yes, it's good to have this awareness. These 10 low-grade spirit stones are rewards from Sect. You keep them and continue to contribute to Sect. Director Wei continued. Thank you Director Wei, I will work hard. The young man took the spirit stones and said gratefully. By the way, what's your name? Director Wei continued to ask. Zhang Wei. Chapter 53 Twin Ore. My name is Zhang Wei. The young man replied. After finishing speaking, the young man turned and left, ready to continue mining. Zhang Wei. I don't remember that a disciple named Zhang Wei joined our sect. Director Wei looked at the ordinary back, and a trace of thoughts appeared in his heart. However, he was quickly suppressed. The more such little fools, the better. 1 Yanjian ore has earned me tens of thousands of top-quality spirit stones. If I get a few more, tisk tisk, I really want to give it away. No, I have to urge these guys to work harder and continue digging. Since there is the first piece of Yanjian sacred stone, there must be a second piece. Director Wei then waved his own small leather whip, and went to spur everyone to mine as soon as possible. That junior brother is really lucky. He actually dug up such a treasure as the Yanjian sacred stone. This is a great opportunity. Yeah, but that junior is stupid enough, wouldn't it be nice to get this treasure by himself? With Director Wei's temperament, it would be nice to be able to give 100 top-quality spirit stones. That is, with this treasure, you can easily exchange tens of thousands of top-quality spirit stones anywhere, and you are still an outer sect disciple in Zhuyang Sacred Land. Maybe, this is the blessing of stupid people. Many disciples digging in the mining area whispered, the words were full of envy and sarcasm. What are you talking about? Hurry up and dig it for me. Zhang Wei, a disciple of initiation less than a year ago, dug up the Yanjian sacred stone here. You trash, don't study hard. Director Wei used the whip beat everyone. Everyone dared not speak out, and then stopped discussing and continued mining. This Zhuyang sacred land really sucks, everyone is trying to squeeze others. At the edge of the mining area, an ordinary young man stretched out, his eyes full of disdain. Since the death of top executives in sect half a year ago, Zhuyang Sacred Land has been going downhill. Many of Talent's top disciples were poached away, and many well-connected elders also left. Those who are left now are either those who still have hope for Zhuyang Sacred Land, or those who want to suck the last drop of blood from Zhuyang Sacred Land. The disciples' spirit stones and the salary of the bottom elder have not been paid for several months. Just relying on a few top powerhouses to suppress the current situation. If you get on board with Lin Yan, maybe you can really revitalize sect. What a pity, you shouldn't offend me. Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Everyone in the mining area is still mining in full swing. Swish swish swish. After a while, a stream of light suddenly flickered in the sky. Not far away, a group of cultivators wearing gorgeous robes slowly galloped towards the mining area. This group of cultivators possessed bursts of powerful aura, obviously they were the advanced generation of Cultivation Base. Chen Luo used the own system detection function to investigate and found that they were all high-level elders of Joyong Sacred Land. Among the crowd, there was also a rather handsome young man. Name, Zhang Dongxing. Age, 21 years old. Realm, Good Fortune Realm 8th Stage Days. Identity, son of the sacred land of Zhonghaihu Jiang. Physical, Yangling body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint King's Capital. The son of Jiang Sacred Land and all the elders quickly came to the supervisor of the mine, Wei Mingfeng, and seemed to be asking about something. It seems that it should be for the Yanjian Sacred Stone. However, it should have nothing to do with him, that Director Wei should take all the credit, Chen Luo thought in his heart. He didn't care, and just continued to wait on the edge of the mining area. Wei Mingfeng, really only one Yanjian sacred stone has been dug out in this mining area? Zhang Dongxing asked with a serious face, looking straight at Wei Mingfeng. The other elders beside him were also staring at Wei Mingfeng closely, as if they were looking at some prisoner. Looking at the eyes of many elders beside him, Wei Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat, and his originally excited heart instantly cooled down. Really only dug out a piece of Sun Flame sacred stone? What's the meaning? His Royal Highness, it is true that only one Yanjian sacred stone has been dug out, and Elder Chu has already presented it. Wei Mingfeng said respectfully, suppressing his uneasy heart. Do you think I don't even read the true explanation of the mine path? The Yanjian sacred stone is an extremely precious fire Dao sacred stone, and it is usually a twin holy stone. Why, I need to explain to you the meaning of twin ores, is it? Zhang Dongxing continued coldly. As soon as Zhang Dongxing's words came out, Wei Mingfeng's heart almost sank to the bottom, and his face became extremely ugly. Twin ore, of course he understands what it means. Twin ores mean that the Sun Flame sacred stones dug out are in pairs, that is to say, there is a high probability that when the Sun Flame sacred stones were unearthed, there were two of them. Well, no wonder that kid handed it in so readily, that's how it is. The first thought in Wei Mingfeng's mind was that kid Zhang Wei secretly hid one. At this moment, the other elders beside him stared coldly at Wei Mingfeng, almost wanting to swallow him alive. His Royal Highness, I really didn't hide the Yanjian ore, the kid who dug out the Yanjian ore must have secretly hidden a piece. Wei Mingfeng then gritted his teeth, with cold sweat on his forehead. What are you still doing in a daze? Call that disciple over, I'd like to see who it is, who has the courage to hide even Sec's future hope. Zhang Dongxing continued to urge. Yes, Your Royal Highness, I'll bring that guy over right away. Wei Mingfeng gritted his teeth. Immediately afterwards, Wei Mingfeng began to look for Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, stop digging, kid, something happened to you. After a while, Wei Mingfeng found Chen Luo's side, staring at Chen Luo with stern eyes. Chen Luo? Could it be that my coming to destroy the door was discovered? Chen Luo's heart froze. It's impossible, I planned so well. Did you dig out two Yanjian sacred stones, and where did you hide the other one? Just when Chen Luo thought the plan was going to fail, Wei Mingfeng's cold voice rang in Chen Luo's ear. Dug up two Yanjian holy stones? This idiot is crazy about the Yanjian sacred stone. They couldn't dig out one piece from the ancestral grave of Jiang Sacred Land, and they needed two pieces. Isn't this nonsense? Director Wei, what do you mean? I just dug out a Yanjian sacred stone. Chen Luo continued with an innocent face. Although there are still dozens of Sun Flame sacred stones lying in his system space, what does this have to do with Nine Suns Sacred Land? To be able to create a Saint Lord to deal with them, Chen Luo is already showing mercy. Seeing Chen Luo with an innocent face in front of him, Wei Mingfeng couldn't help feeling suspicious. Chapter 54 When the task is in progress. Is it true that only one piece was dug out? No. Impossible, this kid must have lied to me. Humph, it's useless to tell me, you should tell His Royal Highness son. Wei Mingfeng then said to Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, Wei Mingfeng took Chen Luo and walked slowly towards the place where the Holy Sun was. At the same time, Wei Mingfeng explained to Chen Luo on the way that the Yanjian sacred stone is a twin ore under normal circumstances. Chen Luo himself was speechless, he didn't expect this Yanjian sacred stone to have such a way. His Sun Flame sacred stones are all obtained by signing in, how could he know this thing? Where is the Sun Flame sacred stone? As soon as Wei Fengming and Chen Luo arrived at the site of the Nine Sun, they heard an extremely cold voice. Saint Son of Nine Suns stared at the two of them with icy eyes like a ferocious beast. The other elders beside him also had cold eyes. His Royal Highness, this kid insisted that he only dug up one. Wei Fengming continued. Boom! As soon as Wei Fengming's words fell, the Holy Son of Nine Suns slapped him heavily, sending Wei Fengming flying. Trash, what use are you for? Zheng Dongxing looked at Wei Fengming, who had fainted and didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and cursed angrily. Boy, if I were you, I would obediently hand over the remaining Sun Flame sacred stone. Zheng Dongxing then looked at Chen Luo next to him. Chen Luo frowned slightly, the Sun Flame sacred stone that was being absorbed by Nine Suns Saint Lord hadn't worked yet, Chen Luo didn't want to do it so quickly. But, I really just dug out a piece. Chen Luo continued, thinking about trying to defend himself. His Royal Highness, what are you doing with his ink? Just search for the soul directly. That's right, these disciples don't cry when they don't see the coffin. What time is it now? They still want to hide treasures for themselves, they don't have a big picture. Search for the soul directly, don't waste our time. Yes, if there is any private possession, you can find out by searching the soul. Before Zheng Dongxing opened his mouth, the other elders next to him couldn't stand up, and immediately opened their mouths. Seeing many elders around who wished to eat themselves, Chen Luo felt speechless for a while. It is a miracle that such a sect can survive till now. Searching for souls at every turn, those who don't know think they are demons. Since everyone said so, then search for the soul, don't worry, I will be careful and give you a life. Zheng Dongxing then said lightly, and a majestic mental energy began to brew in his body. The other elders also activated the spirit power on their bodies to seal off the surrounding space. Well, although you successfully destroyed my plan, you could have lived a little longer. Chen Luo sighed deeply, and there was a trace of aura that suppressed the world in his body. Stinky boy, don't play tricks in front of me, do you think you can escape the fate of being searched for souls? Zheng Dongxing continued coldly. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar suddenly sounded in the deep area of Zhuyang sacred land. A burst of unparalleled fire erupted from the depths, igniting the entire sky in the distance, and it seemed that a sharp wailing sound could be heard from a distance. Succeeded? Chen Luo's eyes lit up, looking at the bursting flames in the distance. Chen Luo implanted a large amount of chaotic energy into that Sun Flame sacred stone. After the flame spirit power of the Sun Flame Holy Stone was absorbed to a certain extent, the chaotic breath inside would instantly detonate the remaining flame spirit power. This terrifying impact can cause extremely severe damage to a holy king. Even if it can't be bombarded, it can still lose most of its vitality. And without Zhuyang sacred land, who has the full Saint King third stage combat power, the others, in front of Chen Luo, are nothing more than chickens and dogs. The bursting flames attracted everyone's attention. That's where the Saint Lord closed door training is. What happened? Lord Saint Lord, nothing will happen. Disciples around continued to discuss, looking extremely flustered. In any case, Saint Lord is now the only pillar of their sect. If something goes wrong with him, their Zhuyang sacred land will not have the pillars to continue to support them. My plan has succeeded, so you can go to hell. Chen Luo's eyes flashed with joy, and he continued. Boom! As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, countless thunderbolts suddenly appeared in the void of various places in Zhuyang sacred land. The power of these thunders bombarded all areas of Zhuyang sacred land with unparalleled destructive power. In an instant, there were bursts of thunder and bursts of cracks. The entire Nine Suns sacred land is shrouded in the endless bombardment of thunder power. Who the hell are you and what do you want to do? Zhang Dongxing saw the sudden changes around him, his voice became extremely sharp, and his eyes fixed on Chen Luo who was not far away. Obviously, at this time, he also realized that something was wrong. This disciple has a problem. The faces of the other elders also became extremely ugly at this time. Since when did they arrange such a terrifying Thunder Dao killing array in Zhuyang sacred land? Many disciples around have been blasted into scorched corpses under the bombardment of the terrifying thunder force. Scenes that seemed to destroy the world continued to emerge around them. It's nothing, I'm just here to see you on your way. Chen Luo shrugged and continued. Chen Luo also doesn't know how far Mi Zhuyang sacred land will go. Therefore, in addition to the Yanjian sacred stone, Chen Luo has also set up terrifying Thunder Dao killing arrays in various places in Zhuyang sacred land. As long as he reads own, he can activate the killing array, destroy everything in Zhuyang sacred land, and ensure the perfect completion of the task. Send us on the road? I'll kill you first. Zhang Dongxing said with a frenzied expression, and then rushed towards Chen Luo with a majestic spirit power. Boom! Before Zhang Dongxing's body rushed to Chen Luo's side, Chen Luo kicked him hard. Crack! With a violent cracking sound, all the bones in Zhang Dongxing's body were directly shattered by Chen Luo's power. His body was kicked to the foot of the mine like a pile of mud, and his life and death were unknown. Kill him, let him know how powerful our Nine Suns sacred land is. Seeing Chen Luo's tricks, the other elders of Zhuyang sacred land shouted angrily, and rushed towards Chen Luo together. But, unfortunately, under the pressure of Chen Luo's absolute strength, these elders are just delivering food. In just a few breaths, all the disciples and elders around were wiped out by Chen Luo. Chen Luo then didn't waste time, and started to collect all the treasures of Zhuyang sacred land and clean up the remaining disciples of Zhuyang sacred land. P.S. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day and a happier New Year. Chapter 55 Nine Suns Saint Lord. Half an hour later, the remaining tens of thousands of disciples and members of Zhuyang sacred land were all killed under Chen Luo's terrifying Thunder Dao killing array. Everywhere is filled with monstrous energy and the smell of blood. Hey, the task is not completed yet? Chen Luo murmured as he looked at the surrounding scenes that looked like Shura the underworld. A large number of Zhuyang sacred land disciples and members were easily beheaded by Chen Luo. However, there was no reminder that the task was completed in my mind. Is there anyone else who hasn't been killed? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the surrounding situation, looking for any fish that slipped through the net. Ding! The Saint Lord of Zhuyang sacred land has not been killed yet, and the conditions for extermination have not been met. Please continue to work hard for the host. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Chen Luo's mind. Oh, it turned out that the Saint Lord was not killed. Chen Luo suddenly remembered that the Saint Lord of Nine Suns sacred land had taken his problematic Sun Flame sacred stone to closed-door training. It seems that the power of the Sun Flame sacred stone did not kill Zhuyang Saint Lord. Forget it, let's go and have a look. A Saint King third stage day bombarded by the Sun Flame Holy Stone should be easy to handle. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo galloped towards the area where the Sun Flame Holy Stone exploded. Zhuyang Saint Lord closed door training is located in the depths of Zhuyang sacred land, a treasure land with extremely strong spirit power. At this time, this treasure land is already filled with hot air everywhere. It seems to have experienced a terrifying shock. The original paradise was like a fairyland on earth, but now it has become dilapidated. The surrounding large trees and spiritual plants have turned into dead branches and ruins. Ahem, damn it, who the hell wants to kill me in Zhuyang sacred land? In the depths of the treasure land, an old man with torn clothes was bleeding continuously from his body, and his body was extremely weak. The old man was Su Yuquan. After being hit by the explosive power of the Yanjian sacred stone, he swallowed a holy healing pill in time, barely hanging his life. Beside Su Yuquan's body, there are 5 auras exuding different colors of spirit power. These 5 auras seem to permeate from the ground, continuously releasing pure spirit power, nourishing Su Yuquan's body. Under this pure spirit power, Su Yuquan's withered body seemed to be slowly getting better. Swish swish swish. While Su Yuquan was continuously absorbing the 5 auras, a swift sword ray burst out not far away. Su Yuquan's heart tightened, and he immediately noticed the appearance of this sword ray, but at this moment, he had no chance to dodge. This sword ray instantly slashed at Su Yuquan's body with a barren breath. Boom! Su Yuquan's body lit up with a brilliant Saint Yuan protection, but he was still torn apart by this terrifying sword ray and chopped on his body. Su Yuquan's body was cut with an incomparably profound horizontal stroke, and at the same time, he was directly blasted away by this terrifying impact. Su Yuquan had already improved a little, and his injury became more serious. Unexpectedly, there is a 5 elements spiritual vein here. As expected of the sacred land, even if it has fallen, it still has such a heritage. A clear voice sounded in the depths of the treasure land. Su Yuquan, who was seriously injured not far away, stared at not far away. I saw a young man wearing a mask with an ethereal aura appearing in front of Su Yuquan. Who are you, and why are you targeting our Zhuyang sacred land? Su Yuquan asked tremblingly, with fear and anger in his eyes. He couldn't remember when he offended this person, and he didn't know this person at all. Su Yuquan felt extremely aggrieved. What did he do to provoke such a task? No targeting, just want to destroy your 9 sons' sacred land. Chen Luo said lightly, and after finishing speaking, he charged towards Su Yuquan's body with the Yin and Yang Holy Spirit sword in his hand. After Su Yuquan's previous Yanjian sacred stone attack, coupled with the sneak attack of the Desolate Sky Sword art just now, he has no power to resist. Wait, you know Mr. Lin Yan from the Temple of Soul Yuan in us? Su Yuquan stared openly, his body trembling constantly. Boom! However, before he finished speaking, Chen Luo rushed forward with the Yin and Yang Holy Spirit sword in his hand. The violent impact filled Su Yuquan's heart with despair. Swish swish swish! Just when the Yin and Yang Holy Spirit sword was about to cut towards Su Yuquan, a Daoist figure suddenly floated around. The figure directly took Su Yuquan's body out of Chen Luo's attack range. Chen Luo's attack missed and hit the dead tree next to him, causing a violent impact. Old Su, if you had given me Zhuyang sacred land earlier, how could there be so many things? A hoarse voice sounded in Su Yuquan's ear. Chen Luo frowned slightly as he watched the figure suddenly appearing. This figure is wearing a white robe, tall and full of strong holy energy. Name, Hechinja. Age, 1023 years old. Realm, Saint King Realm 3rd Stage Day. Identity, Zhonghaihu Tianxian Sacred Land Elder. Qualification, Holy Product. People from Tianxian Sacred Land? How did a Tianxian sacred land appear? It seems that the Song Linmu who killed himself before belonged to Tianxian sacred land, so there are shadows of them everywhere. Hechinja, who suddenly appeared, hugged Su Yuquan tightly, and retreated to a huge boulder nearby. Old He, kill this guy for me, I am willing to give you the 5 elements spirit veins, and the secret token of Zhuyang Supreme. Su Yuquan, who was in Hechinja's arms, then gritted his teeth and said, his eyes full it is the color of anger. Old Su, you have given me a problem. This guy is not easy. I don't do things that I am not sure about. It is my limit to save your life. Hichinja said lightly. No, I have to kill this kid, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Su Yuquan continued. While Su Yuquan was talking, he was still staring at Chen Luo who was not far away. For this Chen Luo who almost ruined their sect, Su Yuquan wished to have his tendons and drink his blood. Impossible, I won't. Hichinja then frowned. Hey, you'd better save your own life first. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed, his body turned into a rainbow light, and he charged forward again. The fierce and unparalleled impact once again filled the entire treasure land. Not far away, Hichinja's pupils shrank, and his body exploded with extreme speed, trying to avoid Chen Luo's impact again. However, due to Chen Luo's early preparations this time, an unusually strong speed erupted. Boom! Hichinja was caught off guard, and was hit by Chen Luo's swift attack. The white robe on his body was torn apart by the fierce sword ray, and a deep sword horizontal appeared on his body. Faint blood flowed slightly along the deep sword mark. Chapter 56, Divine Fire of Absolute Beginning. Hichinja frowned, and his relaxed and freehand face began to become a little dignified. This young man is really not simple. Under this terrifying impact, the Zhuyang Saint Lord in Hichinja's arms completely passed out. Can you give me a face? Let's take a step back, each of us has half of the treasure of Zhuyang Sacred Land. Seeing that Zhuyang Saint Lord had fainted, Hichinja continued. Now Zhuyang Saint Lord has completely lost his fighting power. If he continues to fight with this guy, I don't know if there will be other accidents. Moreover, Zhuyang Saint Lord is already in the hands of On, so I am not afraid of not being able to find the secret token of Zhuyang Supreme. Give you face, what are you? Chen Luo frowned, and then activated the power of the Chaos Divine Body in On. At the same time, the terrifying Emperor-level supernatural power Chaotic Spirit Seal in Chaos Emperor Xianjing was also urged by Chen Luo at a very high speed. Chen Luo's aura became extremely majestic in an instant, and the fierce and unparalleled chaotic aura almost overwhelmed everything around him. Not far away, Hichinja's face suddenly changed drastically. What is the origin of this kid? With such a terrifying aura, he almost wants to destroy everything. The traces of terrifying aura are already comparable to their top elder in Tianxian Sacred Land. What kind of monster is this guy, and when did such characters appear in Zhonggaiu? Wait, I'm not familiar with this Zhuyang Saint Lord. Hichinja then hurriedly said, while throwing Zhuyang Saint Lord out of his arms. Boom! However, it was too late. A spirit seal condensed by countless chaotic breaths appeared on Chen Luo's body. This spiritual seal surged past in an instant with an unparalleled terrifying impact. With an extremely violent cracking sound, the Zhuyang Saint Lord thrown out by Hichinja was instantly blasted into pieces. A generation of Saint Lord just fell away. Blood and minced flesh gushed out all around. Hichinja, who was not far away, was also seriously injured by this terrifying impact, and lay there, completely fainted. The power of this chaotic spirit seal is too overbearing. The guy from the Saint King third stage didn't have the slightest resistance in front of this spirit seal. It seems that I still underestimated On's strength. With such a strong physique and cultivation technique, perhaps, On's strength is really very strong. Stronger than On imagined. However, this task should be completed, Chen Luo murmured as he looked at the Zhuyang Saint Lord who was almost smashed into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying 9 Suns Sacred Land, completing the task, and obtaining a divine fire of absolute beginning. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was done. Hoo! Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo summoned the divine fire of absolute beginning. A scorching hot divine fire containing the power of primordial power appeared in Chen Luo's palm. Let's try the power of the divine fire of absolute beginning. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he looked at Tianxian Sacred Land elder Hichinja who had fainted not far away. Just let you try it. Chen Luo then released a wisp of the divine fire of absolute beginning that spewed towards Hichinja, who was already fainted not far away. Wow! That ray of primordial divine fire carried extremely violent flames, and the moment it touched Hichinja's body, it turned Hichinja's body into ashes. Not bad, not bad, this power is too strong. Seeing the terrifying power of the divine fire of absolute beginning, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. One must know that the bones of a Saint King level cultivator are completely sanctified, extremely strong, and cannot be broken easily at all. Although Hichinja has fainted now, the Saint Yuan in his body will still protect his body. Under the scorching of the divine fire of primordial beginning, everything in Hichinja was burned to ashes in just an instant. It is conceivable that its power is simply amazing. Not bad, not bad, this divine fire of absolute beginning did not disappoint me. The task return to origin is completed. Next, collect the treasure house of Zhuyang sacred land and the 5 elements spirit veins in this place. 5 elements spiritual vein is the ultimate spiritual line that can increase the concentration of spiritual qi in a large area. It is one of the necessary treasures of sect to increase the cultivator's cultivation speed to a higher level. There are many attributes of spiritual veins, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, generally have only a single attribute. 5 elements spiritual veins are the best spiritual veins among the spiritual veins, and the improvement of spirit power is more than several times that of ordinary single spiritual veins. However, general sects only have ordinary small spiritual veins, and only those top sacred land level forces will have the best spiritual veins such as 5 elements spiritual veins. With this spirit vein, the speed of lying down and becoming stronger can be increased a lot, and Chen Luo's heart bursts with joy. In Tianling State in the central region, Chen Luo discovered many top experts. Saint King class, even great saint class ones are found occasionally. Only by constantly improving himself and raising his own strength to a very cutting-edge level can Chen Luo feel safe in his heart. Then hurry up and pack up the treasures of Zhuyang sacred land, and leave as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo accelerated the pace of sweeping 9 Suns sacred land. Chen Luo has already practiced Purple Emblem Star Soul Art and Dayan Shen Art, and mental energy has already become very powerful. Seeking under his mighty mental energy, many hidden treasures in Zhuyang sacred land are invisible. Although Zhuyang sacred land has declined, there is still a lot of heritage left. The Sutra Pavilion, the Pill Refining Pavilion, the Artifact Refining Pavilion, the Elixir Garden, all kinds of things, all valuable things were cleaned up by Chen Luo. Soon, the remaining treasures of the entire Zhuyang sacred land were almost cleaned up by Chen Luo. Chen Luo also gained a lot. This should be the supreme secret token of the 9 Suns Supreme that the 9 Suns Saint Lord said before he died. Chen Luo held a simple token engraved with 9 scorching sun runes in his hand. This simple token looks extremely timeless, and it seems to contain bursts of mysterious power. This token was found by Chen Luo in a hidden door in the treasure house of Zhuyang sacred land. Next to this token, there is also a parchment, which seems to record a strange place, and there are many routes. It looks like a treasure map. Chen Luo then opened the parchment and looked at the route above, but Chen Luo didn't know the location above. Let's investigate it later. After all, it is a supreme level secret. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Supreme is the top powerhouse of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and only the top powerhouse among the quasi-emperors can be called supreme. Zhuyang Supreme is also a very long-standing supreme powerhouse, and has a great reputation in the middle domain of Ancient Desolate Continent. The secret of such a top powerhouse cannot be let go. Chapter 57 Injection of Spirit Vein. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took a general look around and made sure there was nothing missing. Chen Luo released a wisp of the divine fire of absolute beginning, which directly ignited the entire 9 Suns sacred land. As a raging fire blazed into the sky and smoke rose everywhere, Chen Luo turned into a rainbow and left quickly. The 9 Suns sacred land, which has stood in the central territory for countless years, was completely reduced to ashes in this raging fire. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A place with beautiful scenery and surrounded by spiritual peaks. The two youths were engaged in a fierce battle above the clouds of the mountain peak, and the fierce and unparalleled aura continued to wreak havoc around them. The two youths were wearing black and white robes, with spirit power surging from their bodies. The fierce confrontation made the surrounding air extremely violent, and there were constant buzzing sounds. The monstrous devilish chi and the fierce spirit power almost divided the upper sky into two worlds. After a long while, both of them released the own stunt. A terrifying big seal collided with an unparalleled sword ray, and the terrifying air waves swayed wildly, and the vegetation around the mountain below was completely flattened. Both figures were blown away by this terrifying air wave, and the battle came to an abrupt end. Senior Brother Hua, your Yuan-devouring demon body combined with this demon soul-shattering seal is really strong. If I hadn't been wearing the top-level Ling Bao armor, I'm afraid I would have suffered a lot of injuries. Ye Chen looked at the imprint on his chest said. The two are exactly Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen, and they are fighting. Hua Yuntian smiled slightly, your Huangtian sword art is also very powerful, I really don't know how to catch it without the devil soul-shattering seal. Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian stopped fighting and walked slowly towards the other side of the mountain. While chatting, the two took out the top-level spiritual fruit and swallowed it to restore their own spirit power and improve their cultivation base. Junior Brother Ye, have you seen that not long ago, the sword ray that Master cut out was really too strong, the most powerful person in Saint Realm, under that sword ray, he has no power to resist. Hua Yuntian seemed to think of something and asked. Ye Chen nodded. Although he was practicing at that time, he also felt it. That is exactly the desolate sky sword art taught to him by Chen Luo. Master is really a big man in the world. I already feel extremely difficult just for initiation. I didn't expect Master to cut out the great completion level Huangtian Jianmeng. Master's strength is really amazing. Ye Chen continued exclaimed. Only after learning this desolate heaven sword art in person, can one know how difficult it is to practice. Even if it is a Saint King level powerhouse, it will take a lot of time and energy to cultivate to the realm of great completion. Hua Yuntian also nodded, his eyes full of reverence. Now, the two of them are completely accustomed to the life rhythm of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. With a large number of heavenly and mortal treasures and various resources, there is no need to think too much at all, as long as it continues to become stronger. In addition, Chen Luo gave them the most suitable top-level holy level cultivation technique. In less than a month, both of their cultivation base breakthroughs reached the high-rank good fortune realm, and they are still improving every day. Along the way, the two saw Heavenly Bamboo Peak everywhere, with many disciples cultivating desperately. Most of the disciples have dark circles under their eyes, absorbing spirit power in various places where spirit power is pure, and improving their own cultivation base. Many people have begun to study various ways to enhance the speed of cultivation. After all, if they can join Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the difference in cultivation talent of these people will not be too big. Whoever can find a more reasonable way to increase the speed of cultivation will have the opportunity to obtain high rewards for fast cultivation. Heavenly Bamboo Peak has a diverse mix of talent divided into factions. Running to practice the party, handstand to practice the party, not blinking to practice the party, burying the soil to practice the party. Someone discovered that cultivation seems to be more effective in the injured state, so a lot of self-injury parties appeared in the end. There are also people who formed a practice team to urge each other to practice and make progress together. The cultivation atmosphere of the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak has almost reached the point where it is almost abnormal. Looking at everything around them, both Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. Ordinary disciples have worked so hard to cultivate, and as Chen Luo's direct disciples, they naturally cannot slack off. The two looked at each other, and then walked quickly towards the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, preparing to continue practicing. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded in the sky above Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A burst of 5 color streamers appeared in the sky. The majestic heaven and earth spiritual chi is constantly rotating, and 5 spirit power dragons seem to appear in the sky, and they are rapidly injected towards the bottom of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The spirit power of the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak began to climb violently again. All kinds of flowers, plants, and trees around seem to be nourished by the mysterious power, and become more spiritual. What happened? I feel that the spirit power around me has become stronger. That's right, it's really getting richer. I'm going to break through. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is awesome. Stop beeping, hurry up and practice. We are not a talking party, don't waste time. The first is our self-harming handstand cultivating party. Many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak found that the spiritual chi seemed to become more intense, and began to practice more intensely. Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen looked into the sky. That's it, Master. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. I saw above the sky of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, there was an incomparably handsome young man who looked like an exile. 5 spiritual veins of different colors wrapped around the young man's body, pouring continuously towards the bottom of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Infused with this 5 elements spirit vein, it should be able to increase the speed of cultivation again. Chen Luo looked at the slowly rising spirit power of heaven and earth, feeling a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Due to the hard work of many disciples, Chen Luo can feel that his own strength is constantly rising. As if the automatic cultivation link is turned on, spirit power continues to grow. Chen Luo estimated that he was not far away from another breakthrough. After a while, the 5 elements spirit veins were completely infused into Heavenly Bamboo Peak by Chen Luo, and the richness of the spirit power of Heavenly Bamboo Peak increased a lot again. After injecting the spiritual vein into Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo returned to the back mountain. Yanner, find someone to tidy up these things, and use them as motivation for future disciples' cultivation. In the back of the mountain, Chen Luo took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Li Yanner next to him. At this time, Li Yanner was wearing a long purple dress, long hair shawl, and a slender figure. It seemed that she had just taken a bath, and her whole body felt hydrated. The air is filled with wisps of refreshing fragrance. Yes, Master. Li Yanner then took the interspatial ring from Chen Luo. This. Li Yanner looked at the various treasures in the interspatial ring, and her breathing became a little short. Chapter 58 Breakthrough Again. In the interspatial ring, there are not only a large number of heavenly and mortal treasures, but also a lot of martial arts cultivation technique supernatural power classics, almost piled up into a hill. There are also various weapons and spirit treasures. Looking at the many treasures inside, Li Yanner felt a little suffocated. Li Yanner had entered the treasure house of her former Water Lantern sect before, and even their entire sect's secret house didn't have so many treasures. Could it be that Master looted some treasure house of sacred land? But thinking of the strength of Master and the strangeness of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Li Yanner also suppressed her thoughts. I just need to do well the things arranged by Master, and I don't need to think too much. By the way, Yanner, you can arrange for other disciples to do these sect trivial matters, and just focus on cultivation. You should know that strong strength is the foundation of everything. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then said to the stunning girl in front of him. Although Li Yanner handled all the things she arranged in an orderly manner, Chen Luo still hoped that Li Yanner could work harder in cultivation. After all, it would be a pity not to practice hard enough to return 10 times the effect of cultivation. While talking, Chen Luo took out several bottles of holy pill refining medicine and handed them to Li Yanner. Thank you, Master. Yanner, remember, you won't be left behind in cultivation. Li Yanner bit her red lips slightly, and said softly. Chen Luo nodded, girls never let him down. By the way, I just went out to exercise my muscles and bones, and my shoulders are a little sore. Come and give me a squeeze. The spirit power of that little girl, Luo Li, seems to have become a lot more violent. Let me try your water spirit power. Chen Luo stretched, and continued. Yes, master. Li Yan'er smiled like a flower, and then went to the other side, rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders. Chen Luo lay prone on the 10,000-year Xianbing bed, wisps of icy air permeated from the 10,000-year Xianbing bed, mixed with pure spirit power, nourishing Chen Luo's body. The pure and beautiful Li Yan'er obediently kneaded Chen Luo carefully. Li Yan'er's frail and boneless little hands made Chen Luo feel very comfortable, and the slight fragrance penetrated into Chen Luo's nostrils, making Chen Luo feel like falling into the clouds. Sacred body's spirit power is soft and moisturizing, putting Chen Luo's body in a very soothing and relaxing state. Master, are you strong enough? Li Yan'er's melodious voice reached Chen Luo's ears. Chen Luo nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Li Yan'er then continued to knead for Chen Luo. Such a day is what I want. You can improve your strength without practicing, and there is also the considerate service of the beautiful apprentice. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo slowly fell asleep in this extremely comfortable state. In the following time, Chen Luo returned to his leisurely life. Sign in every day, practice occasionally, help Luli awaken the bloodline, and cultivate own disciples. Due to the infusion of 5 elements psychic veins, Heavenly Bamboo Peak's spiritual qi concentration is taken up a notch yet again. Moreover, this 5 elements spirit vein is not a one-time increase for Heavenly Bamboo Peak's spiritual qi. After being injected into the bottom of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, the essence in it is still slowly improving the environment of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In addition, Chen Luo evacuated the entire 9 Suns sacred land, and the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak became more prosperous and orderly under the construction of many disciples. All kinds of auxiliary training facilities have been built, and Heavenly Bamboo Peak is full of treasures with various auxiliary training facilities. For a while, many things about Heavenly Bamboo Peak spread to other branches of Heavenly Dao Sect. I don't know how many people beat their chests. They had the opportunity to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak, who cultivated sacred land, but now, it was too late. Many disciples in sect asked Li Yan'er when Heavenly Bamboo Peak will expand its enrollment. They have a lot of friends who want to join Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After all, the number of disciples in each branch of Heavenly Dao Sect is more than several thousand, and the strongest Dao Yuanfeng has close to tens of thousands of disciples. The number of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's disciples is only over 300, and there is still a lot of room for expansion. Even if it is expanded 10 times, it is more than enough, and it can be accommodated completely. In the future, Heavenly Bamboo Peak will definitely continue to expand the recruitment of disciples. Instead of letting others come, it is better to let own friends and companions come. Expand the number of disciples. Chen Luo rubbed his chin. Yes, Master, there are many disciples who are cultivating hard and want to know when Heavenly Bamboo Peak will expand the number of disciples. Li Yan'er asked. These disciples are quite interesting, and now they have begun to help me find the next step. Chen Luo understands the thoughts of these disciples. Such a place can be called a place to practice sacred land. However, for now, Chen Luo has no plans to expand his enrollment, and the number of junior training fetters is only 300 places. After the fetters are improved, Chen Luo will consider expanding the enrollment. After all, his resources are obtained by signing in with his hard work, and they cannot be squandered at will. It is used for these disciples because it can obtain the effect of cultivation. As for those who cannot use it for themselves, Chen Luo is not so prodigal. Not recruiting for the time being, but if you have a disciple with holy grade qualifications and pass the character test, you can directly become my official disciple. Chen Luo then said to Li Yan'er. Now, Chen Luo is almost groping for this master-apprentice function. As long as they are Chen Luo's disciples, whether they are registered disciples, formal disciples, or direct disciples, they can enjoy the effect of returning 10 times the holy grade aptitude. Therefore, Chen Luo still wants people who are cultivating talents at the holy level. After all, one is worth 10. Yes, Master, I understand. Li Yanner nodded respectfully. Li Yanner then reported some things about Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and after the report, she left Chen Luo's room. Boom! Not long after Li Yanner left, Chen Luo's body appeared a terrifying aura. There was an extremely violent air wave around. The entire room seemed to be in a terrifying sense of oppression, as if it was about to tear the entire space apart. It's time for a breakthrough. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and the spirit power in his body was constantly rising at this moment, obviously about to break through. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo quickly entered the top-quality dragon veins of the Heavenly Bamboo Peak Bamboo Forest. Chen Luo sat cross-legged on the dragon veins, absorbing the terrifyingly pure spirit power. After a while, Chen Luo Cultivation Base successfully broke through, and a stronger sense of oppression swayed from Chen Luo's body. Saint 8th Stage Day. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes. Yes, it's fine without the bottleneck, the breakthrough rattled fast. It seems that it has been less than 10 days since the last breakthrough. It seems that adding 5 elements to this Heavenly Bamboo Peak is still beneficial. Chapter 59 Great Thunder Emperor Art. Infused with 5 elements, the richness of spiritual qi in Heavenly Bamboo Peak has gone up a notch. As a result, the cultivation speed of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak has increased a lot. As for Chen Luo, who can obtain the effects of their cultivation, his cultivation base will naturally increase. According to this progress, if you go on, you will soon be able to break through the Saint King. Chen Luo feels relieved. Now Chen Luo is the 8th stage of the Saint Realm, and he is not far from the Saint King Realm. Immediately after Chen Luo's breakthrough, he left the ultimate dragon vein. East Territory. Mingguang City. Mingguang City is an ordinary city in the eastern region. In a dilapidated house in the city, a girl in commoner clothes was chopping firewood in the yard. The young girl is young, with sweat running down her pretty cheeks, and there are many wounds on her fair hands, which is especially pitiful. Miss Wang, here is your letter, it was sent back to you by Wang Feng's big brother. At this moment, a voice came from outside the yard. The girl's heart tightened. It was Wang Feng who sent it. Did something happen to the big brother? Usually, it was Wang Xian's big brother who sent the letter. The girl then hurriedly dropped the axe and walked out of the yard. At the gate of the yard, there was a young man in a blue robe who handed the letter to the girl. Thank you, Master Lin. The girl thanked the visitor, and then opened the letter without exchanging too many greetings, and walked towards the yard. The big brother joined Heavenly Dao Sect, and was valued by the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The girl looked at the letter in her hand, covered her mouth, and tears fell down. Own big brother finally found the cultivation sect. Thinking that own big brother had worked hard for so long and finally had a good result, the girl's heart was already wrapped in countless joys. What? How is it possible, that kid Wang Xin, it's impossible. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded in the girl's ear. A red shadow flew out of the dilapidated courtyard. A stunning woman in a long red dress appeared beside the girl and snatched the letter from the girl's hand. Looking at the letter in her hand, the stunning woman's face was full of bewilderment. It shouldn't be, it's impossible for Wang Xin, it's impossible for any sect to accept Wang Xin, it's impossible. The stunning woman murmured, confusion flashed in her eyes. Sister Hong Ai, you lost, but my big brother succeeded. The girl said softly, biting her attractive red lips. Although the face is already covered with pear blossoms and rain, you can still see the joyful light in those eyes. The stunning woman clenched her pink fist and read the letter over and over again. Xi Yao, it's impossible for any sect to accept Wang Xin now. It's not that I don't want to see Wang Xin good. It's fate, do you understand? The stunning woman took a deep breath and said righteously. The girl's face became blank. Fate? Sister in red, I don't know what fate is. As long as my big brother is healthy and can get what he wants, Xi Yao will be satisfied. The girl sniffed, then said softly. Looking at the girl in front of her, the stunning woman was stunned. Zao, I understand you, and I'm the same as you. I hope Wang Xian's big brother, Wang Xian can be fine, but, this matter. The stunning woman murmured in a low voice, her eyes full of memories. The back mountain of heavenly bamboo peak. In the sky, there is a faint light, and the sun is slowly rising from the foot of the mountain. The soft light followed the endless mountain peaks and reflected on an incomparably handsome cheek. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and the fragrance of the surroundings lingered around Chen Luo. A new day began again. Chen Luo stretched, and slowly got up from the 10,000-year Xianbing bed. Sign in. Chen Luo said silently in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, rewarding Emperor-level supernatural power, Great Thunder Emperor Art. Imperial supernatural power? Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he signed something good again. Great Thunder Emperor Technique, the great supernatural power that contains the supreme meaning of Thunder Emperor, has unparalleled killing power. Yes, there is another supernatural attack that is unparalleled. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Please give me more of this top supernatural power. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo didn't waste any time, and began to check the Horror Emperor level supernatural power in his mind, preparing to practice it. After a long while, Chen Luo rubbed his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. It really is obscure. Chen Luo muttered in his heart. Although the system will give various martial arts supernatural power secrets, they basically require Chen Luo to practice by himself. Although Chen Luo has a top-level chaotic divine body, it takes a lot of time to acquire the insights of various martial arts supernatural power, just like ordinary Tianjiao. Especially this kind of supreme emperor-level supernatural power, it takes longer. Let's put it aside for now, it's too tiring to repair soul refining. After the restoration of the Sensing Dao Holy Body Cultivator is completed, he can be used to play a role. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stopped practicing and decided to let Wang Xian come after Wang Xian recovered. Master, I found the location of the hidden map you gave me, it's in the chaotic heaven state in the Northern Territory. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came. Not far away, a stunning girl with twin ponytails walked over with a smile on her face. The girl was wearing a light green dress, and her big bright eyes were full of cunning. Chaotic heaven state in the Northern Territory? Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. I see, let's leave it for now. Chen Luo continued. Chen Luo intends to wait for the own cultivation base to improve a bit before taking a look. Chen Luo is still very interested in a supreme secret. Master, did you destroy that 9 Suns sacred land? At this moment, Mu Luli went to Chen Luo's side and hugged Chen Luo's arm. No, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Chen Luo raised his brows, and immediately came up with a series of denials. Mu Luli pouted, it's not your fault. Not long after you left, that sacred land went cold, and this secret map was obviously obtained by Zhuyang sacred land. Okay, haven't you awakened bloodline for you today? Let's go. Chen Luo then said to the stunning girl next to him. After a long time, Chen Luo has gotten used to this kind of thing, and if he doesn't do it for a day, he still doesn't get used to it. Master, Mu Luli opened her own cherry mouth. Now, it has no effect, in fact, Mu Luli wanted to say. However, looking at the incomparably handsome Chen Luo in front of her, Mu Luli's body trembled slightly as she thought about the scene that would begin later, and she still had a little anticipation. Yes, Master, let's go. Mu Luli said coquettishly, and then entered the small room with Chen Luo. P.S. The third update, 2 updates are guaranteed every day, and updates will be added from time to time. Friends who have time can use some free gifts to support the author. Thank you for your support. Chapter 60 Lin Yan's Determination. Chen Luo didn't notice anything wrong, and then walked into the room with Mu Luli. Looking at the familiar room in front of her, Mu Luli's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Master, let's start. Mu Luli then closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Chen Luo nodded, and then started the familiar operation. Soon, the sound of popping and the girl's coquettish voice came from the room again. Middle domain. Among the endless ruins, there are barren areas everywhere. The air was filled with the smell of burning and burning heat. Nine Suns' sacred land was really destroyed. I don't know who offended it. It was completely destroyed. Yeah, it's really too clean, it burned everything in one fire, not even a single hair was left. This Nine Suns' sacred land will have trouble sooner or later. It has already fallen, but it is still so arrogant, oppressing other people around us, it will be destroyed. Around the barren ruins, many practitioners whispered. There are also many people looking for treasures that may still exist around them. Although the ray of absolute beginning divine fire burned very cleanly, there were still some people who didn't believe in evil, and were going to dig 3 feet to see if there was anything missing. Boom! Just when everyone was discussing and looking for the surrounding treasures, there was a violent roar in the distance. Bursts of terrifying breaths are like tides, rippling towards the ruins. A sharp howl could be heard faintly not far away. What is that? You actually use a dragon to pull a cart. It's too grand. A cultivator who was searching for treasure looked at the sky not far away. This voice attracted many people, and everyone's eyes were on the sky not far away. Not far away, a chariot with 6 flood dragons was driving towards it at a very high speed. On the flame chariot was a tall and straight young man in a purple gold robe. The young man has a solemn face, and the passionate flame spirit power is tumbling all over his body. That's Mr. Lin Yan from the Soul Cloud Temple, how dare he come? It's him, Sheng Yuan Temple has been in the limelight recently, and it's him who came. Hiss! I heard that he joined the Soul Essence Temple and was favored by the Elder of the Heavenly Temple. It is said that Lin Yan is qualified to compete for the ability to be the young Hall Master of the Soul Essence Temple. Many people nearby recognized the young man. It turned out that this young man was Lin Yan. After Lin Yan got out of customs and learned about the destruction of Zhuyang Sacred Land, he came here immediately. Seeing the ruined Zhuyang Sacred Land around him, Lin Yan felt a little bit of anger in his heart. Young Master Lin Yan, I am Zhu Li from the family of saints. We met last time in the Soul Yuan Temple. A young man in a brocade robe walked towards Lin Yan with a smile on his face. Boom! Before Zhu Li got close, he was directly blasted away by the flames around Lin Yan. I'm in a very bad mood right now, get out! Lin Yan said angrily. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, the other people around quickly moved away from the area. Lin Yan is not someone they can offend. Soon, Lin Yan was the only one left in the surrounding ruins. Looking at the surrounding ruins, Lin Yan clenched his fists, and began to recall the details of himself and Zhuyang Sacred Land Holy Maiden Zhou King Ai in his mind. Although he had known each other not long ago, Lin Yan had long regarded Zhou King Ai as his own woman. Now, what I see in front of my eyes is such a scene, how can Lin Yan accept it? Ha ha ha! Just as Lin Yan was looking around lonely, a white spirit body emerged from Lin Yan's jade pendant. The white spirit body released its own soul power, sensing the breath around it. Little Yanzi, there is no smell of your little lover here. After a long while, the white spirit body spoke slowly, with a hint of comfort in its eyes. As soon as the words of the white spirit body came out, Lin Yan's eyes immediately brightened. Old Bai, you mean that King Ai may not be dead? Lin Yan looked at the spirit body in front of him and asked expectantly. Last time when you and your little lover made a villain in the secret realm, some of her breath was stained on the jade pendant. Although the place was destroyed and clean, I can feel that there is no such thing as your little lover. Breath. The white spirit body nodded, and continued. After the white spirit body finished speaking, Lin Yan took a deep breath, and his tense heart began to ease slowly. No matter what, King Ai is fine. As for Zhuyang Sacred Land, Lin Yan has no feelings. Although Zhuyang Sacred Land has given him a lot of benefits, it is all voluntary by Zhuyang Sacred Land, and Lin Yan doesn't care. Old Bai, can you sense where King Ai is now? Lin Yan continued to ask. No, I'm still in the state of the soul body. Unless I return to the peak state, otherwise, I won't be able to sense it. The white spirit body shook his head. Lin Yan's eyes dimmed again, couldn't he sense it? King Ai, I will definitely find you, no matter where you are. Lin Yan thought to himself. It seems that Bai Lao must be recovered as soon as possible, so that King Ai can be found quickly. By the way, Xiao Yanzi, there is one more thing. Do you know what kind of flame is the flame that burns this 9 suns sacred land? The white spirit body seemed to think of something, and then asked. Lin Yan frowned slightly, burning the flames of the 9 suns sacred land. Lin Yan then carefully felt the vigorous atmosphere around him. Lin Yan himself also possessed top-level spiritual fire, with powerful soul power, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was also related to flames, so he was extremely familiar with all kinds of flames. This is, Bai Lao, could this flame be the legendary divine fire of absolute beginning? Lin Yan's heart was pounding, and there was a trace of heat in his heart, and his breathing was even short of breath. The divine fire of absolute beginning is the top-level imperial spiritual fire, possessing the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. This flame belongs to the top 5 existences on the spiritual fire list, and it belongs to the legendary flame. No wonder the Zhuyang sacred land can be burned so cleanly, Lin Yan thought to himself. That's right, it's the divine fire of absolute beginning, little Yanzi. If you can fuse the divine fire of absolute beginning, your cultivation technique is expected to break through the limit of holy grades and reach the emperor rank. The white spirit body then said in a deep voice, with pandemonium in his eyes. There was a hint of fiery color. Divine fire in the beginning. Deepen cultivation technique. Lin Yan clenched his own fist. The cultivation technique practiced by Lin Yanqiu is extremely strange. It was obtained by Bai Lao from an unknown secret realm. It can integrate spiritual fires from all over the world, and increase the level. After this period of practice, and the resources provided by the Temple of Soul Origin, Lin Yan's cultivation technique has reached the point of high-rank holy grade. Chapter 61 Distributing Rewards. It is precisely by virtue of his own fire spirit sacred body and this powerful and strange cultivation technique that Lin Yan was able to get from that humble beginning to the present stage. However, the idle spirit fire now has no effect on Lin Yan. Only the top spirit fire can advance the cultivation technique level. Spiritual fires of the same level as the divine fire of absolute beginning couldn't be better. The cultivation technique of the high-rank holy product is already so powerful, so the cultivation technique of the emperor product may really be able to lay the foundation for the pinnacle of own. Little Yanzi, I don't need to teach you what to do next. The white spirit body smiled slightly. Hey, no matter who it is, after destroying the 9 suns sacred land, I think it is necessary for me to take the place of the Soul Cloud Temple, find out these murderers, and maintain the peace in the ancient desolate continent. Lin Yan said righteously, there is a raging flame burning in the eyes. The white spirit body nodded in satisfaction, yes, yes, as expected of my apprentice, a child can be taught. Heavenly Dao Sect. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A room in the back hill of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo and Mu Luli walked out of the room slowly. At this time, Mu Luli was so charming and blushing. Looking at the shy little Luo Li in front of him, Chen Luo shook his head slightly. This little girl, after so many times, is still not used to it. It seems that next time, she must work harder to get her used to it as soon as possible. Master, I'm going to change my clothes, I'm leaving first. Mu Luli then said to Chen Luo in a charming voice. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Chen Luo to answer, he trotted away quickly. It shouldn't be dirty just now, the corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. However, Chen Luo didn't think much about it, and then left the back mountain and walked outside. Along the way, Chen Luo saw many disciples who were cultivating hard. Under Chen Luo's huge reward, all the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak were cultivating with all their strength. Master, the 1-month period is here, and today we will select the outstanding disciples for this month. Chen Luo had just left the back mountain when he met Li Yan'er, who was going to the back mountain to look for Chen Luo. At this time, Li Yan'er is wearing a blue flowing fairy dress. With the improvement of Li Yan'er's cultivation base, Li Yan'er's body is even more gentle and beautiful. That gentle expression almost breaks every man's defense. Is it a month? Chen Luo's heart moved. Wang Xian's sensing Dao sacred body just happened to be almost repaired. Some things can also be arranged now. Then let's go, let's distribute this month's rewards. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Li Yan'er nodded, and then walked outside with Chen Luo side by side. Soon, many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak gathered together, and all of them sat cross-legged in the center of the square. Many people looked excited, looking forward to the next thing. Almost most of the people didn't stop practicing. It seems that cultivation has become their instinct. No matter when they can always quickly enter the rhythm of cultivation. After a while, Chen Luo's figure appeared above the square. Looking down at the disciples who were still working hard at this time, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Yes, that's it. I've seen your performance this month. Now, it's time to distribute rewards. Take out your own identity tokens. Chen Luo then said lightly. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, many disciples below took out their identity tokens. With a light wave of Chen Luo's right hand, numbers began to appear on the tokens. The numbers above represent the amount of spirit power that these disciples have cultivated and improved this month, and a unified calculation unit is used. Looking at the numbers on their tokens, many disciples were very excited, and some began to look at the numbers of others. First place, Li Dalong, increase the number of spirit power by 4,920 strands. Chen Luo said lightly. In the crowd, everyone's eyes were on a hulking young man. The young man looked excited, his body trembled slightly, and there seemed to be many freshly healed wounds on his body. It was Li Dalong. Come up and get the reward. Chen Luo then said to Li Dalong. Chen Luo is very satisfied with such disciples. It is the hard work of these dedicated disciples that makes Chen Luo's cultivation base improve so quickly. Yes, Peak Master. Li Dalong took a deep breath, then walked up respectfully. Li Yan'er next to him handed out the rewards he had prepared to Li Dalong. It is exactly 1 heaven rank cultivation technique and 10,000-year spirit fruits. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at Li Dalong with envy. Li Dalong, I appreciate you very much, keep working hard in the future. Chen Luo said to Li Dalong with a smile. Thank you, Peak Master, this disciple will continue to work hard and live up to Peak Master's expectations. Li Dalong's breathing became even more rapid, and he knelt beside him excitedly. Second place, Wang Feng increased the number of spirit power by 4,520 wisps. Third place. Chen Luo continued to announce. Soon, over time, all rewards are given out. Some people are happy, some people are disappointed, of course, more people are looking forward to the next reward, and the gap between many people is extremely small, only a few strands of spirit power difference. Except for the difference of hundreds of strands between the second place and the first place, the gap behind is basically single digits, which made many people see the hope of winning. Moreover, there are also some disciples with land cultivation qualifications who have been rewarded. Although there is a gap in qualifications, it is not absolute. As long as you work a little bit more, you may surpass the people in front of you. Next, I want to announce one thing. The future practice competition will be replaced every 7 days. The rewards will remain the same, but the first place will become my official disciple, and no matter what the cultivation qualification of that disciple is, I will upgrade its aptitude to reach the holy grade, and bestow the holy rank cultivation technique. Chen Luo then said lightly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, the entire heavenly bamboo peak suddenly boiled. The competition has become once every 7 days, and the first place will become the official disciple of the peak master, and will be promoted to the holy rank qualification, the holy rank cultivation technique. Everyone's breathing became short, and Chen Luo, who was looking forward, was extremely frantic. Is this real? Or they are dreaming? How such a thing can happen is really shocking. Peak Master, is it true? Can you really improve your aptitude? A heavenly bamboo peak disciple not far away asked tremblingly. This disciple is named Kong Ning, and he is a land cultivation talent. Although he is very good outside, he is really nothing in heavenly bamboo peak. In this monthly competition, he is also one of the few existences who ranks among the top 10 cultivation talents based on land quality. If it weren't for the limited qualifications, Kong Ning felt that he would definitely be in the top 3. Chapter 62 Crazy Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Now, there is an opportunity to improve his cultivation qualifications. How can Kong Ning not be excited? Not only Kong Ning, but other disciples also looked excited, looking at Chen Luo with incomparable enthusiasm. To be able to improve one's cultivation aptitude to a holy rank is an absolute leap to the sky in one step. Everyone wants this opportunity, and now, this opportunity is in front of them, as long as they win the cultivation competition 7 days later. That's right, regardless of aptitude, in my heavenly bamboo peak, as long as you practice hard, nothing is a problem. Chen Luo nodded heavily. Master, you don't need to doubt me, I am the best evidence. At this moment, a resolute young man in a grey robe slowly walked out from not far away. The young man's face is thin and his temperament is outstanding. He looks quite calm, but there is indeed an unusually scorching light in his eyes. Everyone stared straight at the boy who suddenly appeared. Isn't that Wang Xin? Wang Xin, he can practice now. Quite a few people have already recognized the young man as Wang Xin. After a month of immersion in Daiyuan Ascension to Spirit Pond, Wang Xin has successfully restored the Sensing Dao Holy Body Cultivator, completely washed away the lead, and has begun to show its sharpness. Moreover, the current Wang Xin has a faint surge in his body, and he has obviously reached the qi gathering state. Chen Luo next to him waved his right hand, a stream of light flickered, and a stone tablet appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xin took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the stele. After arriving at the stele, Wang Xin put his hand on the stele. Wow! A moment later, a soaring purple light appeared on the stele. The purple light soaring into the sky was extremely dazzling, attracting everyone's attention. Cultivate a talent with a holy grade. Wang Xin has become a talent with a holy grade. What the peak master said is true. I also recognize it. It's Wang Xin. I saw him climbing the ladder before. The peak master is really amazing. He can turn a person who has not cultivated talent into a person with holy qualification. Everyone in the square was discussing one after another, looking at the talent test monument and Wang Xin next to him. Their eyes were extremely fiery. This talent test monument can test cultivation talents, and purple represents the cultivation talents of holy products. Now, no one doubts Chen Luo's words anymore, and Wang Xin is the best proof. Even a person who could not practice before can become a cultivation talent of the holy grade, let alone them. Moreover, as Chen Luo, there is no need to deceive them. Next, I will accept Li Dalong as an official disciple and help him improve his talent cultivation, so, in the next 7 days, practice hard, the opportunity will be in front of you. Chen Luo continued calmly. Not far away, Li Dalong was very excited, and now he accepts himself as a formal disciple. I thought I would have to compete again, but I didn't expect that it would be possible now. Chen Luo also thought a lot about the quota for Daiyuan ascension to Spirit Pond, and later decided to select good seedlings who worked hard. After all, the disciples of the holy grade cultivating talent will have 10 times the effect returned. It must be that the more powerful the cultivation, the better. Greetings to Master. Li Dalong immediately accepted his head and bowed respectfully, kowtowing a few times. Chen Luo nodded, and then took Li Dalong to the back mountain to let Li Dalong soak in the Daiyuan ascension to Spirit Pond. The rest of the disciples were very excited, and looked enviously at Chen Luo and Li Dalong who had left. Some people have already started to practice and want to win the assessment after 7 days. The temptation of saint grade qualification and saint rank cultivation technique is too great, enough to drive anyone crazy. Damn it, this time the first place was actually taken away by Li Dalong. Now that he is gone, I am determined to win the first place next time. FK off. I already know the secret of Li Dalong's fast cultivation, the first place next time will be mine. Isn't it just self-mutilation practice? Who wouldn't, just break their feet later, and the first place next time will be mine. Hehe, you are all outdated. I have already started to study more advanced self-harm cultivation methods. I found that the operation of some meridians is completely unnecessary. As long as I cut off the meridians, the efficiency can be accelerated. After Chen Luo and others left, the remaining disciples around made various discussions one after another. There were also people sharing their cultivation experiences. However, they all saw Li Dalong's cultivation method, although many people sneered at it. However, seeing that Li Dalong is about to soar into the sky, many people are still moved. Of course, they didn't stop cultivating while discussing. At this time, every second of stopping is giving the victory to their own disciples. Not far away, Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen swallowed their saliva unconsciously when they saw the madness of the crowd. It's crazy, to pick apart the meridians practice, they figured it out. Senior brother Hua, I think if we don't work harder, we might be surpassed by these ordinary disciples. Ye Chen said looking at the disciple who was almost going crazy in the distance. Hua Yuntian took a deep breath, and also nodded. The level of effort of these disciples has simply reached the point of insanity, if these disciples have also reached the cultivation talent of the holy grade. It's scary to think about it. Hua Yuntian also thought that he was working hard before, and he had seen a lot of hard-working and assiduous practitioners, but compared with these disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, they were nothing compared to the big ones, and there was no comparison at all. Junior brother Yet, cancel the chess game in the future, I think we are still not working hard enough. Hua Yuntian continued. I have the same intention. Ye Chen said. Immediately afterwards, the two also silently quickened their pace and left, ready to practice crazily. Chen Luo naturally didn't know that his two personal disciples were stimulated to practice harder. At this time, he was beside Daiyuan Shengling Pond in the back mountain. Sitting cross-legged in Daiyuan Ascension to Spirit Pond is Li Dalong, a hulking young man. After Chen Luo made arrangements for Li Dalong, he went to the bamboo forest in the back mountain. Meet Master. In the bamboo forest, a boy in grey robe with a resolute expression was waiting here. Name, Wang Xin. Physical, Sensing Dao Sacred Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Capital of Great Saint. With the flawless Sensing Dao Sacred Body, Chen Luo showed a satisfied smile. What's wrong with your body now? Chen Luo then asked. Reporting to Master, this disciple feels that own state is better than ever. Wang Xin said respectfully, respecting Chen Luo in front of him like a god. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo gave Wang Xin a 10,000-year spiritual fruit as usual, and all the previous personal disciples gave it, so naturally this one will not favor one over the other. I heard you have a little sister. Chen Luo then asked. P.S. Today is still the third update. Chapter 63 The Powerful Sensing Dao Sacred Body. Chen Luo already knew about Wang Xian from Wang Feng's mouth. Wang Xian also has a little sister. In Mingguang City, the relationship between the two is very good. Yes, master. Wang Xian nodded heavily. If your little sister is willing, you can also let your little sister enter Heavenly Bamboo Peak, so that you can practice with peace of mind. Chen Luo then smiled. For Wang Xian, Chen Luo is still very important. After all, he is a sensing Dao sacred body, a person who uses his own martial arts supernatural power training tool. Is it really possible? Wang Xian then asked in disbelief. Many sects do not allow disciples to bring their family members into the sect. Unexpectedly, now Chen Luo actually brought up this matter on his own initiative. Master is really kind. If own little sister can also enter Heavenly Bamboo Peak, then he really has no worries. Of course. Chen Luo nodded. It's just accepting an ordinary person, it's no big deal. After getting Chen Luo's confirmation, Wang Xian was even more excited, and at the same time, he showed more respect and gratitude to Chen Luo. Do you need me to find someone to bring your little sister back? Chen Luo asked. Master, I want to wait until my strength is stronger, and go by myself. Wang Xian continued. Chen Luo nodded and didn't interfere too much. If he wanted to go by himself, he could go by himself. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo asked Wang Xian about his body again, and after confirming that Wang Xian had fully recovered, he taught Wang Xian the Great Thunder Emperor art. You can gain insight into this supernatural power, and see if the insight is successful. Chen Luo said softly. Now is the time to test the condition of this sensing Dao sacred body. Hope, will not let yourself down. Wang Xian nodded heavily, and then began to insight into the supreme supernatural power in his mind. With Wang Xian's insight, there seems to be some power in Wang Xian's body that continues to operate. There are strands of strands, as if the sound of the great Dao is slowly flowing. Wang Xian entered an extremely mysterious state. Everything around can't affect Wang Xian's insight. Chen Luo was not in a hurry, and waited quietly not far away. Time passed slowly, and soon, half an hour passed, and bursts of thunder appeared on Wang Xian's body, as if there was an extremely domineering true meaning of thunder permeating Wang Xian's whole body. There seemed to be bursts of thunder in the air, as if it was about to explode everything. This sensing Dao sacred body cow, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. He could feel that own Great Thunder Emperor technique has already comprehended a little bit, and the initiation is not far away. The supernatural power of the Insight Emperor realm can be obtained only from the Qi Gathering realm, which is really amazing. After a while, Wang Xian slowly opened his eyes. Master, this supernatural power is too obscure and difficult to understand. I estimate that I will have to study it for 3 days before I can initiate it. Wang Xian then said apologetically. It's okay, take your time to insight, don't rush. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. Emperor-level supernatural power, 3-day initiation is already extremely abnormal, you know, the current Wang Xian is only in the Qi Gathering realm. As Wang Xian's realm improves, his comprehension will only become more terrifying. Wang Xian initiation Great Thunder Emperor technique, coupled with the return of 10 times the effect of cultivation, he can at least reach the point of Xiaocheng. It's so cool to be able to learn without having to practice soul refining yourself. Immediately afterwards, after Chen Luo explained some things to Wang Xian again, he asked him to continue practicing. In the following time, Chen Luo continued to spend his days leisurely at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. 3 days later, Wang Xian also successfully practiced the Great Thunder Emperor art to the realm of initiation, and returned it to Chen Luo, which really achieved a small success. The cultivation competition of Heavenly Bamboo Peak is also going on crazily. Everyone is working hard for the first prize, and they can't wait to use one day as a year. With the hard work of many heavenly bamboo peak disciples, Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen seemed to be stimulated and became more assiduous. Chen Luo's strength was unconsciously approaching the Saint Ninth Stage sky. Heavenly Dao Sect. In a quiet mountain forest. Spiritual qi is strong and fragrant everywhere. There is a luxurious palace at the top of the mountain forest, which is the Great Hall of Heavenly Dao Sect. Li Sect leader, no matter what you say, the place where our Song elders last appeared was in your Heavenly Dao Sect. You guys, should you give us Tianxian sacred land an explanation? A hoarse and majestic voice came from the Great Hall. Outgoing. I saw a group of cultivators wearing gorgeous robes in the Great Hall of the Great Hall. The leader was an old man with grey hair, leaning on a cane carved with python patterns. On the other side of the hall, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a white Taoist robe. The middle-aged man is Li Wudao, and there is a beautiful and charming woman beside him. She elder, I know you guys are eager to find people, but Song elder did leave Heavenly Dao Sect safely. All the peak masters of our Heavenly Dao Sect can testify to this. Li Wudao took a sip of the spirit beside him. Then said lightly. That old man was the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land, Shi Tianxiang, who came to look for Song Yangmu under the order of the elder of Tianxian Sacred Land. Song Yangmu has not returned to Tianxian Sacred Land for a long time. Moreover, there are high-level sects who use the secret technique to calculate, but there is no half-point result, and even life and death cannot be calculated. It is really strange. In desperation, they could only find Heavenly Dao Sect. Li Sect leader, what do you mean? Shi Tianxiang continued coldly, staring straight at Li Wudao. Shi elder, I don't mean anything, we don't have Song Yangmu here. Li Wudao said in a neutral tone. Shi Tianxiang gritted his teeth tightly, glaring at each other, with a faint bulge of veins on his forehead. When did a sect leader of first-rate power dare to be so presumptuous in front of their Tianxian Sacred Land people? However, there is no evidence now, and Shi Tianxiang is not easy to attack. After all, this is the eastern region, not their Tianxian Sacred Land's territory. Li Sect leader, you have to think carefully. If you offend our Tianxian Sacred Land, you Heavenly Dao Sect may not be able to hold back. Shi Tianxiang continued coldly, and the crutch in his hand swayed violently. No matter how Shi elder asks, I always say the same thing. We really don't have Song Yangmu here. Li Wudao continued unmoved. Shi Tianxiang looked at the calm Li Wudao in front of him, and felt as if his fist had hit the cotton. How could there be such a soft and hard person? Okay. It's best not to let me find out about your Heavenly Dao Sect's secret actions, otherwise, Shi Tianxiang snorted coldly, and then left the meeting hall with the people from Tianxian Sacred Land. Chapter 64 Shu Yuo's Shock. Brother Li, do you just let this old man go away like this? Beside, a charming and stunning woman looked at Shi Tianxiang and others who left. Who do you take me for? That's the Sacred Land Elder. I don't dare to make any plans. Li Wudao glanced at Shu Yuohu next to him. Shu Yuohu pursed her lips. Your attitude just now didn't mean that. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll go back to sleep for a beauty sleep first, and don't let this kind of small fish come to me in the future. Shu Yuohu stretched her waist and was about to leave. Wait. Go find junior brother Chen Luo and let him act together, after all, he caused the trouble. Li Wudao continued. Shu Yuohu's footsteps faltered, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, forming a beautiful arc, and she was finally able to move her muscles and bones. Okay, wait for my good news. Shu Yuohu smiled slightly, and then walked slowly towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak with melodious steps. Among the mountains behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo lay on the 10,000-year black ice bed. On the side, a stunning and pure girl with twin ponytails was rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders. There was fiery red spirit power in the girl's hand, and the moist breath circulated in Chen Luo's body, making Chen Luo feel quite comfortable. Master, I heard that the people from the Soul Cloud Temple are now doing their best to investigate the destruction of Zhuyang sacred land. Mu Luli's soft little hands gently kneaded Chen Luo's shoulders. It's okay, let them check it casually. Chen Luo said lazily. Just kidding, with Dian Shenshu, those guys don't even think about finding any clues even if they dig 3 feet into the ground. The more he practiced Dian Shenshu, the more Chen Luo could realize the horror of this secret technique. To be ignorant of karma and to cover up the secrets of the sky is not just talk. It can be said that as long as Chen Luo wants to hide himself, it is basically impossible to be found. Master, Mingxia Peak Lord, please see me. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from not far away. Li Yan'er's figure appeared beside Mu Luli. Chen Luo half closed his eyes and yawned. Peak Master Mingxia, is that Tei Inchuyuwu? What the hell is this guy looking for me? I'm laying down on Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Okay, then I'll go meet this Peak Master Mingxia. Chen Luo slowly got up and said softly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In an elegant pavilion, a stunning woman in a fiery red dress looked around in amazement. This Heavenly Bamboo Peak has changed too much. Shu Yuo murmured, her eyes full of disbelief. She has also been to Heavenly Bamboo Peak many times before, and it was obviously a place where birds don't shit before. I heard before that Heavenly Bamboo Peak has become a cultivation sacred land. Looking at it now, it really is that this spiritual qi is more concentrated than some sacred lands. Beside Shu Yuo, there is a woman with first-class figure and appearance. The woman also looked at the surrounding environment, her clear and moving eyes were full of shock. Shu Yuo stretched out the palm of her own hand, and wisps of spirit power penetrated into her body, making her vaginal body slightly jumpy. Obviously, her physique also likes this place very much. The spiritual qi here is already so thick, that dragon vein. Shu Yuo took a deep breath, and her beautiful eyes looked at the dragon vein at the back of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Shu Yuo's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the space, feeling the incomparably rich spirit power in the distance. Master, you don't mean to give up on Mingxia Peak? Lin Shuyu next to her looked at Shu Yuo who was breathing slightly short of breath. Shu Yuo coughed lightly, how come, this Heavenly Bamboo Peak is just a little more spiritual qi, it's no big deal, Shu Yuo, will not give up my hard-working branch just because of a little spiritual qi. Lin Shuyu curled her lips, didn't speak, but silently absorbed the spirit power around her. Such a good cultivation environment, it is really a pity not to cultivate well. Shu Yuo also silently operated her own cultivation technique, absorbing the pure spirit power around her. Not long after, an incomparably handsome young man who looked like an exiled immortal came not far away. Junior brother Chen Luo, no wonder we invited you to Mingxia Peak before. It turns out that Heavenly Bamboo Peak has been transformed into this by you. Shu Yuo looked at the visitor and said coquettishly. I will definitely go next time. Chen Luo smiled slightly. However, the aura of Peak Master Mingxia seemed a little different from last time. Chen Luo's heart moved, and then he activated the system's detection function. Name, Shu Yuo. Age, 32 years old. Realm, Saint King Realm First Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect, Master of Mingxia Peak. Physical, vaginal body. Qualification, Holy Product, Capital of Great Saint. It turned out to be a breakthrough Saint King Realm, no wonder, Chen Luo knew it clearly. This too vaginal body is really scary, breaking through to the Saint King Realm at the age of only 32, strong. This Peak Master Mingxia doesn't look like he has a system plug-in. Anyone who can cultivate to the Saint King Realm before the age of 100 is a peerless genius. Not to mention that at the age of 32, he was even more invincible. I've met Master Chen. Lin Shuiyu next to him saluted respectfully. Chen Luo looked at this beautiful and charming woman, and subconsciously activated the detection function. Name, Lin Shuiyu. Age, 19 years old. Realm, Good Fortune Realm 4th Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect, a direct disciple of Master Mingxia Peak. Physical, Taiyin Spiritual Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Saint King's Capital. It's Shuyuo's direct disciple, and he's also a Taiyin spiritual body who cultivates talent. If he abducted his own heavenly bamboo peak, he could increase his cultivation efficiency a lot. Chen Luo couldn't help but think in his heart. I don't know why senior sister Shu came to my heavenly bamboo peak. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and asked Shu Yuohu next to him. Can't you come to see junior brother Chen Luo to catch up on the old days if you have nothing to do? Shu Yuohu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo with a wink. Of course, if senior sister Shu wants to come to heavenly bamboo peak, you can do it anytime. Chen Luo continued. That's what you said. Shu Yuohu pouted, with a smile on her face. Chen Luo. The corner of Lin Shuiyu's mouth twitched slightly. The master really knew how to climb up the pole. Okay, I'm not joking with you anymore, I have something to look for you this time. Shu Yuohu then put away her smile and said seriously. Chen Luo raised his brows, did he really have something to do? Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuohu informed Chen Luo that Tianxian Sacred Land Elder had come to seek trouble. I don't know what Brother Li is going to do. Chen Luo touched his chin and asked. It is not surprising that Chen Luo didn't deliberately hide the matter of beheading Song Yangmu himself. This silly elder from Tianxian Sacred Land dares to threaten us Heavenly Dao Sect. This kind of dead old man is of course going to send him on his way. Shu Yuohu then said excitedly, unconsciously licking someone's red lips, eyes full of eagerness to try. Chapter 65 You are already surrounded by me. Looking at Shu Yuohu who was eager to try, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. This Mingxia Peak master, looking charming and moving, can't be a little crazy. Lin Shuiyu next to her pulled La Shuyuohu's sleeve calmly. Shu Yuohu quickly came back to her senses and restored that bright and moving image. Chen Luo, what I mean is that if a friend comes from afar, he will be punished no matter how far away. No, those who offend my heavenly Dao Sect will be punished regardless of distance. Shu Yuohu then patted her proud chest and said seriously. Lin Shuiyu next to her was completely numb, and the image of Master in front of Master Chen must have completely collapsed. Senior sister Shu is right, anyone who offends my heavenly Dao Sect will be punished no matter how far away. Chen Luo took a deep breath and said. No matter what, it was because he killed Song Yangmu that this guy from Tianxian Sacred Land came to him. Now, it's okay to finish this guy. Moreover, with the Saint King 9th stage sect leader leading the way, there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing that Chen Luo agreed with own idea, Shu Yuohu also smiled. Immediately afterwards, without wasting any time, the two quickly galloped towards the outside of Heavenly Dao Sect. This is the place they must pass through to return to Tianxian Sacred Land. It should be no problem for us to ambush here. Above a canyon in the eastern region, 3 Daoist figures hide in the void. One of the figures was dressed in black, and bursts of black aura filled his body, covering all auras. Sect leader, does it take such a big battle to deal with an elder of Tianxian Sacred Land? A handsome young man wearing a mask next to him said slowly, looking at the surrounding space thoughtfully. I saw the surrounding void, densely packed inside and out. At least no less than 20 large formations of holy ranks were arranged. That faint aura seemed to be tearing apart the void. There are so many large formations, not to mention the Holy Realm, even the supreme powerhouse in the Saint King realm would be terrified to see it. Junior brother Chen Luo, you are still too young. Although that Shi Tianxiang is just an ordinary elder of the Saint realm, but in case this Shi Tianxiang has any cards, I am just a small saint realm. Please arrange more. Formation is safer, said the man in black next to him, his eyes full of seriousness. Little saint. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he silently turned on the system detection function. Name, Li Wudao. Age, 637 years old. Realm, Great Saint Realm First Stage Day. Identity, Heavenly Dao Sect Leader. Physique, Extremely Spiritual Dao Body. Qualification, Holy Product, Capital of Great Saint. Well, you are awesome, you are right. Chen Luo complained in his heart. On the way here, Chen Luo already knew that Shi Tianxiang is an elder of a holy realm in Tianxian sacred land, and the cultivation base has reached Saint Ninth Stage days. Among the many Tianxian sacred land people he carried, there were only a few Saint Realm cultivators, and the rest were Good Fortune Realm cultivators. Yet, junior brother Chen Luo, the most important thing is to be cautious when going out. What if that dead old man summons their sacred land Saint Lord? Their Saint Lord is the strongest among the Saint Kings, and they can't tolerate it. Half sloppy. Shu Yuohu said while skillfully superimposing the holy formation. Li Wudao nodded approvingly. Soon, the number of holy formations in the surrounding void reached hundreds. In addition to the holy formation, dozens of unknown void passages are hidden around. Chen Luo didn't know where those void passages led to, but Chen Luo could faintly sense the incomparably penetrating aura coming from there. If you walk around in a panic, I'm afraid there won't be any good results. Junior brother Chen Luo, don't worry, Shu Yuohu, have been in the Ancient Desolate Continent for many years without missing a single shot. Now we just have to wait. Shu Yuohu continued. Chen Luo nodded. If they are all arranged, just cooperate. Junior sister Shu, please restrain yourself, we will act according to the plan. At this time, Li Wudao who was beside him suddenly said something. Don't worry, I know. Shu Yuohu whispered. Chen Luo suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but when he thought of the strength of the two of them, he let go of his anxiety. Soon, everything was ready, and the three of them hid in the void not far away, waiting for the arrival of Shi Tianxiang and others. Not far from the canyon, an old man holding a cane and a group of cultivators from Tianxian sacred land are galloping away towards the distance. It is Shi Tianxiang et.al. Shi Elder, those heavenly Dao Sect people are really damn it, they dare not even give us the face of Tianxian sacred land, said a cultivator wearing a blue robe next to him. Yes, a small first-class force dares to be so arrogant. Those guys should be taught a lesson. Another cultivator said. Shi Tianxiang didn't speak. Although the heavenly Dao sect leader didn't seem to be strong, Shi Tianxiang felt a little threat from him. Moreover, Shi Tianxiang's trip to heavenly Dao sect this time is not only to find Song Yang Mu, but also has other special tasks. Although Song Yang Mu is missing now, the heavenly Dao sect's top quality dragon vein, the Great Elder, is determined to get it. When he was in heavenly Dao sect just now, Shi Tianxiang had already used a powerful secret technique to investigate clearly, and heavenly Dao sect's ultimate dragon vein was indeed surprisingly strong. However, heavenly Dao sect is a first-class force after all. This is the eastern region, not their Tianxian sacred land's home ground, so they must plan well. Is the investigation clear? Who are heavenly Dao sect's opponents in the eastern region? Shi Tianxiang seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. Shi Elder, the investigation has come to fruition, but it's strange that heavenly Dao sect doesn't seem to have any hostile sect in the eastern region. A middle-aged man replied. No hostile sect? Shi Tianxiang frowned. Impossible, as long as one wants to practice, there will inevitably be conflicts and conflicts. If heavenly Dao sect wants to grow, it must squeeze the living space of other sects. Even their Tianxian sacred land has many hostile forces in the middle domain. He is a heavenly Dao sect. Speak clearly. Shi Tianxiang then asked. Elder, it's very strange. I have investigated a lot of information and found that as long as there is an enmity with Heavenly Dao Sect, those forces have inexplicably disappeared. Moreover, there is no evidence of Heavenly Dao Sect's action. The man continued. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, inexplicably disappeared. The reasons for their demise are really inexplicable. Some are because the sect leader suddenly went crazy and wiped out all the sects, some are due to internal strife among the sects, some are due to the sect's search for the secret realm, and some are even inexplicable. All the sects died suddenly, and there are other sects' sudden massive attack on Miman. This Heavenly Dao Sect is so evil? Shi Tianxiang's pupils shrank. Could it be? Ha 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 ha, you are already surrounded by me, hurry up and capture them. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded. Shi Tianxiang was stunned for a moment, and looked forward. A graceful woman wearing a white veil, with her hands on her hips, stood not far in front of her. Chapter 66 The Power of Thunder Technique. Shi Tianxiang looked at the woman who suddenly appeared, his face became extremely ugly. Surrounded us? What a joke, you dare to threaten to surround us by yourself, it is a big joke. Not only Shi Tianxiang, but the rest of the Tianxian sacred land cultivators also looked gloomy. Bold, we belong to Tianxian sacred land, do you want to die? Little girl, do you know what you are doing? Don't talk nonsense with this guy, grab him quickly. Although you can't see his face clearly, this figure will definitely make me feel good for several days. The other Tianxian sacred land elders beside him commented one after another, their eyes were extremely unfriendly. There were also some people who stared at the woman firmly, with bursts of fiery flashes in their eyes. Shi Tianxiang felt something was wrong, he felt the threatening breath in the surrounding void. Although it was very weak, it gave him a feeling of heart palpitations. Is there something wrong with this good fortune realm woman? You want to have a good time, okay, I will let you have a good time. The woman continued, her eyes were full of disgust. After finishing speaking, the woman waved her right hand lightly, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Shi Tianxiang and the others suddenly changed their expressions, what happened and what was around them. Boom! There was a violent fluctuation of qi, followed by bursts of grey-white yin qi seeping out from the void. Countless yin qi turned into various monsters and rushed towards Tianxian sacred land and others. The fierce and unparalleled aura immediately made everyone feel cold. Sect leader, has senior sister Shu always been so unrestrained? Not far away, Chen Luo asked faintly. Ahem, junior sister Shu is still very good. It's just that when she was young, she suffered a little psychological trauma, and she didn't move her muscles for a long time, so she was a bit reckless. Just get used to it. Li Wudao continued on the side. Chen Luo didn't speak, but looked at the battlefield ahead. Ahead, a large number of holy magic circles exploded, and countless tyrannical auras raged towards Shi Tianxiang and the others. Yin Qi, flames, ice, spirit power impact. All kinds of formations erupted with terrifying power, almost destroying the entire space. There were constant crashes, tearing, and screams. At this time, Shu Yuo was like a madman, holding a leather whip full of spikes in her hand, frantically whipping the Tianxian sacred land cultivator trying to break out of the formation on the edge of the formation. Shu Yuo's leather whip seemed to be highly poisonous, and the cultivators hit by the whip all let out heart-piercing screams. Many Tianxian sacred land cultivators in the formation uttered various vicious curses and curses. However, this didn't affect Shu Yuo at all, and the whip flew up. There were also some cultivators who tried to pass through the void passage and leave here, but when they entered, they let out piercing screams, which made people shudder. Seeing this, the rest of the people didn't dare to tear the void at will, and could only resist various impacts in the formation. After a while, most of the Tianxian sacred land cultivator in the formation had been killed or injured. There are only a few cultivators from Saint Realm who are struggling to resist. Ah, Who the hell are you? Why did you attack us without any vengeance? Shi Tianxiang in the formation couldn't bear it anymore, his body was in dilapidated condition. Although Shi Tianxiang is the supreme powerhouse of the Saint Ninth Stage and has many trump cards, he still couldn't bear the bombardment of so many holy magic circles. Almost all defenses were destroyed. Shi Tianxiang felt that he would be on his way soon. Don't push me, old stuff, hurry up and get on the road. Not far away, Shu Yuo beat a cultivator who was trying to escape to death with the own whip. Seeing Shu Yuo in front of him, Shi Tianxiang lost his temper completely. This girl is so cruel. Shi Tianxiang was thinking crazily in his mind, who exactly he offended. Wait, Shi Tianxiang remembered what his colleague said about offending Heavenly Dao Sect. You belong to Heavenly Dao Sect? Shi Tianxiang exclaimed, staring fixedly at Shu Yuo not far away. Shu Yuo ignored his words and continued to block those people's way of life at the exit. Inside, Shi Tianxiang's face became extremely ugly. Although Shu Yuo didn't speak, Shi Tianxiang had already confirmed that it was Heavenly Dao Sect. Junior sister Shu, stop playing, solve it quickly, it seems that these people should have nothing to do. Li Wudao, who was not far away, also slowly came to Shu Yuo's side at this time. Up to now, there has been no change. It seems that it is really a bunch of miscellaneous fish. These trash, what do you think they are capable of? Alas, they don't even have the ability to make my old lady move. Shu Yuo sighed, her eyes full of disappointment. After finishing speaking, all the formations were mobilized, and bursts of destructive aura surged inside, almost destroying everything. Sky Profound Killing Technique. At this moment, an incomparably hoarse voice resounded from the formation filled with turbulent breath. Immediately afterwards, a burst of terrifying air churned continuously inside. I saw Shi Tianxiang, who was bleeding all over inside. Bursts of spiritual light emerged from his body, as if he was performing a terrifying secret technique. With the ravages of the spiritual light, Shi Tian's heroic aura was rising steadily, and soon he broke through the limit of the saint and reached the Saint King state. After a while, Shi Tianxiang's aura climbed to the Saint King third stage sky. This old thing still has this whole card. Yes, yes, brother, let me play for a while later, just for a while. Shu Yuo's eyes lit up, and she said with great anticipation. Swish swish swish. Immediately afterwards, Shi Tianxiang took out a charm exuding a mysterious aura. This charm has an extremely simple rune on it, which seems to be able to distort space. Shi Tianxiang activated the spell without hesitation, and in an instant, Shi Tianxiang's body disappeared into the formation and appeared outside the formation, looking at Shu Yuo with red eyes. Whether you belong to Heavenly Dao Sect or not, you are dead. Not far away, Shi Tianxiang was churning with incomparably violent aura, and the surrounding void was tearing apart, as if it was about to be shattered. The remaining Tianxian sacred land cultivators in the formation have all been wiped out. That's the feeling, I'm going to ignite. Shu Yuo swallowed, and under Shi Tianxiang's fierce aura, Shu Yuo's eyes became extremely frenzied. The leather whip in his hand released an extremely strong aura under the pervasive power of the terrifying sun. First kill UBCH. Shi Tian said coldly. The energy around his body is constantly increasing, almost filling the entire space. Shu Yuo's eyes became more and more fanatical, and her hair fluttered like a witch. Boom! At this moment, a purple lightning dragon appeared not far away. With an incomparable destructive aura, the lightning dragon rushed towards Shi Tianxiang. The surrounding space was under the impact of this terrifying thunder and lightning dragon, and there were bursts of roaring sounds. Not far away, Shi Tianxiang's pupils shrank, and boundless fear filled his heart. The thunder and lightning dragon seemed to have the aura of destroying everything, and Shi Tianxiang was completely stunned. No, I haven't shot yet, don't. Shu Yuo looked at the lightning dragon that was charging towards Shi Tianxiang, and let out a scream. Boom! However, it was too late. Shi Tianxiang's body was completely pierced by the terrifying lightning dragon, and he was blasted into pieces of meat. Chapter 67 We Are Righteous Sect. Shi Tianxiang's body was completely smashed by the terrifying Brontosaurus, countless pieces of minced meat splashed everywhere, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire space in an instant. Ah, senior brother, I hate you, why don't you let me play? Shu Yuohu crazily grabbed On's hair and said loudly, as if she couldn't accept this matter at all. Junior sister Shu, it was junior brother Chen Luo who did it. Li Wuodao said quietly, looking at Chen Luo with a little solemnity. The bombardment of this terrifying thunder force made him in the Great Saint realm feel a little horrified. What kind of monster did junior brother Wang find for Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Li Wuodao couldn't help thinking in his heart. From his point of view, although he couldn't see through Chen Luo's specific realm, he definitely didn't break through to the Saint King realm. It's a bit scary to be able to break out such a violent offensive before the Saint King's realm. Hearing this, Shu Yuohu looked at Chen Luo who was not far away. At this time, Chen Luo still had traces of terrifying lightning aura remaining on his body. Obviously, the lightning dragon just now was ridden by Chen Luo. Junior brother Chen Luo, you. Shu Yuohu bit her red lips slightly, then twisted her graceful waist and walked towards Chen Luo. Sister Shu, calm down, junior brother Chen Luo is also thinking about your safety. Li Wuodao continued. Chen Luo was stunned, what does this Shu Yuohu want to do? Is it because I stole her too? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo felt a body as soft and fragrant as jade, throwing himself into On's arms. Shu Yuohu's red lips touched the base of Chen Luo's ear, biting it lightly, a tingling feeling filled Chen Luo's whole body. Immediately, Chen Luo felt like falling into the clouds, as if his body was wrapped in countless dreams. Chen Luo unconsciously hugged the stunning woman in his arms, the softness almost made Chen Luo lose his mind completely. Junior brother Chen Luo, if you do this again next time, you won't be biting here. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuohu whispered in Chen Luo's ear, twirling her green fingers on Chen Luo's chest, and her body came out of Chen Luo's arms. Not far away, Li Wuodao stared wide-eyed. Shu Shimei wouldn't really fall in love with this little guy, Chen Luo, right? Although he had known Shu Yuohu for many years, it was the first time he saw Shu Yuohu being so close to a person. However, if the two really want to be together, I'm afraid it won't be so easy, Li Wuodao thought in his heart. Chen Luo froze for a moment, touched the base of On's ear, there seemed to be bursts of fragrance and moisture on it. Next time, instead of biting here, you still want to bite there. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and looked at the stunning woman who had left his arms not far away. At this time, Shu Yuohu's back was facing Chen Luo, her ears were also rosy, her face was blushing, and she seemed to feel a little uneasy because of her own boldness. As expected of the Taiyin body, the Taiyin body is a top-notch special physique, possessing the power to charm people's hearts. This power is so strong that even I who have practiced Dayan Shenju and Purple Emblem Star Soul Art can't resist it. Okay, don't waste time, let's tidy up the scene. Shu Yuohu seemed to have returned to that bright and charming posture, and then said to Li Wuodao. Li Wuodao nodded, let's clean up the scene first. Immediately afterwards, several people began to clean up the battlefield. After cleaning up, Li Wuodao took out a white jade bottle. The jade bottle was opened, and suddenly, a black mist appeared inside. The black mist circulated around continuously, as if it was releasing some kind of aura. Sect leader, what is this thing? Chen Luo asked looking at the black mist around him. This is the Black Devil Qi of the Heavenly Devil Sect. These guys from Tianxian Sacred Land died here. They must leave some clues for the people of Tianxian Sacred Land. Li Wuodao continued to release Black Devil Qi, said. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, it turned out that he wanted to blame Heavenly Devil Zone. The Heavenly Devil Sect is a notorious Devil Dao faction in the eastern region. It is said that it is extremely ferocious, and even those top sacred lands dare to provoke them, and they dance very well. When Chen Luo was in Zhongaiu, he heard a lot of evil names from the Heavenly Devil Sect. Junior brother Chen Luo, the members of the Heavenly Devil Sect are originally from the Demon Sect, and they are all lunatics. It is normal to kill some people from Tianxian sacred land. Shu Yuo continued. That's right, people are killed by people taught by Heavenly Devil. It has nothing to do with our Heavenly Dao Sect. Our Heavenly Dao Sect is a law-abiding sect. It is impossible to do such a thing like killing the sacred land elder. Li Wudao agreed. Right way sect, Heavenly Dao Sect, nothing wrong, Chen Luo complained in his heart. Looking at Li Wudao's skillful movements, Chen Luo had a vague feeling that this sect leader probably wasn't the first to do such a thing. Senior brother Li, don't spit, any more will reveal your secrets. Last time it was because Black Devil spouted too much, and I almost didn't fool him. Shu Yuo continued. Li Wudao heard the words, and then put away his Black Devil anger. Junior sister Shu, you can set up a hidden Black Devil 5 Lotus formation next to it. It should be more concealed. People are getting smarter now, so it's not easy to be fooled. Li Wudao seemed to have thought of something, and then said to Shu Yuo. Shu Yuo nodded, and then began to arrange formation around her. Junior brother Chen Luo, we have been practicing in Heavenly Dao Sect recently, and we haven't come out, remember? Li Wudao said to Chen Luo. I understand. Chen Luo replied. Junior brother Chen Luo, sometimes it is a flaw to deal with it too cleanly. Once or twice is fine, but if there are too many times, it will be easy to be discovered. Therefore, at this time, we need to leave a little bit of interference. After all, we just want to practice quietly. Li Wudao then began to teach Chen Luo how to deal with the enemy reasonably without being discovered by others. Li Wudao talked openly, as if he was talking about a peerless secret book. It seems that I still have a lot to learn, Chen Luo thought to himself, and then continued to receive Li Wudao's teaching. Soon, everything around was arranged. The entire area is filled with various auras, and there are even wisps of Black Devil aura permeating the surroundings. It looks like a Heavenly Devil crime scene. After Li Wudao asked someone to spread some gossip around, he left with Chen Luo and others. Chapter 68 My name is Yaoxi. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. A mountain with extremely strong spirit power. The place on the top of the mountain is cold and windy, and there are constant cold winds blowing from all around. There are also a lot of thousand-year spirit fruit trees planted around the top of the mountain, and the crystal-clear spirit fruits are blooming with a moving luster. As soon as the cold wind blows, bursts of fragrance spread out under the ravages of the cold wind, and immediately permeated the entire mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was a young man with a thin face. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, with bursts of spiritual light shining on his body. Next to the boy, a powerful spirit-gathering array was also arranged, and the continuous spiritual chi surged towards the boy's body, improving the boy's cultivation base. Boom! After a while, there was a powerful momentum fluctuation on the boy's body. Chi Gathering Environment 6th Stage Day. The boy slowly opened his eyes, and a little joy flashed in his eyes. Continue to practice, the Chi Gathering State 6th Stage is still too weak, the young man thought to himself, and then closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation again. Shua! At this moment, a red light flashed beside the fruit tree behind the boy. A graceful woman in a long red dress with slender jade legs and a graceful figure appeared beside the fruit tree. The woman's long hair fluttered, and the cold wind blew the woman's skirt, revealing her long white and delicate legs. The woman in the red dress looked at the boy not far away, clenched her fist tightly, her fingertips had already pierced On's palm, and tears were gathering in her eyes. After a while, the teardrops flowed down like an unstoppable waterfall. Wang Xin big brother, I finally see you again. The woman in the red skirt was crying continuously, biting her red lips slightly, her eyes seemed to be reminiscing, but at the same time seemed to be joyful. Wang Xin was still practicing hard, and he didn't notice the woman in the red dress who suddenly appeared behind him. Wang Xin big brother, this time, I won't let you face all that alone. The woman in the red dress murmured. Immediately afterwards, the woman in the red skirt wiped away her tears, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and walked slowly towards Wang Xin. Wang Xin, who was practicing, suddenly felt that something was approaching, so he stopped practicing immediately. Wang Xin, you can't cultivate in Heavenly Dao Sect. Just as Wang Xin stopped practicing, he heard a clear and pleasant voice. Wang Xin turned around and saw the stunning red dress woman slowly approaching him. Who are you? Wang Xin said with a vigilant expression. The woman Wang Xin in front of him had never seen before, but it gave Wang Xin a faint sense of familiarity, as if he should know this person. However, Wang Xin will not relax his vigilance just because of a little feeling, this is his way of survival. Seeing Wang Xin, who was still a little immature in front of her eyes, but still extremely resolute, the woman's heart was full of nostalgia. You don't need to know who I am, you can't practice at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The woman in the red skirt took a deep breath and said seriously. Unless Master drives me away, otherwise, I will never leave Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Wang Xin said lightly. What a joke, now everything Wang Xin has is given by Chen Luo, if he wants to leave Chen Luo now, he can't do it at all. Chen Luo has given him everything now, and it is impossible for him to leave Chen Luo who is treacherous. The woman in the red skirt frowned slightly. She knew that even 10 cows would not be able to pull back what Wang Xin had decided. I'm doing it for your own good. Your future shouldn't be here. Being here at Heavenly Bamboo Peak will only delay your future. Your future is too important to make any mistakes. The woman in the red dress could only try to persuade. Boom! As soon as the woman in the red dress finished speaking, a terrifying thunder force appeared on Wang Xin's body. A thunderbolt turned into a lightning dragon and blasted towards the woman in the red skirt. It was the Great Thunder Emperor art taught to Wang Xin by Chen Luo. The pupils of the woman in the red skirt shrank, her eyes were full of grief, she let Wang Xin's attack bombard her body. However, Wang Xin's attack bombarded the woman in the red dress, without causing any ripples, and even her dress was not moved. Wang Xin's face was pale, the spirit power in his body was completely dried up, and even the source of the sacred body seemed to be a little dried up. Forcibly using the Great Thunder Emperor technique completely squeezed everything out of Wang Xin. Who is this guy? Wang Xin panted heavily, staring fixedly at the woman in front of him. Why? Why? Why hit her? I have a very uncomfortable feeling. This kind of discomfort is even more unacceptable to him than the depletion of his spirit power and the depletion of his source. Wang Xin, I won't hurt you. The woman in the red skirt sighed softly, bursts of light appeared on her body, rushing towards Wang Xin. Under the nourishment of Lu Guang, Wang Xin's injury began to recover rapidly. You? Who the hell are you? Wang Xin clenched his fists and continued to ask. He really wanted to know who the woman in front of him was. He had never seen it before, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moreover, what happened to the pain just now? My name is Yaoxi. The woman in the red skirt bit her red lips slightly. East Territory. In a beautiful mountain forest. A young man and a charming woman are walking slowly in the mountains. The two walked side by side, walking forward, the surrounding breeze blew gently, and bursts of fragrance from the woman's body blew onto the young man, giving the young man a feeling of charm. Senior Sister Shu, why did the sect leader go? Why didn't you come back to Heavenly Dao Sect with us? Chen Luo asked. Brother Li, go and give someone a small gift. Shu Yuohu smiled sweetly, and the warm sunshine hit Shu Yuo's stunning cheeks, making her extremely radiant. Send a little gift. Chen Luo's eyes are tiny, could it be sect leader's little lover? By the way, junior brother Chen Luo, I want to practice at your heavenly bamboo peak for a while. It would be even better if I could practice at your dragon veins, okay? After a while, Shu Yuo seemed to think of something, then hugged Chen Luo's arm and asked expectantly. Come to my heavenly bamboo peak practice? Chen Luo turned his head and looked at Shu Yuo who was hugging him tightly like a young woman. At this time, Shu Yuo's winking eyes were like silk, and her eyes were full of anticipation. The soft and delicate tenderness rippled on Chen Luo's arms, and Chen Luo could even see a lot of deep ravines and beautiful scenery. This strange scene made Chen Luo feel absent-minded again. It's too vaginal, it's too evil, it won't be like this with Yan'er and Luo Li, Chen Luo thought in his heart. It's not impossible to practice at my heavenly bamboo peak, unless… Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and looked at the stunning beauty in front of him. Chapter 69 Zio Bai Breakthrough Holy Realm. Shu Yuo bit her own red lips slightly, and there was a look of interest in her eyes. Is junior brother Chen Luo going to take this opportunity to ask me too much? Should I agree, or should I agree with myself? After a while, Shu Yuo was extremely hesitant. Chen Luo has a special aura that makes Shu Yuo extremely comfortable, coupled with Chen Luo's invincible appearance. This is why Shu Yuo is so close to Chen Luo. Junior brother Chen Luo, please tell me, as long as junior brother Chen Luo wants, senior sister can give you all. Shu Yuo then blinked her big eyes and said shyly. Give it all to me? What does this mean? Chen Luo touched his own chin, this Shu Yuo must have misunderstood. Senior sister Shu, unless you become our heavenly bamboo peak's guest elder. Chen Luo continued, looking straight at Shu Yuo. That's it? I'm ready to bleed, you tell me this? Shu Yuo gritted her teeth and looked at Chen Luo with disappointment. Just let me be your guest elder, nothing else. Shu Yuo wondered if she heard it wrong, and then asked. Chen Luo nodded heavily, indicating that he had no other intentions. As for the function of training bondage, Chen Luo has almost studied it. Not just ordinary disciples, as long as Chen Luo joins Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo can also enjoy the same training effect in return if he transfers the quota of training fetters to that new joiner. Keiqing Elder is no exception, the same can be done. As long as this senior sister Shu joins Heavenly Bamboo Peak and becomes the guest elder, she will also have a share in her cultivation in the future. Okay, it's just Keiqing Elder, no problem, if you have other ideas in the future, you can come to me anytime, and I will do my best to satisfy you. Shu Yuo then licked her red lips and said softly. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't be polite. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Chen Luo had previously investigated some information about the main peak masters of Heavenly Dao Sect, especially this peak master Mingxia, whose identity is not simple, and the involvement behind it may be huge. Before Chen Luo was strong enough, he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. After Shu Yuo agreed to join, the two quickly galloped towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. It's so cool, that's how it feels. At the Heavenly Bamboo Peak Dragon Vein Bamboo Forest, Shu Yuo let out a burst of exclamation. At this time, Shu Yuo's body was churning with an extremely strong breath, and the spirit power around her continuously poured into Shu Yuo's body. In addition to the top-grade dragon veins, there are also a lot of gathering spirit formations around, and the concentration of spirit power here has reached a very exaggerated level. Shu Yuo's Mingxia Peak's dragon veins are also very effective, but they are more than one level behind Heavenly Bamboo Peaks. Not to mention, there are so many spirit fruit trees and spirit gathering arrays around. This is a condition that can only be met if the extravagance is abnormal. Senior Sister Shu, just practice hard here, the holy medicine pill is enough, you can eat these spiritual fruits as you like, don't be polite to me. Chen Luo took out a lot of medicine pills and spiritual fruits and put them aside, and danced to Shuyu above the dragon veins. Chen Luo has already transferred one of the places in the bond of cultivation to Shu Yuou. Shu Yuou's full-strength cultivation made the spirit power in Chen Luo's body increase at a very high speed, and the speed of this increase was stronger than the effect returned 10 times by his apprentices. Chen Luo feels that if he continues to practice like this, he should be able to break through again soon. Junior brother Chen Luo, how embarrassing is this? Shu Yuou said softly while eating the spiritual fruit in her hand. It's okay, it's just some small things, it doesn't matter. Chen Luo continued. Chen Luo is very satisfied to have such a strong Saint King level help him to practice all the time. Then I won't be polite. Shu Yuou smiled sweetly, bursts of warmth flashed through her heart. After the two exchanged a few words of pleasantries, Chen Luo left without disturbing Shu Yuou's practice. Junior brother Chen Luo, you are so kind to me, it seems that I can only. Shu Yuou looked at Chen Luo's leaving back and murmured in a low voice, as if she had made some important decision in her heart. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuou also restrained her own thoughts. With such a good cultivation environment, she must practice with all her strength. Shu Yuou soon fell into the state of practicing with all her strength. By the way, Yanner said yesterday that she's going to cook braised jiaolong meat today, go and see if it's ready. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, as if he remembered something important. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo walked slowly towards Li Yanner's residence. Boom! At this moment, there was a violent roar in another mountain forest in the bamboo forest. Chen Luo looked in the direction where the roar sounded. There, seems to be Xiaobai's closed-door training place. Could it be that Xiaobai has broken through Saint? Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Previously, after Xiaobai practiced to the Good Fortune Realm 9th stage day, he went to the closed-door training breakthrough. Now it seems that the breakthrough is very likely to be successful. Then let's take a look. By the way, Chen Luo then galloped forward quickly. Soon, Chen Luo arrived at Xiaobai's closed-door training. In the forest in front of him, bursts of terrifying aura filled the air, and a little fox covered in milky white was floating in mid-air. Behind the little fox, the 10 tails released an incomparably strong monster chi. Sure enough, it was Xiaobai's breakthrough. After a while, Xiaobai's aura began to subside, and a bright stream of light shone in his eyes. Master, I've made a breakthrough. Xiaobai then threw himself into Chen Luo's arms. During the period of closed-door training, Xiaobai missed Chen Luo's arms all the time. Now that he has broken through, he can continue to lie in Chen Luo's arms again. That's right, that's right. After breaking through the Holy Land, the hair is smoother, and the strokes are more enjoyable. Chen Luo stroked Xiaobai's body and smiled. Chen Luo doesn't care about Xiaobai's strength, as long as he feels good about himself. Master, I will be able to fight for you in the future. Xiaobai continued waving his paw. Chen Luo curled his lips, you'd better just me honestly, Saint Jing wants to help me fight, it's still far away. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo went to Li Yanner's residence with Xiaobai, who had already broken through the Holy Realm, in his arms. East Territory. Moyunzhou. An extremely remote mountain forest in Moyun Prefecture. The place is full of incomparably rich devilish qi, and the surrounding jungle reveals an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Occasionally, a lot of poisonous insects can be seen spreading around, and there are also a lot of rotten bones, which look extremely infiltrating. In the depths of the mountain forest full of devilish qi, there are many buildings full of devilish qi, and powerful formations are arranged around the buildings to guard the surroundings. Master Sect Leader, we found a lot of valuable treasures in Black Yang Lin. A panicked voice resounded in a devilish building. Chapter 70 Heavenly Devil Sect. This is a small palace with devilish qi surging around. Sitting above the palace was a middle-aged man with a black mark on his forehead. The middle-aged man frowned, holding a white bone ball in his hand, and was fiddling with it constantly. "Damn it, which faction is it this time?" the middle-aged man said angrily. The veins on his forehead popped out, and the bone ball in his hand was directly crushed by his huge force. "Back to sect leader, it seems to be from Tianxian sacred land." The man in black under the palace then said tremblingly, bowing his head deeply. "Damn it, who the hell is going to frame our heavenly devil sect, and now they have provoked Tianxian sacred land. Damn it, it's too much, this is the first time this month. Let no one live. If this continues, our heavenly devil sect will become a public enemy of the mainland." Next to the palace, there are quite a few cultivators with powerful auras, all of whom spoke resentfully, with extremely sad tones. These are the high-level elders of the heavenly devil sect. I don't know since when, the disciples of their heavenly devil sect will always pick up inexplicable treasures outside. At the beginning, everyone was quite happy, thinking that their heavenly devil sect was blessed by heaven, and they were going to heaven defying for a transfer. Unexpectedly, those treasures are some hot potatoes. There are often some inexplicable forces looking for trouble for them. It was only later that I realized that these treasures were all stolen goods, and those who came to make trouble were the sufferers. Heavenly Devil Sect tried to explain at the beginning, but who would believe a Devil Dao Sect? Moreover, there were many clues at the scene, all pointing to Heavenly Devil Sect. Even a lot of Heavenly Devil Sect people thought that other people from the Heavenly Devil Sect did it. There were few such things at the beginning, and more later. The reputation of their Heavenly Devil Sect also grew louder and louder as time passed. From a second-rate force at the beginning, it was slowly spread into a top Devil Dao force comparable to Sacred Land level. Even, in the eyes of many people, the Heavenly Devil Sect is faintly moving closer to the position of the leader of Devil Dao. However, they are really just an ordinary force. Lin Yuanhong's eyelids jumped wildly. Tianxian Sacred Land, has Tianxian Sacred Land's shit bowl been pinned on his head now? I see, get ready to move, this place can't stay anymore. Heavenly Devil Sect leader Lin Yuanhong continued. He thought of many ways to solve this matter, but, without exception, all failed. If you can't afford it, you can only hide. Sect leader, we have just arrived in this place not long ago, are we going to move again? Yes, although we have rich experience in relocation, we can't stand this kind of tossing. Our disciples still need to practice. Or, let's hide for a while and come back after the limelight is over. This place is amazing, and we found it with great difficulty. Many elders beside him spoke one after another. This place is full of devilish chi, moreover, it is quite safe, and it is of great help to their cultivation, they really don't want to move anymore. It is not easy to find another suitable place. Then you stay here, I'll go by myself. Lin Yuanhong continued quietly. As soon as Lin Yuanhong's words came out, the others immediately lost their temper. The sect leader was not here, so they stayed here waiting to die. Sect leader, there is a message from the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance. At this moment, another voice sounded, and a subordinate of the Heavenly Devil Sect galloped quickly from outside. A message from the leader of Devil Dao? Lin Yuanhong's eyes lit up. Their prestige is not without benefits, at least, in the Devil Dao Alliance, their Heavenly Devil Sect's status is getting higher and higher. Moreover, with the attention of the leader of the Alliance also has a lot of resource allocation rewards. With the help of these resources, Lin Yuanhong's strength has grown a lot. The leader of the Alliance occasionally invites people from their Heavenly Devil Sect to attend some lectures, sharing some experience on how to manage sect, methods to strengthen the magic gate, and so on. When Lin Yuanhong gave a lecture, it was quite cool to see those top Devil Dao bosses honestly listening to him bragging. Lin Yuanhong doesn't know those experiences and methods, just a few nonsense, can't do it, can't blow it up. What did he say, is he going to invite me to a banquet again? Lin Yuanhong then asked expectantly. In addition to giving lectures, the leader of the alliance will also invite him to various banquets and enjoy various delicacies. At the banquets, many people praise him and make him very useful. The leader said, keep a low profile these days. Something big may happen in the Eastern Territory. Don't mess around anymore. If you make trouble again, you will be the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance. The subordinate continued. Lin Yuanhong. MITM trying to make trouble? Someone is trying to FK me, shit. Okay, I understand, you reply the message, just say that I have a sense of propriety. Lin Yuanhong looked disappointed, and then waved his hands. As for the important matter that the leader said, Lin Yuanhong didn't want to care about it. Could it be that he, a sect leader of a second-rate force, could care about it? One more thing, the true disciples of the Yuanling Sword Sect have killed many people from our Heavenly Devil Sect, and they also threatened that they will kill everyone who sees our sect in the future. The subordinate continued, the tone was extremely angry. What, a mere first-class force, dare to be so arrogant and look down on our Heavenly Devil Sect? Lin Yuanhong patted Zhou Ziyi next to him heavily and said viciously. Sect leader, we are just an ordinary second-rate force. An elder next to him said faintly. Lin Yuanhong. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In a quiet mountain forest in the back mountain. There are many thousand-year spirit fruit trees planted in the forest, and the rich spirit power is constantly flowing around. Around the mountains and forests, there are still lingering, fragrant meat scents. It's really good, Yenner, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Chen Luo picked up a piece of meat exuding a strong fragrance, and chewed it. The delicacy exploded in Chen Luo's taste buds, making Chen Luo feel extremely refreshed. Yet, big sister, it smells so good, I like it so much. There was a girl with twin ponytails in a long purple dress beside her, and said with a look of enjoyment. Ye Chen and Hua Yuntian were also nearby, eating delicious jiaolong meat, and couldn't help but praise Li Yan'er. Li Yan'er smiled sweetly, hugged Xiaobai, and gave Xiaobai a taste of the dragon meat. A group of people enjoyed the dragon meat made by Li Yan'er here, and they were extremely comfortable. Chen Luo was also chatting with several disciples, asking them about their recent practice, and at the same time giving pointers to everyone's practice. After all, Chen Luo's realm is here, coupled with the return of 10 times the effect of cultivation, it is extremely easy to solve the problems of their cultivation and the difficulties of martial arts supernatural power. Chapter 71 Time Reverser. When explaining to them the difficulties of various realms and martial arts supernatural power, Chen Luo found that he had a deeper understanding of various martial arts. Could it be that if I give them lectures, the effect of their martial arts improvement can be returned to me 10 times? Chen Luo guessed in his heart. So, do I find a system bug? I'm returning my own martial arts understanding. However, Chen Luo soon discovered that this practice is not so simple, although he explained many things very clearly. However, they can only return to own after they have mastered it. It's just that when I first started talking, I just let them solve some doubts, and they suddenly became enlightened. It seems that we still have to take our time and give them a lot of understanding, which is useless at all. As Chen Luo's explanation deepened, everyone was fascinated, and their admiration for Chen Luo was even more difficult to express in words. All kinds of martial arts are taught in an extremely profound and thought-provoking way. This kind of understanding of martial arts is simply a man of the world. Luo Li, you have to hurry up and practice hard. Look, if you don't work harder, Wang Xin will catch up with you. Chen Luo then looked at the little Luo Li with 2 ponytails next to him. During the acceptance ceremony, Mu Luli's realm was the second stage of Nirvana realm. And now, a month has passed, and Mu Luli's realm is only 8th stage Nirvana realm. Upgrading to 6 small realms a month is fast, but in Chen Luo's view, it is far from enough. The body of the phoenix is completely unworthy of her quasi-emperor's talent. Hua Yuntian, Ye Chen, and Li Yan'er have all reached the high-rank good fortune realm at this time. As long as they continue to practice hard, they can break through Saint Realm soon. Master, I've worked very hard. Luo Li pouted and gently shook Chen Luo's arm beside Chen Luo. Looking at the coquettish little Luo Li in front of him, Chen Luo shook his head slightly. This little girl is good at everything, soft voice, easy. She is well behaved and obedient, very diligent, and often brings tea and water to herself, and waits on herself. She is simply a caring little padded jacket. It's just a bit playful. Then practice as soon as possible, and when you break through to good fortune realm, I'll change you to a cultivation technique suitable for your cultivation. Chen Luo pinched Mu Luli's little cheek, and continued. After Mu Luli's breakthrough good fortune realm, the system should also send out a big gift package. With the exclusive cultivation technique, Mu Luli's cultivation speed should be greatly improved. Thank you, Master, I will work hard. Mu Luli smiled slightly, and continued to enjoy the dragon meat made by Li Yan'er. Master, don't we ask that Sister Shu to eat with me? Mu Luli tilted her head and looked at Chen Luo cutely. No, she is now at a critical moment of cultivation, we just need to eat. Chen Luo replied. What a joke, I finally found a Saint King Realm cultivation tool person, which can let her rest. Mu Luli nodded obediently. By the way, where is that kid Wang Xin, why didn't I see him? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something and asked. It's not easy for everyone to get together now, Chen Luo still wants everyone to be together. After all, now that there is Shu Yuou, a Saint King tool man, there is no need to be so anxious about cultivation. There are so many ordinary heavenly bamboo peak disciples working hard to cultivate below, and it's not too short of a while. Master, junior brother Wang Xin is cultivating in the back mountain. I saw that he was concentrating on his cultivation, so I didn't disturb him. Li Yan'er slowly opened her eyes and continued. Are you still concentrating on training? It seems that Wang Xin has not yet integrated into this big family well, so he still needs to pay more attention. Okay, then I'll go and see Wang Xin, you guys continue to eat here. Chen Luo continued. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo picked up a portion of jiaolong meat and walked towards the place where Wang Xin was practicing in Hushan. At the top of the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The cold wind is still raging, and the strong fragrance is wafting around. No matter what I say, you don't want to leave Heavenly Bamboo Peak, do you? The woman in the red dress slightly bit her red lips. The cold wind blowing around, lifted the woman's soft hair. That's right, no matter what the future holds, I will use my life to protect everything I cherish, including Heavenly Bamboo Peak and my master. Wang Xin said very seriously. Although Wang Xin didn't know who this Yao Xi was, but from her words and actions, Wang Xin knew that this woman had no malice towards him. The woman in the red dress sighed, and there was a little tired look in her eyes. Since you don't want to, then I can only take you away forcibly. The woman in the red skirt took a deep breath, and her expression became firm again. Wang Xin's heart sank. What does this Yaoxi want to do, forcefully take me away? Immediately afterwards, bursts of gentle aura bloomed from the body of the woman in the red skirt, rushing towards Wang Xin's body. Wang Xin's body froze. Under this soft force, Wang Xin had no strength to resist. I can only watch own's body become stiff step by step. Wang Xin, you will understand in the future. The woman in the red dress murmured in a low voice. My good apprentice who wants to abduct me, have you asked me for my opinion? At this moment, a clear voice sounded. The face of the woman in the red skirt became a little ugly, and someone came over. Master, save me! Wang Xin said hastily. The woman in the red dress turned around slowly, and what caught her eyes was a handsome young man. The young man was holding a plate of meat exuding a strong aroma. You are the peak owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The woman in the red dress slightly parted her cherry lips, looking at Chen Luo in front of her with a serious face. On Chen Luo's body, the woman in the red dress felt a burst of terror. Chen Luo turned his eyes slightly, and directly launched the detection function of his own system. Name, Xi Yao. Age, 27. Realm, Saint King Realm 7th Stage Day. Identity, Little Sister of Tianmu Great Emperor Wang Xin, a time-defying person who came against the long river of time. Physique, Space-Time Divine Physique. Qualification, Divine Grade, Capital of the Great Emperor. Tianmu Great Emperor Wang Xin's little sister? The time-reversing person who came against the long river of time, the divine body of time and space, the capital of the Great Emperor. Looking at this series of messages, Chen Luo was a little confused. How did such a character appear? You are Wang Xin's younger sister? Chen Luo continued to ask. Yes, I am the master of Wang Xin little sister. Before Chen Luo finished speaking, the woman in the red skirt interrupted Chen Luo's words by blurting out. Wow! After the woman in the red skirt finished speaking, a more mysterious force appeared on her body, and this force directly knocked Wang Xin out. Master Heavenly Bamboo Peak, let's talk. The woman in the red skirt took a deep breath, and then said to Chen Luo. Chapter 72. You don't want to eat and drink for free, do you? Give me Wang Xin first. Chen Luo continued. No matter what, Chen Luo had to ensure Wang Xin's safety first. Although Wang Xin's little sister may not necessarily hurt Wang Xin, no one knows what she wants to do with this time-reversing person who came from a long river against the current of time. Xi Yao looked at Wang Xin who was already unconscious, then at Chen Luo in front of her, and finally nodded. With a wave of Chen Luo's right hand, a gentle force suddenly surged out, bringing the unconscious Wang Xin to Chen Luo's side. Don't let Wang Xin know about our conversation, as well as my identity. The woman in the red skirt continued, with a little surprise in her eyes. Although I don't know how the owner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak knew her identity, Xi Yao didn't want to reveal her identity in front of Wang Xin. Wang Xin is so important, Xi Yao doesn't want to make any mistakes. No problem. Chen Luo agreed. It was just a small request, but Chen Luo was still willing to satisfy this guy. Moreover, Chen Luo also wanted to know what this guy wanted to talk to him about, and Chen Luo also wanted to do something to Xi Yao. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo put Wang Xin in a safe place behind him. Tell me, what do you want to do? On the top of the mountain, Chen Luo asked this Xi Yao while eating the jiaolong meat in his hand. Actually, I am Wang Xin's little sister, and I came from the future. Xi Yao took a deep breath, and then said. Well, then what? Chen Luo asked. Although what I said is bizarre and unbelievable, and you may think I'm crazy, but in the future, there will be a shocking change in the Ancient Desolate Continent, and Wang Xin is a very key person. Xi Yao then said slowly. Wait, do you believe what I say? Suddenly Xi Yao seemed to realize something, her own eyes widened, and she looked at Chen Luo in front of her in disbelief. In order to make Wang Xin believe her own words, she almost frayed her lips, and even used a lot of means to force Wang Xin to believe that she came from the future. But now, as soon as he opened his mouth, the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak believed it. Isn't it just time travel? What's the big deal? Why don't you believe it? Here, do you want to have a bite? It's delicious. Chen Luo then handed the dragon meat in his hand to Xi Yao. Chen Luo had already used the Dayan divine art just now, and he could feel that Xi Yao did not have any malicious intentions. Will there be a big change in the future? It seems to be Wang Xin's main mission. After knowing this, Chen Luo no longer has any curiosity. It's none of his business to change drastically. He just needs to lie down and become stronger. It doesn't matter, Wang Xin will make a move. Xi Yao was stunned for a moment. Time travel, such a vivid word, she must have time traveled from the future. No wonder Wang Xian's big brother respected Heavenly Bamboo Peak so much, he really is a wonderful person. Xi Yao then took a mouthful of the dragon meat in Chen Luo's hand unconsciously, and immediately felt a very charming taste. It's been a long time since Xi Yao has eaten such delicious food, and Xi Yao immediately reminisces about the happy times in the past. This tastes really good. Immediately afterwards, Xi Yao also disregarded her image, and began to feast on it, eating the dragon meat in Chen Luo's hand. Okay, after eating my food, you will be a member of my Heavenly Bamboo Peak, join me in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and become my guest elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo smiled slightly and continued. Xi Yao was dumbfounded, what? Someone who eats your food is Heavenly Bamboo Peak? What gangster logic is this? Wait, let me massage. Xi Yao continued rubbing On's temples. Wait. You don't want to eat and drink for nothing, do you? Chen Luo frowned. Wouldn't it be a huge waste if such a divine body with the capital of the great emperor was not cheated? No, Heavenly Bamboo Peak was not used as a training tool? Never let it go. I have important things to do when I travel here. Although there are many things I can't say, my existence is related to the safety of the entire Ancient Desolate Continent and Wang Xian in the future. I can't waste time in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xi Yao then said seriously. So, do you really want to eat and drink for nothing? Chen Luo continued to ask, looking straight at Xi Yao. I don't want to eat and drink for nothing, no, did you listen to me? I have a very important mission. Xi Yao continued to speak, her chest trembling violently. She lost control of her emotions when she was so angry by Chen Luo's words. She wished she could break On's stomach and give back to Chen Luo what she just ate. How could there be such a rascal? Xi Yao couldn't understand at all. I am carrying a great mission, which is related to the common people in the world, and now this guy let me be the guest elder in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. What a joke! It's fine if you don't practice at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, as long as you become the guest elder of our Heavenly Bamboo Peak, you can do anything else. Chen Luo continued. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Xi Yao's emotions began to calm down slowly. As long as she became the guest elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, other things are optional. This requirement is not too much. If so, then actually is not allowed. Xi Yao had already made up her mind, she was just putting on a name and would not do anything for the Heavenly Bamboo Peak owner. This is what you said, okay, I promise you, I am willing to be the guest elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xi Yao then said, agreeing to Chen Luo's request. After Xi Yao agreed, Chen Luo was overjoyed. This girl is quite easy to fool, she is indeed Wang Xian's little sister. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo's heart moved, and he transferred a disciple's cultivation bond to Xi Yao. Okay, you can go. Chen Luo continued after finishing everything. Now that the fetters have been bound, as long as Xi Yao practices, she can provide herself with the same cultivation effect back. Moreover, Xi Yao came from the future, so she would definitely not lack training resources, just let her go to the jungle to develop herself. It also saved myself a lot of training resources. Xi Yao. After finishing speaking, he turned away directly with Wang Xian who passed out, leaving only Xi Yao messed up in the wind. You, why are you like this? Xi Yao bit her red lips slightly, staring at Chen Luo who was leaving. Xi Yao originally wanted to convince the Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak by virtue of her own demeanor and future advantages, but she didn't expect that she would ignore her at all. It was really damn it. This guy really just wants to be their Heavenly Bamboo Peak guest elder himself, is there any point in that? Xi Yao couldn't understand it at all. Damn it, if realm hadn't fallen when going against the flow of time, I would definitely let you know how good I am. Xi Yao raised her own powder fist and murmured. Chapter 73 Breaking the Record. The time travel of the space-time divine body is not free, and one cannot interfere too much with the current timeline, otherwise, even her time-space divine body will be irreparably damaged. Therefore, Xi Yao can only make some subtle, very subtle interventions at some of the most critical points of time. I'd like to see what kind of guy you are, Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Xi Yao took a deep breath, and then her body turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared on the top of the mountain. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In a room full of spiritual qi in the back mountain, a young man was lying on the jade spirit bed in the room, and the spirit power around him surged towards the young man continuously. After a while, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Wang Xian, how is your body now? Chen Luo asked, looking at Wang Xian who had woken up beside him. Master, I'm fine now. Where is that Yaoxi now? Yaoxi is Xi Yao's master, please save her life. Wang Xian said hastily. Yaoxi? Chen Luo raised his brows, is this Xi Yao who deceived Wang Xian in this way? However, since he promised Xi Yao not to reveal her identity, Chen Luo didn't bother to explain too much. Don't worry, I didn't hurt her, now she is our guest elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo continued. Thank you, Master. Wang Xian said gratefully. It's okay, just some trivial matters. Chen Luo waved his hand, and then handed Wang Xian a bottle of the holy product of calming the nerves medicine pill. Although Xi Yao didn't use too much power, Wang Xian's realm is still too low, and his spirit still needs to be recovered. Tianmu Great Emperor? Chen Luo looked at the apprentice in front of him. This Wang Xian's title is domineering. From Xi Yao's identity information, Chen Luo knew that Wang Xian would become the Great Emperor in the future. Chen Luo is not surprised either, the sensing Dao sacred body's physique is really awesome, and its comprehension is extremely high. Although it is only a sacred body, its strength is not inferior to that of ordinary divine bodies. Moreover, Wang Xian is basically a template for a son of destiny, and there may be other opportunities to improve his physique in the future. By the way, Master, that Yaoxi told me something about the future. Wang Xian seemed to have thought of something, and then said. It's okay, no matter what the future holds, you are my apprentice, those things are not important. Chen Luo smiled. Chen Luo doesn't care about the future, he only knows that he will become stronger and stronger in the future, so strong that he can suppress everything. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Wang Xian felt a little warmth in his heart. Shizun is Shizun, realm is beyond what I can imagine. After Chen Luo confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Wang Xian's body, he let him continue to practice. For the rest of the time, Chen Luo returned to the peaceful state of lying flat and strong again, signed in, and enjoyed the peaceful time of life. With the return of the cultivation effect of the two top powerhouses, Shu Yuou and Xi Yao, and the hard work of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo's realm soared, reaching the Saint 9th stage in just 7 days, and began to march towards the Saint King's realm. After Li Dalong soaked in Dayuan Ascension Spirit Pond for 7 days, he successfully transformed into a golden spirit body and possessed the cultivation talent of the holy grade. Chen Luo also gave him the cultivation technique and more generous resources as promised, so that Li Dalong can practice better. After his physical transformation, he did not slack off, and continued to practice hard, and his desperate situation did not diminish at all, and he even worked harder. Due to Li Dalong's successful transformation, the other disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak went completely crazy. Heavenly Bamboo Peak's practice competition was also extremely involved. Almost most of the disciples had dark circles under their eyes, and their bodies were more or less injured. These disciples have basically forgotten what it feels like to sleep and rest. As for eating, what? Eat the best spiritual Keaton every day and still eat? What are you kidding? Eating will only waste their time, and when excreting, it will greatly affect their cultivation. There's no need to eat or something, absolutely no need. There are also people who practice in a daze, their spirits become in a trance, and they almost become mentally ill. Fortunately, Chen Luo found out in time, and thoughtfully prepared the best medicine pill to soothe the mind, so that many disciples could practice with more peace of mind. After Li Dalong, it was Wang Xin's cousin Wang Feng who won the championship again. Wang Feng's talent is a top-level tinpin talent, and Li Dalong's self-harm cultivation method has been studied quite thoroughly. The top talent, the extreme effort, coupled with Li Dalong's self-mutilation cultivation method, let Wang Feng win the second championship as expected, and became Chen Luo's official disciple as he wished, and began to soak in the Dayuan Shengling pool to improve talent. 7 days later. A square in the mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. The disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak are gathered and waiting here. Above the square, Li Dalong and Wang Feng are presiding over the awards ceremony of this practice competition. After getting familiar with the process, Chen Luo left all these things to Wang Feng and Li Dalong below. Many disciples with dark circles under the square looked at the two people on the stage enthusiastically while practicing. Just now Wang Feng has shown that he has successfully transformed into a spirit body and a talent with a holy grade. Everyone is looking forward to whether the next transformation will be themselves. Everyone feels that they have a chance. After all, the practice of self-mutilation has been thoroughly popularized and has been recognized by many disciples. Everyone is desperate, and now, the competition is who is more desperate. In this training competition, the first place, Mo Xiaocheng, increased the number of spirit power by 9,353 strands. Li Dalong on the top continued to announce. As soon as Li Dalong's words came out, a disciple below with extremely pale face and bloodstains all over his body was excited and tears filled his eyes. Obviously, that disciple is Mo Xiaocheng. What? It's impossible, how could it be Mo Xiaocheng? It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. His increased spirit power has broken the highest record, and it is almost twice as much as mine. This is impossible. Yes, it's definitely not possible. Last time I saw Mo Xiaocheng having a meal, he couldn't be number 1. That's right, I also saw that he secretly took a 3-breath rest and didn't practice. He can't be number 1. I don't accept it. When the surrounding disciples saw that it was Mo Xiaocheng, they were all overwhelmed and made all kinds of comments. Of course, they still didn't stop cultivating while discussing. Some disciples stuffed a few top-grade spiritual Kedans, cursing. Humph, you idiots only know how to injure yourself. Do you know what is the method of breaking the pulse? Mo Xiaocheng snorted coldly, and walked slowly to the top of the square. Chapter 74, Breaking the Pulse. Breaking the Pulse Practice Method? Many disciples are stunned. What kind of cultivation method is this? Isn't everyone using the self-mutilation cultivation method? Why did a Duanmei practice suddenly appear? Not only the numerous disciples, Li Dalong and Wang Feng above were also stunned. A new school appeared? Please share your experience with junior brother Mo. Li Dalong on the side continued. Although Li Dalong is extremely confident in own self-harm cultivation method, Li Dalong is not a stubborn and conservative person. If there is a better practice method, he naturally wants to learn it. The other disciples also looked at Mo Xiaocheng expectantly. Ahem, for the sake of being in the same sect, let me share it. I discovered during my practice that there are many meridians. Mo Xiaocheng said slowly, and began to share his own cultivation experience. It turned out that Mo Xiaocheng's family was a family of medicine and was very familiar with the meridians of the human body. During his practice, Mo Xiaocheng found that meridians are sometimes not smart enough, which will affect the effect of practice. Therefore, Mo Xiaocheng began to study the meridians and picked out some meridians. At the same time, in order to speed up the efficiency, he also slightly modified the operating route. After many experiments and researches, Mo Xiaocheng changed his own meridians and cultivation technique to perfectly match realm, and the speed of cultivation increased sharply, surpassing those self-inflicted cultivators. Although he is a cultivation talent of the earth grade, but with this original method of breaking the veins, he successfully won the first place this time, and refreshed the highest increase in spirit power. Everyone looked at Mo Xiaocheng with admiration. When the self-mutilation practice method arbitrarily determined Heavenly Bamboo Peak, he embarked on a new path of cultivation. This is the new god. Senior brother Mo, can you teach us? We also want to learn this method of breaking the pulse. Yet, we want to learn too. Many disciples below spoke one after another, looking at Mo Xiaocheng with extremely fanatical eyes. This is the birth of a new genre. As long as you can seize the opportunity, the winner of the next practice competition, why worry about not having a chance? Li Dalong and Wang Feng also shared a lot of experience before, and Mo Xiaocheng should not hide his secrets. Of course, I have prepared more than 300 copies of practice experience, everyone can take a look. Mo Xiaocheng smiled slightly, then took out more than 300 copies of practice experience, and began to distribute. Many disciples are scrambling to get it. This kid is also a talent. On a fruit tree, Chen Luo sighed while eating 1000-year-ling melon. If he can come up with such a heaven-defying cultivation method and put it in Blue Star, he will have to give him the entire Nobel Prize. Although Chen Luo would occasionally check on his disciples' cultivation progress, he would not interfere too much. With the temptation of the holy cultivation talent, Chen Luo will roll it up without Chen Luo making another move. As for the damage of meridians, it is a small problem. With the medicine pill for healing, there is no need to worry about it. Not bad, I didn't expect that. Although your Heavenly Bamboo Peak doesn't look crowded, the people inside are working hard, and they will definitely be able to contribute a lot to the big changes in the future. Right here suddenly, a clear and sweet voice sounded in Chen Luo's ears. A stunning woman in a red dress sat beside Chen Luo, smiling sweetly. The moonlight fell on the delicate cheeks of the woman in the red dress, making her look extremely moving. Chen Luo curled his lips, contributing? If we think too much, we will only practice quietly at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. During the recent period, besides practicing, Xi Yao often came to Chen Luo's side instead of chatting with Chen Luo, trying to brainwash Chen Luo and make Chen Luo bow down under her pomegranate skirt. However, who is Chen Luo, the former senior planner of the Goose Factory? It would be good not to fool Xi Yao into limping. How could he be influenced by her? No matter what Xi Yao said, Chen Luo was not interested in Xi Yao's affairs at all. Elder Yaoxi doesn't go to practice. What are you doing all the time by my side? It's no good for you to be by my side. Chen Luo asked casually. Since Xi Yao wanted to hide her identity, Chen Luo called her Yao Xi. I'm the guest elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I can go wherever I want, Xi Yao snorted softly, snatched Chen Luo's 1000-year spirit melon, and took a big bite. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, but he was speechless to refute. After taking a few big mouthfuls, Xi Yao returned the unfinished food to Chen Luo, and then disappeared into the fruit tree. Chen Luo, hey, you've finished eating all the TM, it's all full of your saliva. On the other side of the square, Mo Xiaochen's cultivation experience was quickly distributed. Li Dalong then handed out the rest of the rewards. Many disciples looked at Mo Xiaochen's cultivation experience seriously. Damn it, it's too difficult, and you have to accurately kill the designated meridians. I didn't expect that. If you practice self-harm, it's fine, but you also need to study the human body meridians. I'm so stupid. It's better to use the self-harm practice method honestly, this thing is not suitable for us. That's right, let's not use this foul method, let's use the asset cultivation method honestly. Many disciples commented one after another, calling on everyone not to use this method. Many people responded, and at the same time carefully collected this experience, planning to find a secret place to study it. Soon, In various places of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, there were people secretly studying this pulse-breaking practice while practicing. Under the leadership of Li Dalong, Mo Xiaocheng went to improve his talent training. A corner of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Wengsuan, didn't we all agree not to use this method of breaking the pulse? A Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciple asked in a low voice. Zhang Guang, you are good at everything but you are too honest and honest. If you don't use such a good practice method, you will be punished by God. We will practice secretly, and then we will amaze everyone. Li Wengsuan continued in a low voice, his eyes full of shine. This practice method has directly raised the speed of practice to another level, and it must be practiced. In the future, the practice of breaking the veins will definitely be the world. It is obvious that the self-harm cultivation method is going into decline. If you don't seize the opportunity, there is no chance of winning. He Zhangguang was stunned, and then said in a low voice, Wengsuan, I discovered a new self-harm practice method, which can improve a lot of efficiency. Let's use the self-harm practice method first, be safe. Li Wengsuan's eyes lit up, can the self-harm cultivation method improve? Then you can try again. Immediately afterwards, He Zhangguang told Li Wengsuan the new method, and Li Wengsuan's eyes became brighter. Zhangguang is really talented, and he can update the self-harm practice method. As expected of his own cultivation team, such a good self-harm cultivation method was passed on to him, so he can stop using the new broken vein cultivation method for the time being. Wengsuan, I believe that with the new self-harm practice method, the first place next time will definitely be yours, come on. He Zhangguang continued. Don't worry, Zhangguang, I won't forget you when I become a formal disciple. Li Wengsuan continued seriously. He is the second place this time. If he uses the newer self-mutilation practice method, there will be no Mo Xiaocheng, and if the others have not succeeded in the cultivation method of breaking the veins, Li Wengsuan will be 99% sure to win the first place next time. He Zhangguang nodded, and then returned to the place where he practiced. Hey, Wengsuan, I'm sorry, the number one next time will be mine. On Heavenly Bamboo Peak, a spiritual land, He Zhangguang smiled charmingly, and then showed his cultivation experience of breaking the veins. P.S. Is there any better practice method? Everyone can suggest one or two, if it is suitable, I will arrange it later, Kik. Chapter 75 Universe Star Formation. He Zhangguang is the third one this time, and his cultivation speed is as fast as Li Wengsuan's. Moreover, He Zhangguang is also a member of a medical family, and his research on the human body is quite in-depth. Mo Xiaochen's cultivation experience is extremely detailed, and He Zhangguang is confident that he can master this pulse-breaking practice method in a short time. However, the only threat is Li Wengsuan. His understanding is amazing, and talent is better than him. He Zhangguang is not sure, so he can only give Li Wengsuan a new self-harm practice method to divert his attention. Next, it should be pretty sure. He Zhangguang took a deep breath, and then began to study this pulse-breaking practice method with all his strength. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. An area with extremely strong spirit power in the back mountain. Sign in. Chen Luo stretched his waist, slowly got up from the 10,000-year Xianbing bed, and started a beautiful day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, rewarding the Imperial Formation, Universe Star Formation. Emperor Level Formation? Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he signed something for Emperor Grade again, which is still the formation of Emperor Grade. Chen Luo quickly began to check the big formation in his mind. Universe Star Formation, a top-level Imperial formation that can gather the power of Universe Star, a top-level formation that integrates attack and defense, and has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Feeling the information in his mind, Chen Luo's heart was ecstatic. It turned out to be an Imperial-level formation that integrates offense and defense. Awesome! With this large formation, the own Heavenly Bamboo Peak is really impenetrable, and there is no need to worry about foreign enemies invading. Although Chen Luo has arranged more than a dozen holy circles around him, Chen Luo still doesn't feel very safe. Although the holy rank array is powerful, it is still not enough to meet the top bosses. Even that Yaoxi can easily invade own heavenly bamboo peak. Although it may be the reason why she has special means, it still makes Chen Luo feel insecure. Yaoxi is not malicious, what if she meets someone with evil intentions? It's different now with the Emperor rank magic formation. The Universe Star formation is a magic circle of the Imperial rank, and its power and strength far surpass that of the Holy rank. People below the Imperial realm basically have no possibility of invading Heavenly Bamboo Peak. As for the powerhouse in the Emperor realm, Chen Luo doesn't know how strong it is, or whether it can be broken. However, I am so low-key, I can't provoke those people. It can be said that with this large formation, Chen Luo has a very safe rear. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo flashed his body, flew above Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and began to arrange the Universe Star formation. Chen Luo took out the array plate of the Universe Star formation in his own system space, and began to arrange the Universe Star formation. With the arrangement of Chen Luo formation, there seemed to be bursts of mysterious aura around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the daytime, dots of starlight unexpectedly appeared, sprinkled with brilliance, and distributed around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. These dots of starlight circle around Heavenly Bamboo Peak, stop and flow, and slowly form starlight one by one, hiding around. Who is this Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and has such means? Yao Xi, who was dressed in a red dress, looked at the stars in the sky at the dragon vein bamboo forest of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. From her eyes, she could naturally see that Chen Luo was now arranging a supreme imperial formation. Moreover, the strength of this large formation is not low, and it possesses extremely powerful power. However, Yao Xi was very puzzled. She knew that there would be a lot of extreme powerhouses in the future, and with the means of this Lord of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, it was impossible for the future to be unknown. Why hadn't she heard of such a person? Yao Xi, Chen Luo's apprentice, has heard of some of them, although he has not stepped into the top realm. However, the Ancient Desolate Continent has made a lot of fame. However, these apprentices, except for Wang Xin, seem to have no good future. Could it be that I have traveled to the present and changed some of the future? Yaoxi bit her red lips slightly, with deep doubts in her eyes. It was also the first time for her to use the time-traveling function of the divine body of time and space. She still didn't know much about many things, and she didn't dare to interfere. Even, there seems to be a law of heaven and earth in the dark, faintly suppressing Yaoxi, and many things cannot be done. Forget it, no matter what, I will definitely change the future. Immediately afterwards, Yaoxi didn't think too much, and continued to practice at the dragon's veins to restore her own strength. The damage to her realm from the reverse flow of time is permanent, and she needs to practice a little bit to get back. However, because she has already reached a very top realm before. In addition, the space-time god body is the top god body. Therefore, Yaoxi practiced with ease, and her efficiency far surpassed that of ordinary people. The other disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak also noticed that the surroundings seemed to be different, with strands of mysterious energy circulating around. There seems to be a lot of star power dotted around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. However, they didn't care, there was nothing more important than winning the cultivation competition. Half an hour later, the Universe Star formation was successfully deployed. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak is surrounded by bursts of mysterious energy, and it seems that there is a destructive power hidden in the void. After the Universe Star array is arranged, it will continuously absorb the star power between the heaven and the earth to maintain its operation. No need to inject other power. Chen Luo not only successfully arranged the Universe Star array, but also added a lot of holy rank arrays. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak was built by Chen Luo to be impenetrable, watertight, and it was impossible for Yao Xi to invade at will. I'm so tired. After setting up the big formation for so long, my back hurts. Let Xiao Luli rub it for myself. Looking at the big formation around him, Chen Luo stretched his waist, his eyes full of tears. It's a look of joy. Then, Chen Luo returned to the resting place in Huishan. What about little Luli? When he came to the back mountain, Chen Luo found that Mu Luli was not in the back mountain. Usually at this time, they should all come by my side, why today? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo's mental energy swept away and swept towards Mu Luli's room. Is little Luli practicing? In a room filled with endless spiritual light, Mu Luli, who was wearing a green dress, was practicing seriously. The surrounding spirit power is rapidly drilling towards Mu Luli's body. On Mu Luli's delicate forehead, there were strands of sweat, and her delicate cheeks were a little flushed. Obviously, it is the critical moment of cultivation. If you work so hard, then don't bother her, and go back to sleep. Chen Luo shook his head slightly, and then lay down on the 10,000-year black ice bed. Xiaobai also lay lazily on Chen Luo's body. There is a slight sunlight in the sky, and the little white furry body makes Chen Luo feel extremely comfortable. Under this soft and comfortable environment, coupled with the fact that a powerful imperial formation has just been arranged, Chen Luo consumed a lot of mental energy. Chen Luo soon fell into a coma. Chapter 76 Excited Mu Luli. Ding! Congratulations to the host apprentice Mu Luli for breaking through to Good Fortune Realm, and reward the apprentice with a big gift bag for cultivation. Half an hour later, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo slowly got up from the 10,000-year Xianbing bed and rubbed his own eyes. Luo Li broke through? This little girl finally broke through Good Fortune Realm. Several personal disciples, Li Yan'er, Hua Yuntian and Ye Chen have all reached the Good Fortune Realm long ago. I don't know if there is any difference in the big gift package for the cultivation qualification of the gods, and whether there will be a stronger cultivation technique. Open, 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 open the big gift bag for me, Chen Luo said silently in his heart. Ding, the apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade cultivation technique, the Divine Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level middle-grade secret technique, Huangling Tianxian Transformation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial grade middle-grade medicine pill, Imperial pill * 100 bottles. The big gift bag was successfully opened, and a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. They are all Imperial items. As expected, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. The stronger the aptitude of the apprentice, the higher the reward in the big gift bag. Chen Luo had guessed before that several of his previous personal disciples were cultivation talents of the holy rank, so the rewards were all the secret techniques and treasures of the holy rank's cultivation technique. Mu Luli is a talent of the divine rank, and the big gift bag is full of treasures of the imperial rank. Sacred Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, the godless sutra of the Phoenix tribe, possesses the magical power of nirvana. Huangling Tianxian, Emperor-level secret technique, which consumes a huge amount of spirit power, can temporarily improve one's own realm. Imperial Elixir, an imperial elixir that boosts spirit power. Yes, yes, these are good things. Feeling the information in his mind, Chen Luo felt joy in his heart. Although the cultivation technique cannot be used by oneself, this Huangling Tianxian transformation can be learned by oneself, and it is a secret technique to improve realm. The elder of Tianxian sacred land before was obviously only Saint 9th stage, but after using the secret method, he could reach Saint King 3rd stage, which made Chen Luo envious. Although the sign-in also gave a lot of good things, but there is no secret method to improve realm. Chen Luo then carefully examined the secret method and found that this secret method is very powerful, unlike other secret methods, which have very serious sequelae and even damage the foundation. This secret method does not have any sequelae, but consumes a lot of spirit power. However, if you use it continuously, you will feel tired and have a little drowsiness, lethargy, and other good things. Don't worry if you can't fall asleep in the future, just use this secret technique a few more times, and insomnia will never trouble me again, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Moreover, the improvement effect of this secret method is quite powerful, but initiation can improve 3 small realms, and practice to great completion return to origin can actually improve 6 small realms. That's right, it's many times better than that Tianxian Sacred Land Elder's secret technique. That Tianxian Sacred Land Elder only increased 3 small realms at most, and, at first glance, it seems that the foundation was consumed, and maybe even the lifespan was consumed. Master, I have broken through good fortune realm. Just as Chen Luo was checking the secret technique, a soft and delicate body hugged Chen Luo's arms. Little Luo Li with double ponytails in a green dress was enjoying Chen Luo's embrace, her big bright eyes were full of joy. Chen Luo pinched the girl's cayenne nose, and the girl's fragrance penetrated into Chen Luo's heart, quite touching. It's just a breakthrough good fortune realm. You have to keep working hard. Your senior brothers and sisters are about to break through Saint. Chen Luo smiled. For Mu Luli, Chen Luo still thinks highly of him, after all, he is the only divine talent among his disciples. Master, I have been practicing hard all day and night for breakthrough. Mu Luli said aggrievedly, curling her lips. One day and one night won't work. Look, the other disciples haven't closed their eyes for more than a month. Chen Luo continued. Master, I've worked very hard, you see my stomach is so hungry, rub it if you don't believe me. Mu Luli said, then grabbed Chen Luo's hand and placed it on On's lower abdomen. Chen Luo lowered his head and looked at the charming girl with flushed cheeks in his arms. Under the girl's guidance, he unconsciously rubbed the girl's lower abdomen. The touch in the hand seems to be a little different from when Mu Luli awakened bloodline, but it is still soft. It also feels pretty good. After more than a month of practice in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, this little Luo Li seems to have grown a lot, and the original shallow arc seems to have grown a little. It is no longer Xiao He who shows sharp corners. Master, I can't go, Xia. At this moment, a girl's shy voice came from Chen Luo's ear. Mu Luli was so delicate and charming, her body trembled slightly, and her face was already so red that it was about to drip. However, there seemed to be a little expectation, longing, and fear in those eyes. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Obviously you did it yourself, I was passive. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo withdrew his own hand still unsatisfied. Mu Luli bit her red lips slightly, her legs came out of Chen Luo's arms trembling, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Luo in front of her. This is the cultivation technique I prepared for you, take a look first. Chen Luo then put away his own thoughts, and put his fingers on Mu Luli's forehead. A burst of mysterious spiritual light flooded into Mu Luli's mind. Cultivation technique prepared by Master. Mu Luli's eyes lit up, she knew that all the brothers and sisters in On had their own cultivation technique. I don't know how Master gave his own cultivation technique. Mu Luli also recovered from her shyness, and began to savor the cultivation technique passed to her by Chen Luo. This is... Mu Luli's eyes widened, and the cultivation technique in her mind shocked Mu Luli to the extreme. The cultivation technique in his mind seemed to have sensed Mu Luli's divine phoenix body, and it started to work spontaneously, and bursts of mysterious energy circulated in Mu Luli's body. Kamikaze Nirvana Sutra, isn't that the Lost Emperor Sutra of our Phoenix tribe in ancient times? Mu Luli felt the information in On's mind and the power in her body in disbelief. Isn't this cultivation technique already lost? The master actually has this lost emperor's scripture, and, so easily passed the emperor's scripture to himself. With this kind of heaven-defying imperial scriptures, coupled with the body of own divine phoenix, I can definitely change the situation of my lineage in the ethnic group. Although Mu Dongming didn't tell Mu Luli too much about his lineage in the ethnic group. However, Mu Luli still vaguely knew that her lineage's position in the ethnic group was already not stable, otherwise, she would not have sent herself to Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chapter 77 Swallowing the Emperor Spirit Pill. Now, he may have the ability to change some things that he could not imagine before. How can this not make Mu Luli excited? Master, woo woo woo, why are you being so nice to Luo Li? Mu Luli cried, and the weeping Luo lay in Chen Luo's arms with the rain on her face. Chen Luo looked bewildered. Isn't he just an emperor-level cultivation technique? What's the big deal? Silly girl, it's because you are a good student of my teacher. Chen Luo continued to rub the girl's hair and said softly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Mu Luli was even more moved, and her heart was completely occupied by Chen Luo's shadow. Master, you are so kind. If Master wants to, below, it is also possible. Mu Luli then whispered with flushed cheeks. Chen Luo. You little girl, what are you thinking about all day long? Just train me hard in the future. Chen Luo continued to reprimand. Mu Luli pursed her lips, and then began to calm down her own thoughts. Master, this cultivation technique can also help me awaken bloodline. I will definitely work harder to cultivate in the future. Mu Luli wiped away On's tears, patted On's chest and said. Can she still awaken her divine phoenix body? Chen Luo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this cultivation technique to have this effect. Then I shouldn't need to help you awaken bloodline from now on. Chen Luo raised his brows and continued. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Mu Luli was a little dumbfounded. No, how can such things stop? Although it has no effect, but I... Master, I still need it. After all, with your help, maybe the speed will be faster. Mu Luli continued blushing. Although Chen Luo's beating no longer had any effect, Mu Luli seemed to like that kind of thing already. Master, next time you can be stronger, a little stronger. Mu Luli continued biting her red lips. Chen Luo? This secret technique is also given to you. Practice hard and don't slack off. Chen Luo then passed on the emperor-level secret technique to Mu Luli as well. Feeling the Huangling Tian transformation in her mind, Mu Luli's mind became dizzy for a while. Another emperor-level secret technique, the master is really kind. Thank you, master. Mu Luli was overjoyed. Mua. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli secretly kissed Chen Luo, blushed, and left directly. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. Why do these apprentices like to use this trick? Last time Yanner seemed to be the same. Under a tree not far away, Li Yanner put her hands on the tree trunk, biting her red lips slightly, looking at the scene not far away. A delicate palm print inexplicably appeared on the tree trunk. Junior sister Luo Li, you really are plotting against master. I won't let you get ahead. Li Yanner said in a low voice, then turned and left the forest. Her footsteps became extremely firm. Next, try this Emperor Spirit Pill. Chen Luo then looked at the rewarded Emperor Spirit Pill in his hand. Chen Luo hasn't tasted the panacea of Emperor Pin yet, so he doesn't know how effective it is. There are extremely deep lines on the medicine pill, and the faint spiritual qi and strong fragrance permeate around the medicine pill. Chen Luo took a sip and felt refreshed. It smells so good. Chen Luo licked his lips. This taste reminds Chen Luo of the alpine sugar in the blue star in his previous life, which is a bit like that. However, this spirit power doesn't look very strong, so let's eat 7 or 8 pills first. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo poured out 7 or 8 pills from the medicine pill bottle, and swallowed them all without hesitation. Boom! The moment Chen Luo swallowed the Emperor Spirit Pill, he felt the spirit power in his body surging continuously. As if to overwhelm the river and sea, spirit power raged crazily. FK, this spirit power is way too strong. Chen Luo's heart froze, and the surging spirit power in his body was constantly circulating in his body. The cultivation base of the Saint 9th stage is growing rapidly, climbing towards the Saint King realm. No, it's time for closed-door training to practice breakthrough. Chen Luo took a deep breath, the spirit power in his body was too fierce, he had to practice closed-door training to refine the breakthrough. This medicine pill is too fierce, if it doesn't reach Saint Realm, I'm afraid it will be directly blasted by the terrifying spirit power. Temporarily unavailable for those disciplines. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo quickly came to the back of the Mangosteen Lin Long Vein, and entered the state of practice. In the depths of the Dragon Vein bamboo forest, Chen Luo sat cross-legged on a treasure land with surging spirit power. Chaos Emperor Xianjing was operated to the extreme by Chen Luo, and the continuous spirit power rushed towards Chen Luo like a tide. The spirit power in the body is also constantly galloping. Chen Luo is getting closer and closer to Saint King realm. Time passed so slowly. 2 days later. The mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In a spiritual land with extremely rich spirit power. There are also a large number of spiritual trees around the spiritual land, exuding rich fragrance and spirit power. Yuntian, are you interested in saving the future of the Ancient Desolate Continent with me? I think you are unparalleled in talent, and you must be a seedling in the future. On the side of the spiritual land, Yaoxi in red smiled sweetly. A young man in black said not far away. Bursts of black aura surged from the body of the young man in black, and the black aura formed magic seals and bombarded all around. The surrounding area was bombarded by the youth's magic mark, and there was a black aura everywhere. Yaoxi Elder, the master has already said that destiny is irreversible, we just need to do our own things well, if we force changes, we will only lose more. Hua Yuntian continued to practice martial arts, and said softly. While Hua Yuntian was talking, the words of the master came to mind. Disciples, that Yaoxi is a little liar. She wants to brainwash you, but don't be fooled by her. Just ignore her. Whatever changes the future, we are the future. As long as we develop insignificantly, we will kill everything directly when we get up. Wretched development. Yaoxi was taken aback, looking at Hua Yuntian in disbelief. This is still what I know, is the incomparably powerful and incomparable descendant of the magic jar in the future? The mouth of the magic jar's successor would actually say such words, and, judging from his expression, it was obvious that he really thought so. What went wrong? Yuntian, you know your future. Yaoxi said. Boom. Just when Yaoxi was about to continue speaking, suddenly an inexplicable force descended, Yaoxi's face was pale, and a trace of scarlet blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, as if she had been hit hard. Yaoxi Elder, are you all right? Hua Yuntian noticed Yaoxi's abnormal state. It's okay, it's just that something went wrong in cultivation. Yaoxi smiled wryly, her eyes were full of exhaustion. Sure enough, can't interfere too much? Second senior brother, I have your messenger talisman. A hearty voice came, and Wang Feng came from the other side of the forest, and gave Hua Yuntian a message talisman. Thank you, junior brother Wang Feng. Hua Yuntian took the messenger talisman with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Hua Yuntian opened the communication talisman. Crack! A piece of information came into Hua Yuntian's mind. Hua Yuntian's smile froze suddenly, and an extremely cold chill surged into Hua Yuntian's heart. The communication talisman in his hand was also directly crushed by the terrifying force. P.S. Some friends responded that the students laughed at the low rating of the novel he read. This, everyone should understand what to do. Chapter 78 The Storm Will Rise. Second senior brother, what's the matter, did something happen? Looking at Hua Yuntian in front of him, Wang Feng felt a little cold, as if some terrifying force was churning continuously in Hua Yuntian's body. The second senior brother has always been gentle and refined, but now, somehow, it feels like it has changed. It's okay, it's just a small problem. Hua Yuntian showed a stiff smile, and his body trembled slightly. I have something to go out for a while, after the master leaves the customs, please greet the master for me." Hua Yuntian then said to Wang Feng. After speaking, the power in his body surged continuously, his temperament became extremely cold, and he turned around and left Heavenly Bamboo Peak quickly. Yaoxi at the side looked at Hua Yuntian, who had suddenly changed his temperament and left, feeling puzzled in his mind. What happened to this Hua Yuntian? Why did he suddenly become a little strange? This temperament is a bit like the successor of the honey pot. After a while, Yaoxi seemed to think of something, and a look of shock flashed in her eyes. She remembered that the descendant of the magic jar had experienced a particularly cruel thing before his fame spread across the ancient desolate continent. This incident affected the life of the successor of the magic jar. Could it be? Middle Domain. Xing Yuanzong. Star Origin Sect is a top-notch first-class force in the Central Territory, with a history of 10,000 years. It can also be regarded as a famous big force in the Middle Domain. Star Origin Sect, Star Origin Mountain. In the sky, the sun hung high, and Xin Yuan Mountain was filled with waves of hot air. Around Xin Yuan Mountain, there is still a strong smell of blood, and blood that has solidified can be seen everywhere. I'll ask you again, where is Hua Yuntian? A piercingly cold voice sounded from Xin Yuan Mountain. The bone-piercing sound made the surrounding atmosphere seem to suddenly become much colder. On the side of Xin Yuan Mountain, a feminine young man in a gorgeous brocade robe, holding a peach blossom fan, stared coldly at the many Xin Yuan sect people in front of him. Beside the young man, there are also a large number of cultivators. They are wearing various costumes. Obviously, they are not from the same faction. However, they were all embracing the young man, staring coldly at the many Star Origin sect members ahead. "Master Zhao, even if you ask me 10,000 times, I still don't know the answer." On the other side of Xin Yuan Mountain, an old man wearing a blue Taoist robe said slowly, his tone full of determination. This old man is none other than the contemporary sect leader of Star Origin Sect, Fan Hongsheng. Behind Fan Hongsheng, there were many disciples of Star Origin Sect. These disciples were trembling, and many disciples had tragic wounds on their bodies. There were still many corpses of Star Origin Sect disciples lying beside them, and the strong smell of blood continued to permeate all around. "Humph, I don't know. That devil boy Hua Yuntian came from your Xing Yuanzong. Now that he committed a shocking murder and revealed his whereabouts to us, you still have a way out. Otherwise, today will be the end of your Xing Yuanzong. Already." The young man then threatened, a icy look flashed in his eyes. "Hua Yuntian, the descendant of the magic pot, slaughtered more than a dozen cities in our central region to practice his magic skills. You really want to protect him?" "Yes, yes, more than a dozen cities. This guy deserves death, and this Hua Yuntian even dared to slaughter the members of the Moyang Great Saint family. He really ate the ambition. What kind of talk are you talking to these guys? What kind of good thing is that sect who can cultivate such a murderous person like Hua Yuntian? Kill them all. I don't believe that devil Hua Yuntian won't come out." The people behind the young man also made various comments, and their eyes were extremely unfriendly. It turned out that the young man's name was Zhao Heiyu, and he was a member of the Great Saint clan, Mo Yang. Recently, many massacres of cities have been discovered in the central region, which is suspected to be the method of passing on the magic pot. Moreover, even a city managed by Mo Yang Great Saint was also slaughtered. Therefore, Zhao Heiyu gathered a lot of people and prepared to find Hua Yuntian and make him pay the price and bear the result he should bear. Around Xin Yuan Mountain, there are still quite a few melon-eating people watching their confrontation with great interest. "Young Master Zhao, did you make a mistake? Although Yuntian is the successor of the magic jar, he has a gentle temperament, and it is impossible for him to do such things that hurt the peace of heaven." Fan Hongsheng continued. Fan Hongsheng didn't believe what they said. He watched Hua Yuntian grow up, and Fan Hongsheng still recognized Hua Yuntian's character. Although Hua Yuntian got the inheritance of the magic pot, he is definitely not the kind of person they said. Impossible? Ha ha ha, what a big joke, devilish chi with magic pots everywhere in those slaughtered cities, you tell me it's impossible, besides Hua Yuntian, who else has magic pots? Zhao Heyu continued coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. Young Master Zhao, you need evidence in everything, you can't pin everything on Yuntian's head with just a little devilish chi. Fan Hongsheng said in a deep voice, although what they said was swearing, Fan Hongsheng still didn't believe it. You don't want evidence, do you? We have someone here to prove it. Someone saw Hua Yuntian's figure. I was outside at the time, and that person was Hua Yuntian, I won't admit my mistake. I saw it too, it's Hua Yuntian. +1. The others continued, their eyes became even colder. This is just your one-sided statement, how can it be used as evidence? Fan Ongshen's face became extremely ugly, and he continued to defend himself. Do you mean that all of us are framing Hua Yuntian? Zhao Heyu put away his own fan, bursts of strong ideas appeared on his body. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became dignified. Fan Hongsheng didn't speak anymore, he knew that what he said was useless, these people just believed that Yun Tiandong was responsible. I didn't expect Hua Yuntian to be such a person. Mr. Xiao Fan is right, the successor of the magic jar is a disaster. I saw that Hua Yuntian was gentle and elegant before, and thought he was a gentleman, but I didn't expect that he was such a guy. I was really blind. Not necessarily, there is no substantive evidence, maybe there is someone else. Hehe, you are still too young, so many people have seen it, can you still have a fake, and the successor of the magic pot can still wrong him? Fortunately, Mr. Xiao Fan exposed Hua Yuntian's identity, otherwise, who knows how long we will be deceived by his appearance. Around Xing Yuan Mountain, quite a few melon eaters discussed in low voices. Although some people think that things are not so simple. However, such people are only a minority after all. Most of the people are on the side of Zhao Heyu of the Moyang Great Saint family. Chapter 79 Confronting Star Origin Sect. Even many disciples behind Fan Hongsheng had many doubts. So, this matter is out of discussion, right? Fan Hongsheng took a deep breath and continued. That's right, tell us Hua Yuntian's whereabouts, your Xing Yuanzong can still keep the inheritance, and leave a way out. Zhao Heyu continued. The people behind Zhao Heyu are people from many top forces in the central region. Moreover, he himself also has whole cards. He is not afraid of any threats from these Star Origin sect people at all. Sect leader, tell them the whereabouts of Senior Brother Hua. Senior Brother Hua is no longer part of our sect, why should we bear this because of him? Yet, although I also believe in Senior Brother Hua, but now things are very obvious. That's right, we don't need to bury our entire Star Origin sect for the sake of a magic pot successor. Many disciples behind Fan Hongsheng spoke one after another, with extremely eager tones. Shut up, Yun Tian is your big brother, you have been in our sect life for so long, don't you even have this little trust? Fan Hongsheng shouted angrily, his eyes were full of disappointment. The words of these disciples chilled him even more than the words of Zhao Heyu and others. As soon as Fan Hongshen's words came out, many disciples bowed their heads deeply, not daring to speak again. It seems that you are really going to be buried with that devil boy, so let's kill you and go find that devil boy. Zhao Heyu showed a cruel smile. After Zhao Heyu finished speaking, all the people behind him showed a fierce look, and their brains were constantly searching, and they were about to launch a fierce offensive. The many disciples behind Fan Hongsheng all showed fear and despair. Zhao and Yu now are members of the Great Saint family. They are already in the breakthrough holy realm, and their strength is extremely powerful. The people behind them are also people of top power, and there are many top saints among them. Their Star Origin sect is only a first-class force, and they simply cannot withstand the impact of so many top powerhouses. Fan Hongsheng mobilized all the power in his body, the raging spirit power churned around, and the cultivation base belonging to the second stage of the Saint Realm was revealed. At this point, there is no choice but to fight to the death. Stop! At this moment, a piercing voice sounded from Xing Yuan Mountain. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a young man in a black suit with a formidable temperament appearing not far away. Yuntian, you shouldn't have come back. Fan Hongsheng sighed, looking at the young man with extremely soft eyes. Unexpectedly, Hua Yuntian still appeared. It turned out that the person who came was Hua Yuntian, and after learning of the fact that he was framed and that Xing Yuanzong was besieged by many forces, Hua Yuntian rushed over immediately. Everyone was shocked. It was Hua Yuntian who appeared. Many people looked at Hua Yuntian with fiery eyes. This is the successor of the magic pot, who has the legendary magic pot of swallowing immortals. Many people are extremely interested in this immortal swallowing magic jar. However, Hua Yuntian disappeared after the shocking battle with Xiao Fan. No one knew where he was at all. Sect leader, Xing Yuanzong has been kind to me in nurturing me, I can't just sit back and watch. Hua Yuntian smiled slightly, and walked in front of everyone in Xing Yuanzong. Many disciples of Xing Yuanzong looked at Hua Yuntian with a little fear in their eyes. Hua Yuntian noticed the fear in the eyes of many disciples, and sighed insignificantly. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He had already expected such a scene before he came. The rightful lord has appeared, and now the matter is simple. As long as Hua Yuntian commits suicide, this matter will be over, and your star origin sect does not need to be destroyed. Zhao Heyu showed a bright smile, staring straight at the sudden Hua Yuntian appeared. I didn't do those things. I've been cultivating in the eastern region, why should I commit suicide? Hua Yuntian said calmly without the slightest fear in his eyes. Hehe, I've been practicing in the eastern region, and the souls of the dozens of cities don't think so. Do you have any proof that you practiced in the eastern region? Zhao Heyu sneered. I don't dare to admit it. What kind of successor of the magic pot are you worthy? Do you say that practicing in the eastern region is practicing in the eastern region? Funny. That's right, we still have someone to see you, it's you who slaughtered the people in those cities. The people behind Zhao Heyu also said one after another, looking at Hua Yuntian with incomparable contempt. Did anyone see me do it? Hua Yuntian frowned slightly. These people seemed to be unwilling to reason. Hua Yuntian has indeed been cultivating in the eastern region, I saw it. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in everyone's ears. The surrounding space was distorted, and an alluring woman in a red dress with fluttering sleeves appeared in front of everyone. Yaoxi Elder. Hua Yuntian was stunned, but he didn't expect Yaoxi Elder to follow. The moment Yaoxi appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman, when did such a stunning beauty appear in Zhongaiu? Zhao Heyu's eyes became serious, he felt the majestic aura on Yaoxi's body, the cold aura almost overwhelmed everything. This is a top-level saintly king with extremely strong strength. Hua Yuntian has been practicing in the eastern region, the things you said were not done by Hua Yuntian. Yaoxi took a deep breath and continued. This matter should be what Hua Yuntian experienced, Yaoxi thought in her heart. Although Yaoxi didn't know the details, but from the following few words, this incident had a great impact on Hua Yuntian. After all, he is the elder of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, how can he just watch Hua Yuntian suffer innocent injustice? What you said doesn't count, many of us here have seen what Hua Yuntian did. Zhao Heyu's eyes flashed fiercely, and he continued. The people behind also responded one after another, refuting Yaoxi. Yaoxi frowned, these people seem to want to mess with Hua Yuntian. We still have other certifications. When the time comes, we can all confront each other. Yaoxi continued. The other party, Zhao Heyu, is from the great saint family, and Yaoxi has no means to face such a terrifying family of behemoths. Oh, of course your people are standing on your side to help you talk. Zhao Heyu said disdainfully. Yaoxi's eyes are cold. These people are too much, aren't they together? Can what you say be used as evidence? How can these people be more rascal than Chen Luo? Hua Yuntian's face also became a little ugly. These people came for him. It's just that you think you did those things. Chapter 80 Breakthrough Saint King. Of course, I am also a reasonable person, and there is another way to prove Hua Yuntian's innocence. Zhao Heiyu said, showing a warm smile. Prove your innocence? Both Hua Yuntian and Yaoxi looked at Zhao Heiyu. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Dragon Vein Bamboo Forest. In the deep area of the dragon's veins, an incomparably handsome young man is sitting cross-legged on a spirit power futon. Is the surrounding spirit power like a tide, continuously rushing towards the young man? Countless spirit powers also circulated in the young man's body, as if there was a chaotic force constantly surging around the young man, almost suppressing the entire world. Boom! After a while, a more violent aura erupted from the young man. There was a terrifying roar in the whole bamboo forest. Saint King First Stage Day. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, which were full of joy. It finally broke through, and it took 2 days to refine all those imperial elixirs. Coupled with the hard work of many disciples, Chen Luo successfully broke through from the Saint Realm 9th stage to the Saint King Realm. Saint King Realm's cultivator is already considered a top powerhouse in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Even in a sacred land, he can become a pillar. After breaking through to the Saint King Realm, Chen Luo's Chaos Divine Body has already shown its power for the first time, possessing an overbearing and unparalleled chaos power. The amount of spirit power and the strength of the Holy One have been greatly improved. Moreover, magic power can be turned on for a short time to be immune to this heaven-defying supernatural power. Magic power immunity, as the name suggests, is immune to magic power supernatural power attacks. Wanfa does not invade. After it is turned on, even an emperor-level magic power attack cannot cause damage to Chen Luo. However, now, Chen Luo can only activate for a few breaths, and cannot use this supernatural power for a long time. As Chen Luo's realm increases, the opening time of this magic power immunity will also become longer. Finally, he had some self-preservation power. Feeling the strength in his body, Chen Luo felt joy in his heart. Next, you can take a good rest for a while. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stretched himself, ready to go outside for a good rest. Ding! Hua Yuntian, the second apprentice of the detected host, is facing a huge crisis, and an urgent mission is hereby released. Urgent task. Someone is trying to design the disciple of the host. As a master, how can you stand by and watch? Please solve the crisis of the second apprentice Hua Yuntian as soon as possible, and reward for completing the task. Emperor's best body refining cultivation technique, God Elephant suppressing prison strength. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's pupils shrank. Someone wants to deal with my apprentice? Xing Yuan Mountain. At this time, people around Xing Yuan Mountain were all looking at the two opposing sides on the mountain. You want my immortal swallowing magic jar? Hua Yuntian's face became extremely cold, and he stared fixedly at Zhao Heiyu who was not far away. Yao Xi frowned slightly. These people came for Hua Yuntian's swallowing immortal jar. Fan Hongsheng next to him also understood that what they said was just an excuse. They wanted Hua Yuntian's swallowing immortal jar. That's right, we'll take your magic pot back and compare it with those devilish cheese who were massacred, and we'll know if you did it. Moreover, after you hand over the magic pot of swallowing immortals, we won't do anything to Xing Yuan again. Let Zong do it. Zhao Heiyu smiled slightly and continued. Yes, yes, as long as you hand over your magic pot, our Mr. Zhao is willing to show mercy and verify your innocence. If you want to save your life, you can secretly enjoy it. If you want me to say, just kill this devil boy, so many of us have seen it, and there will be fakes. Hand over the magic pot, and your star origin sect will escape this catastrophe. The people behind Zhao Heyu spoke one after another, looking at Hua Yuntian with extremely unfriendly eyes. Many people have a little greed in their eyes. Impossible, you want my magic pot, unless I die. Hua Yuntian said coldly, the power in his body surging continuously. These people wanted his magic pot, it was just a daydream. Eldest brother, just hand over the magic jar, Mr. Zhao will definitely clear your name. Yet, hand over the magic pot, you can go back to our Star Origin sect and continue to be our senior brother. The magic pot is an unknown thing, because you have lost too much of this, don't insist on it, please, we don't want to die, big brother. Behind Fan Hongsheng, many Star Origin sect disciples spoke one after another, consoling Hua Yuntian to hand over the immortal swallowing magic jar. Hearing the words of these junior brothers and sisters, Hua Yuntian's heart felt as if a needle had been pricked. Obviously I have decided not to care, why, my heart still hurts, why? Ha ha ha, your brothers and sisters say that, do you still decide to fight to the end, or do you want them to die with you? Zhao Heyu laughed wildly, his eyes full of smiles. The other people behind Zhao Heyu looked at Xing Yuanzong, Hua Yuntian and others in the distance as if they were watching a joke. Shut up, if you say such things again, don't blame me for being rude. Fan Hongsheng said angrily, and the momentum on his body continued to surge out, almost suppressing the entire mountain. Fan Hongsheng did not expect that his Star Origin sect disciples were all such spineless people. Because of the pressure from outsiders, he said such words to his senior brother who was originally close to him. Not far away, Yaoxi bit her lip slightly, looking at Hua Yuntian who was already trembling beside her, she felt bursts of heartache. No wonder, the successor of the magic pot will become like that later, it turns out that he has experienced such things. Boom! At this moment, bursts of black aura appeared on Hua Yuntian's body, and a black shadow appeared on Hua Yuntian's body. The aura on Hua Yuntian's body became extremely powerful, surpassing the good fortune realm and directly reaching the saint realm. You guys, get out of here! A fierce and unparalleled black aura erupted from Hua Yuntian's body, and it bombarded the disciples of the Star Origin sect behind him. Following bursts of painful wailing, the fierce and unparalleled power directly blasted all the disciples behind him into the air, and they were directly blasted out of the range of Xing Yuan Mountain. Although Hua Yuntian was majestic, those disciples who were blown away didn't suffer any injuries. It seemed that Hua Yuntian didn't want to hurt them. Yaoxi looked at Hua Yuntian who had become cold beside her, and there was a bit of distress in her eyes. With her eyesight, she could tell that Hua Yuntian just wanted to send away many disciples of Star Origin sect and let them escape. Fan Hongsheng sighed softly, did not speak, but stood beside Hua Yuntian silently. Sect leader. Hua Yuntian felt a warm feeling in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had already quit the Star Origin sect, and at this time, the sect leader was still willing to be by his side. Humph, do you want to be a big hero? I won't let you Ruyi Scepter, Zhao Heiyu's eyes are cold. Listen, people of Star Origin sect, if you dare to run, I will hunt you down to the end, if you can help me take down this monster together, I will not only let you go, but also reward each of you with a bottle of top-quality spiritual Qi Dan. Zhao Heiyu continued to speak, his eyes full of sarcasm. Chapter 81 The Battle of Star Origin Mountain. As soon as Zhao Heiyu's words came out, many of the disciplines who were blown away in the distance had uncertain faces and were extremely struggling in their hearts. Zhao Heiyu, don't go too far. Fan Ongshen's face became extremely ugly, his eyes stared at Zhao Heiyu as if they were about to devour someone. Unexpectedly, this Zhao Heiyu would resort to such murderous methods. Boom! Hua Yuntian didn't speak, but just mobilized his own power and bombarded Zhao Heiyu and others. It's useless to say anything now, all we can do is fight. The fierce and incomparable air formed a series of black lights, which suddenly surged towards Zhao Heiyu and others. Ha ha ha! Zhao Heiyu smiled slightly, and the jade pendant on his body flashed a stream of light, forming a shield, blocking the impact of Hua Yuntian's black light. Come on, let's catch this demon who slaughtered the city and let him confess to those innocent dead. Zhao Heyu said coldly. Immediately afterwards, all the powerhouses of the major forces behind them rushed towards Hua Yuntian's location. Hua Yuntian didn't have the slightest sign of fear. Hua Yuntian, who had aroused the power of the magic pot, became extremely powerful, and his every move carried the aura of destroying heaven and earth. The raging devilish qi almost destroys everything. Fan Hongsheng didn't say anything more about joining the battle. The people behind Zhao Heyu were not weak hands either, they used powerful means to fight fiercely, and the fierce battle erupted suddenly. Chen Luo, for the sake of using a lot of your cultivation resources, let me help you as an apprentice. Yaoxi sighed softly, and then burst out all the power of own and charged forward, ready to repel all those people. Girl doll, it's not a good habit to meddle in your own business, old man, let's play with you. Just as Yaoxi was about to join the battlefield, a hoarse voice sounded. An old man in a grey robe appeared in front of Yaoxi, blocking Yaoxi's progress. The whole body of this grey-robed old man is surrounded by incomparably rich energy and blood. The eyes revealed a murderous light. Saint King 9th Stage Day. This is, a person from Blood Spirit Sacred Land? Why even the people from Blood Spirit Sacred Land came out? Just to deal with Hua Yuntian? Could it be that Blood Spirit Sacred Land also has a share in this matter? Yaoxi's face became serious. Although she practiced at Heavenly Bamboo Peak for a while, Yaoxi had consumed too much of her divine body through time and space, and many methods could not be used. This Blood Spirit Sacred Land, Saint King 9th Stage person, is really not something that Yaoxi can easily solve now. Damn it, this kind of garbage, if I was in my prime, I could easily kill it with one finger. A trace of irritability appeared in Yaoxi's heart, and then the strength in her body broke out, and she started a fierce fight with the old man. The Blood Spirit Sacred Land's old man also erupted with monstrous blood qi. A fierce and unparalleled battle broke out. The battlefield between the two soon shifted to high altitude. Young Master Zhao, why don't you just destroy Hua Yuntian? A cultivator beside Zhao Heyu said softly. Zhao Heyu looked at the fighting ahead with a smile on his face. At this time, Hua Yuntian's body was filled with endless black aura, as if there was a continuous force, providing Hua Yuntian with strength. There are many top Saint Realm experts around, but none of them can win Hua Yuntian. On the contrary, the power belonging to the magic pot in Hua Yuntian's body is extremely powerful, almost crushing everything. Don't worry, I have to let the successor of the magic jar take out his magic jar when he is in the most pain and despair. This kind of sacrifice is the most perfect. Zhao Heyu licked his own lips, and a trace of fiery color flashed in his eyes. My lord is wise, if this method continues, I am not afraid that the successor of this magic pot will not despair. The cultivator next to him flattered. Zhao Heyu showed a satisfied smile. The battle is still going on, and Zhao Heyu seems to have prepared enough top experts. Even if Hua Yuntian's fighting power was overwhelming at this time, he still couldn't end the battle quickly. On the contrary, as the battle progressed, the breath began to become a little disordered. Obviously, the current Hua Yuntian can't fully bear the power of the magic jar. As expected of the successor of the magic pot, the good fortune realm alone has the ability to fight against the saints. This method is really too strong. Yet, although this Hua Yuntian is a devil, but the power of the magic jar is undeniable, strong. I heard that Mr. Xiao Fan defeated this successor of the magic pot in a head-to-head confrontation before. I don't know what kind of demeanor Mr. Xiao Fan is. The crowd watching from afar were discussing one after another, watching the battle not far away with great interest. 2/4 of an hour later, Hua Yuntian's breath had already become a little sluggish. There were a lot of wounds on his body, and the black aura on his body became a little white. Okay, we can use the next method, let this Hua Yuntian slowly taste the taste of despair. Zhao Heyu, who was not far away, smiled slightly and said, "Yes, son, let's arrange it now." The cultivator next to him continued respectfully, "Yuntian, let's go, I'll stop these people." Fan Hongsheng said firmly behind Hua Yuntian, holding a holy weapon given by Hua Yuntian. At this time, Fan Hongsheng also had a lot of wounds on his body, the saint's origin had dissipated a lot, and his breath became sluggish. After breaking through the saint realm, the cultivator's body will produce the saint essence, which possesses terrifying power. After possessing the saint origin, the lifespan of the cultivator will skyrocket. Under normal circumstances, there is no problem in living for 2000 years. "Let's go, are you leaving yet?" As soon as Fan Hongshen's words came out, many top experts around launched violent attacks. Hua Yuntian and Fan Hongsheng looked at each other, and did not speak again. Immediately afterwards, Hua Yuntian took out a lot of panacea and gave Fan Hongsheng to recover. During Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo also prepared a lot of holy soldiers and various treasures for these disciples. After all, after looting Zhuyang's sacred land before, plus the rewards for signing in, Chen Luo has so many holy soldiers and treasures that there is no place to put them. "Master, I'm sorry, Yuntian failed your expectations." Hua Yuntian murmured in his heart, remembering the days in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Although the days in Heavenly Bamboo Peak were not long, Hua Yuntian's days in Heavenly Bamboo Peak were the happiest and most carefree days since he left Star Origin Sect. Unfortunately, such days will no longer exist. "Eldest brother, we're here to help you too, we won't be deserters." At this moment, a rushing voice suddenly sounded not far away. A group of Star Origin Sect disciples rushed towards the battlefield and joined the battlefield. "Okay, this is a good disciple of our Star Origin Sect. Even if he dies, he will die vigorously." Fan Hongsheng saw many disciples coming to support him from a distance, and his depressed mood suddenly became extremely joyful. Chapter 82. A little sunshine appeared in Hua Yuntian's heart, which was full of haze. These brothers, at the last moment, are still willing to stand by their side. Swish swish swish. Hua Yuntian didn't speak, and threw out a bunch of heaven-level spirit treasures, which reached the hands of the disciples who came to support them. Many disciples who came to support saw the Tianjia Bao thrown by Hua Yuntian, and a trace of struggle flashed in their eyes. However, it soon turned into a burst of firmness and ruthlessness. With the support of many disciples, both Hua Yuntian and Fan Hongsheng felt excited. Although the road ahead was bleak, it was enough to have fellow practitioners. As the battle progressed, Hua Yuntian's strength became weaker and weaker. Scarlet blood was all over Hua Yuntian's body, but Hua Yuntian couldn't tell whether it was his own or the enemy's. "Okay, the game is over, you all go to hell," Zhao Heyu said in the distance. Boom! Immediately afterwards, bursts of terrifying aura appeared in the surrounding void. Countless spirit powers turned into blood spears that suppressed the world, and they were about to destroy Hua Yuntian and others. This is the top-level attack formation of the Holy Blood Dao, with the power to destroy everything. Hua Yuntian looked up at the large formation in the sky, and then saw the many wounded disciples and sect leaders around him who seemed to be unable to support, and felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness in his heart. Strength, still not strong enough. There is no other way, we can only fight with all our strength. Hua Yuntian murmured. Boom! A moment later, a phantom of a magic pot appeared above Hua Yuntian's head, and bursts of mysterious power roared continuously. The whole world around seemed to be affected by this power, and the breath became unusually dignified. Magic pot of swallowing immortals, is this the power of the magic pot? It's really too strong. Fortunately, I have prepared for it. Zhao Heiyu's eyes flashed a hint of greed not far away. Ha ha ha, everything is under the master's control, the successor of the small magic jar can be handled easily. The cultivator next to him flattered, also staring fierily at the phantom of the magic jar in the distance. The onlookers also held their breath, not daring to blink for fear of missing any wonderful moment. Yundian. Fan Hongsheng, who was dying in the distance of Hua Yundian, looked at Hua Yundian. Is this Hua Yundian going to use the ultimate power of the magic jar? In the high sky, the fiercely fighting Yao Xi murmured. Little girl, you still dare to be distracted by fighting with me, I think you don't want to live anymore. The blood spirit sacred land old man next to him said with a cold expression. After the old man finished speaking, an even more terrifying power of energy and blood erupted from his body. Yao Xi gritted her teeth and could only continue to fight with this old man from Shuling sacred land. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud collision sound from below, and a dark black magic light soared into the sky. Violent chi machines raged everywhere, and a burst of extremely powerful chi waves surged towards the surroundings continuously. Yao Xi and the blood spirit sacred land old man fighting in the sky were all blown away by this wave of air. The Xing Yuan mountain below was filled with a dark aura, and everyone seemed to have been violently impacted by this terrifying air wave. Is this the power of the magic pot? Really, it's too strong. On the side of Xing Yuan mountain, Zhao Hei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were extremely fanatical. I saw that in the sky above Hua Yundian, the terrifying blood path top-level holy formation had been completely destroyed. Hua Yundian's body was filled with bursts of terrifying aura, and the surrounding space seemed to have become somewhat distorted under Hua Yundian's terrifying aura. The many top powerhouses who were besieging Hua Yundian were all blown away by the violent air. The other people around were all injured by this force. However, no one was afraid to back down, and they all looked at Hua Yundian in the distance. Everyone's minds were occupied by that black beam of light that almost broke through everything. Pa, Hua Yundian, yes, I didn't expect you to exert the power of the magic jar to such an extent. Zhao Hei, who was not far away, clapped his hands and praised. Hua Yundian didn't speak, but calmly looked at Zhao Hei not far away. Forcibly using the power of the magic pot has already made him extremely weak. Although he can still stand now, the strength in his body is already exhausted. Who told you to deal with me? Hua Yundian then asked calmly. Having lost all his strength, he became fearless and extremely calm. According to Zhao Hei, he should not have the ability to plan all this, and there must be other driving forces behind it. You slaughtered more than a dozen cities, such a monster, everyone can kill him. Zhao Hei smiled slightly, he enjoyed the feeling that everything was under control. Now, is it still meaningful to say this? You and I both know that the matter is not. Hua Yundian said. Stab. Before Hua Yundian could finish his sentence, there was a sudden tearing sound. A sense of weakness welled up in my heart. Hua Yundian lowered his head, and found that there were several sharp blades piercing On's body. This sharp blade seemed to be the heavenly spirit treasure that he had just sent out. Brother, I'm sorry, we want to live, we don't want to die. I'm sorry, woo, senior brother, I. Sorry. A mournful voice entered Hua Yundian's ears. Hua Yundian turned around slowly, and saw his close fellow disciples in the past, standing in front of On, all of them were holding the heaven-level spirit treasures that he had gifted in their hands. Several fellow students knelt on the ground, bowed their heads deeply, tears streaming down. Eldest brother, I will be like the elder brother in the future, guarding our star origin sect. Eldest brother, it's really nice, let's play another one, I want to listen to your new song. Big brother, when I run the cultivation technique, I always feel pain from the meridians, what's going on? Big brother, let me tell you a secret, don't tell others, actually, I like you. You will always be our elder brother and the pride of our star origin sect. The past events flooded into Hua Yundian's heart like a tide. Little by little of Xing Yuanzong kept reappearing in Hua Yundian's mind. Looking at these juniors who felt guilty as if they had made a mistake, Hua Yundian's last reason and hope seemed to be wiped out. Grief, happiness, anger, powerlessness, bursts of emotions kept churning in my heart. Then it turned into wordless despair. This sense of despair made him feel worse than death. A trace of tyrannical aura circulated continuously in Hua Yuntian's heart. Big brother, there is no big brother in Xing Yuanzong anymore, Hua Yuntian murmured in a low voice. A trace of black aura that almost shattered everything appeared in the eyes. Chapter 83. Did you see it too? You bastards, why are you fighting each other, why? Fan Hongsheng, who was already dying in the distance, was about to tear his eyes apart. Fan Hongsheng didn't expect that these disciples who came to support turned out to have evil intentions, and now they would do such things. Is this the Star Origin sect disciple he knows well? I thought own disciplines were just a little greedy for life and afraid of death, but I didn't expect. At this time, Fan Hongsheng wished he could kill all these fellow disciples. However, he also has no strength to do anything. Can only watch the tragedy happen. Many Xing Yuanzong disciples in front of Hua Yuntian did not dare to speak anymore, their faces were full of shame. Some people's eyes flashed with joy and happiness. The other onlookers around did not expect such a sudden change. When the successor of the magic pot was the weakest, he was actually stabbed by his own people, which is really unexpected. Yuntian. Yao Xi, who was above the sky, sensed the scene of Hua Yuntian below, and her heart trembled. Is this the reason why the air of the magic pot has changed so much? Yao Xi's eyes are a little rosy. Hua Yuntian obviously did nothing wrong, why should he bear all this? When Yao Xi was at Heavenly Bamboo Peak, she also had a lot of observations about Hua Yuntian, knowing that although Hua Yuntian is the descendant of the magic jar. However, it is not like the rumors, heinous and murderous without blinking an eye. On the contrary, he is a gentle gentleman. No, this Hua Yuntian cannot be completely lost by the power of the magic jar. I want to stop all of this. Yao Xi felt a bit of firmness in her heart. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Yao Xi activated the original power of own divine body, wanting to quickly deal with the people in the blood spirit sacred land ahead. Girl baby, it's up to you, if you want to stop all of this, you'd better save yourself. Just when Yao Xi activated the source of the divine body, a hoarse voice came. There was a tremor in the void, and two old men in blue robes appeared beside Yao Xi, with surging blood from the sky. The two newly appeared old men in blue robes were surrounded by waves of terrifying aura. The surrounding space became extremely oppressive and bloody. Another two cultivators from Saint King 9th stage. Yao Xi's complexion became extremely ugly. Could it be that she really can't change anything? Why on earth, you want to design Hua Yuntian? Yao Xi looked at the three Saint King 9th stage elders around him and said. Oh? Design? This is not design, this is his life. The old man in grey robe smiled cruelly. Ha ha ha, Hua Yuntian, do you see that even your younger brothers and younger sisters look down on what you have done, and if you want to give you a knife backhand, your life is really a failure. Zhao Heiyu laughed loudly, his eyes full of tears. It means sarcasm. The many cultivators behind Zhao Heiyu also made various mocking sounds. His words were full of disdain and ridicule towards Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian only felt that his consciousness was a little loose, and there was a force in his body that was constantly surging. The body seemed to be completely filled and controlled by the tyrannical breath. The words of these people were like torches, igniting the tyrannical atmosphere in his heart. Hua Yuntian's whole body was covered with wisps of destructive energy, and the heavenly spirit treasure still inserted in his body was completely melted by the terrifying energy, turning into annihilation. Kill! Kill everything! Kill everyone! Everyone deserves to die! In Hua Yuntian's mind, there seemed to be a whisper of a devil guiding his emotions. Under the murmur of this whisper, Hua Yuntian felt that the magic pot in his mind seemed to emit bursts of humming. Domineering and peerless powers are constantly brewing, as long as you want, you can have the power to kill everything. Yuntian, don't be affected by the power of the magic jar, don't, all this is their conspiracy. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came into Hua Yuntian's mind. Hua Yuntian's already blurred consciousness seemed to have a tinge of coolness. But, soon, this coolness was overwhelmed by more negative emotions. Boom! Immediately afterwards, bursts of deep black aura emerged from Hua Yuntian's body. The dark aura was like fireworks, constantly churning around Hua Yuntian's body. It's finally succeeded. It's worth my effort. I made the most perfect sacrifice. Zhao Heyu was extremely happy in his heart. The aura on Hua Yuntian's body was extremely powerful, as if it was about to ignite the whole world. The descendant of the magic pot slaughtered innocent lives in more than a dozen cities. Now, I, Zhao Heyu, will arrest this descendant of the magic pot and capture this heinous devil. Zhao Heyu, who was not far away, had a crazy look in his eyes, then said viciously. After finishing speaking, he was going to command many top experts and prepare to capture Hua Yuntian, who was about to be completely enveloped by the power of the magic jar. The people watching from afar were also extremely excited. Although they didn't know why, Hua Yuntian's aura was obviously abnormal, and there was another good show to watch. Slaughter innocent lives in more than a dozen cities. Just when everyone behind Zhao Heyu wanted to arrest Hua Yuntian, a hoarse voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a cultivator wearing a black robe appeared in front of Hua Yuntian. Kill! 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 Hua Yuntian murmured, his mind was already going completely crazy, and the tyrannical aura in his body was constantly surging. Yuntian, wake up, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Looking at the almost crazy Hua Yuntian in front of him, a icy look flashed in the eyes of the black-robed cultivator. Immediately afterwards, the black-robed cultivator went directly to Hua Yuntian's side, and a gentle mental energy erupted from his body and poured into Hua Yuntian's mind, completely destroying all the negative emotions in Hua Yuntian's mind. Master! Master! Hua Yuntian's eyes became bright, and he saw the cultivator in front of him. Although this cultivator was shrouded in mysterious power and couldn't see his face at all, Hua Yuntian knew that this was Master On. Take a good rest, everything is up to me. Chen Luo said softly, holding Hua Yuntian in his arms. An unprecedented peace of mind filled Hua Yuntian's heart, and then he fell asleep. Seeing the disciple who was about to go crazy in front of him, killing intent and coldness emerged in Chen Luo's heart. Do you know what you are doing? Zhao Heyu asked with a cold expression, feeling a little irritated in his heart. Unexpectedly, a strange cultivator suddenly appeared. Moreover, this black-robed cultivator was shrouded in an inexplicable aura, and he couldn't see his face at all, and he didn't know who it was. You said that Hua Yuntian slaughtered more than a dozen cities, do you have any evidence? Chen Luo then said calmly. Chen Luo already knew the whole story on the way. Evidence? Zhao Heyu was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect this cultivator to be entangled with him on this issue. I saw it, it belonged to Huayun Heavenly Stems, I was just outside the city at that time. Yes, I saw it too. That's right, we all saw it. Several cultivators appeared behind Zhao Heyu and said. These cultivators all looked at Chen Luo, who suddenly appeared with sarcasm on their faces. However, none of them showed any signs of fear, and with Zhao Heyu around, it was impossible for any problems to arise. Did you see that? Chen Luo's eyes were dimmed, and there was a chill in his heart. Can you believe one-sided words? Only a few of you can't count, did anyone else see it? Chen Luo then said lightly, without any emotion in his words. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhao Heyu and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. I saw. Daddy also saw. We've all seen. Soon, everyone behind Zhao Heyu started talking, with smiles in their eyes. Those few are not enough, we have all seen it, so let's finally count it. Zhao Heyu didn't speak, but there was a smile on his face. The people behind him were all from the top forces in the central region. With so many people putting pressure on it, it's impossible for this black-robed cultivator to withstand the pressure. Using power to overwhelm others is his favorite method. Hoo! At this moment, behind Zhao Heyu suddenly appeared a burst of flames that burned everything. The terrifying flames instantly melted everyone behind Zhao Heyu, the minced meat and blood all turned into ashes. Bursts of hot air are constantly surging, mixed with the smell of burnt. Zhao Heyu's smile suddenly froze, and a burst of fear that penetrated the bone filled his whole body. How dare this guy? Who else saw it? Young master, may I ask, have you seen it too? Chen Luo raised his head and calmly looked at Zhao Heyu, who was pale and had a stiff smile. The scorching sun hangs high in the sky, and there is bloody heat constantly churning around. However, Zhao Heyu didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. Instead, he felt a chill that pierced through his heart and went straight to the sky. P.S. For a chapter close to 3,000 words, I think the author can be rewarded with a power of love. Chapter 84 Old Man Heavenly Devil Zonglin Yuan Hong. Xing Yuan Mountain. The peak of Xing Yuan Mountain. There was a scorching hot breath everywhere, and bursts of burnt smell were blown around by the breeze. Who is this, that a single flame killed so many top experts? Is he crazy? Most of those people are first-class people, even a lot of people from sacred land. Madman, this is a madman. Although he is a lunatic, his strength is too strong. He wiped out everyone in an instant, and now only the young master of Mo Yang's great saint family remains. When did such a ruthless person appear in our central domain? It is too ruthless. Around Xing Yuan Mountain, many people were discussing in low voices. However, they did not dare to speak loudly, for fear of attracting Chen Luo's attention and getting angry. After all, in their opinion, this is a madman, completely unreasonable. Not far away, Fan Hongsheng looked at Chen Luo who suddenly appeared, and he also had doubts in his heart, who is this? However, Fan Hongsheng also heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Luo didn't look like Hua Yuntian's enemy. That's enough. EX Senior, I didn't see it, I didn't see it. Zhao Heyu swallowed. Chen Luo is really too ruthless. If he disagrees with him, he will burn the people behind him to death, and his own status may not be able to withstand it. Call. As soon as Zhao Heyu finished speaking, a flame suddenly appeared on Zhao Heyu's right hand. Ah, no! No! Zhao Heyu let out a heart-piercing scream, and Zhao Heyu's right hand was burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. Endless pain rolled in Zhao Heyu's heart. For the first time, Zhao Heyu felt the feeling of losing control. Since I didn't see it, why do I say that Hua Yuntian slaughtered those dozens of cities? Chen Luo continued to ask. Chen Luo saw a post in his previous life. If someone wronged you for eating 2 bowls of noodles and only gave you the money for 1 bowl, what you have to do is not to prove your innocence, cut open your stomach and let the other party see how many bowls of noodles you ate. What you have to do is to dig out the other person's eyeballs and swallow them in the stomach, let him see for himself how many bowls of noodles he ate. Chen Luo's method is even simpler. If he kills everyone he sees, then there is no problem. After all, eyeballs are not necessarily delicious. Judging from the means arranged around and the hidden formations everywhere, this Zhao Heyu definitely had a plan long ago, and wanted to do something to his own apprentice. Moreover, this guy is only the son of the great saint family, and there is a high probability that he is not him. Even if this guy is killed, Hua Yuntian is still in danger if the mastermind behind the scenes is still there. In this case, the task may not be considered complete. In order to be safe, Chen Luo prepared to cross-examine carefully. Moreover, if someone dared to plot against his own apprentice, Chen Luo would not be able to bypass him easily. I am. Zhao Heyu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the will to survive made him suppress the fear in his heart. Even the pain of his arm being burned to ashes was temporarily suppressed. "Fellow Daoist, you passed." At this moment, 3 Daoist figures flew in the sky above. An old man in grey robe and 2 old men in blue robe appeared in front of Zhao Heiyu. Name, Gao Weiwen. Age, 2321. Realm, Saint King Realm 9th Stage Day. Identity, Blood Spirit Sacred Land Taishang Elder. Name Su Lianwen. Name, Zhu Boli. 3 Blood Spirits Saint King 9th Stage of Sacred Land Heaven's Supreme Elder? Could it be that this matter was planned by Blood Spirit Sacred Land? Doubts arose in Chen Luo's heart. Blood Spirit Sacred Land is a top Sacred Land level force in the central domain. Although it is not as good as Chaos Sacred Land and Seoul Yuan Temple, among many sacred lands, it can be regarded as the middle class. You're finally here. I almost risked my life here because of you, silly apprentice. At this moment, a streamer of light flew from the sky and appeared next to Chen Luo. It was Yao Xi. Yao Xi's aura is sluggish, the origin seems to have been consumed a lot, and she looks extremely weak. How about we withdraw first? These old things are too difficult to deal with, and when I recover later, I will avenge you for this stupid apprentice. Yao Xi continued in a low voice. No, I'm here, don't worry. Chen Luo gave Yao Xi a reassuring look. Yao Xi bit her lip slightly, and didn't say much, but after Chen Luo appeared, she felt a sense of security in her heart. It seemed that as long as Chen Luo was by his side, everything would be fine. Even Wang Xian never gave him this sense of security. Although, Wang Xian is her most respected big brother. I don't know who the fellow Daoist is, why would he meddle in the affairs of our blood spirit sacred land? Gao Weiwen, the old man in grey robe, continued coldly, looking straight at Chen Luo. The other 2 supreme elders also had fierce eyes, staring at Chen Luo unkindly. Humph, old man heavenly devil Zong Lin Yuan Hong, do I need to explain what I do to you? Chen Luo snorted coldly, and then said domineeringly. Yao Xi next to her was stunned, heavenly devil Zong Lin Yuan Hong? However, he quickly realized that Chen Luo didn't want to reveal his own identity. That's right, do we heavenly devil sect need to explain to you trash? Yao Xi then patted On's chest and said domineeringly. It turned out to be from the heavenly devil sect. It's okay. No wonder he was so domineering and directly killed a lot of people. Is that the sect leader of the heavenly devil sect? It's really powerful. Just like the rumors, it's arrogant and overbearing. I heard that people from the heavenly devil sect have always come and gone without a trace. Now I am so excited to see the people from the heavenly devil sect. Yet, Daddy has met a living heavenly devil sect, and he can play for a year. I heard that some time ago, people from heavenly devil sect also killed many people from Tianxian sacred land, killing some of these people, sprinkled water. The crowd watching from a distance commented one after another, looking at Chen Luo and Yao Xi with incomparable fanaticism and respect. After all, the name of the heavenly devil sect is too great, and it is an inspiring mythical story about the rise of the grassroots. From the very beginning, the second-rate forces rose like a shooting star with a vicious reputation. Anyone who provokes them will be wiped out soon. Even sacred land is not in their eyes, first-class forces in front of them, it is no different from trash. Moreover, I have never seen the heavenly devil sect suffer a loss, it is simply synonymous with invincibility. Of course, because the reputation of the heavenly devil sect is too prominent, many people want to join the heavenly devil sect. However, it is said that the selection of disciples of the heavenly devil sect is extremely strict, and ordinary people are not qualified to join at all. More importantly, the concealment methods of the heavenly devil sect are extremely powerful. No one knows where the head of the heavenly devil sect is. Chapter 85 Blood Devil Dragon. Sect leader of heavenly devil sect? The faces of the 3 supreme elders of Blood Spirit Sacred Land became a little dignified. It turned out to be the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, so it was difficult to handle. Not long ago, they heard that people from the Heavenly Devil Sect even dared to snatch things from the Chaos Sacred Land Elder. Not long ago, the people of Heavenly Devil Sect robbed Chaos Sacred Land of a Saint King 9th Stage Heavenly Elder's Heavenly Saint Breaking Spirit Pill. The medicine pill was originally bought by the Elder to help him break through the Great Saint Realm. Unexpectedly, it was robbed by people from the Heavenly Devil Sect. Moreover, that Elder was also beaten half to death, and realm fell, which was extremely miserable. Because this matter is a matter of Chaos Sacred Land, Chaos Sacred Land does not want to damage its own face, so it was suppressed by the high level of Chaos Sacred Land. However, these are all big elders of Sacred Land, and they have heard some rumors about this matter. Zhao Heiyu, who was behind the three of them, also lost his temper in an instant. The people of the Heavenly Devil Sect are all lunatics, and it is understandable for them to do anything. Linear. Lin, fellow deist, we are the Supreme Elder of Sacred Land, please also hand over the successor of the magic jar to us. The successor of the magic jar has done something harmful to nature, and we are willing to pay 300,000 yuan for the best spirit stones. Su Lianwen, elder in the blue robe, then gritted his teeth. The two senior elders beside them also nodded, and looked at Chen Luo and Yaoxi, who were not far away. Chen Luo was stunned. The name of the Heavenly Devil Sect is so useful, these people are actually planning to give in exchange? Humph, what a disgraceful thing, don't be ridiculous, this old man admires it very much, but he still wants to understand the matter. If you tell me everything, I can give you a face. Chen Luo then snorted coldly, the qi machine in the body is constantly surging. Su Lianwen and the others frowned. This is a difficult situation. This devil wants to protect this guy, and he wants to find out the whole story. They didn't suspect Chen Luo, after all, apart from the Heavenly Devil Sect, they couldn't think of any place where even the people from their blood spirit sacred land didn't to put in one's eyes. Lin, fellow deist, don't go too far, do you really think that your Heavenly Devil Sect is invincible? The blue-robed old man Zhu Boli said coldly, his momentum constantly flourishing. For this matter, their blood spirit sacred land has already paid too much, and it is impossible to give up halfway because of the intervention of the Heavenly Devil Sect. If the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect really wants to stalk him to the end, they can only fight with all their strength. That's right, our blood spirit sacred land is not a vegetarian. Su Lianwen, the old man in blue robe, continued. Roar! Before Su Lianwen finished speaking, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. A huge mouth with sharp serrations suddenly appeared from the void. It was extremely ferocious, and Su Lianwen's body was bitten in his mouth by his mouth full of boundless terror. Immediately afterwards, a demon dragon with sharp blood-red scales all over his body, filled with boundless terror, appeared in front of everyone. The magic dragon ate Su Lianwen's body into his mouth. With a burst of painful roaring and chewing sounds, Su Lianwen was chewed into pieces and swallowed into his stomach. Big. Great Saint level, bloodthirsty. Blood Devil Dragon. Gao Weiwen and Zhu Boli looked at the magic dragon that suddenly appeared, and a deep fear penetrated the bone straight to the sky, and the thinking in their minds had completely stagnated. The terrifying aura on the Blood Devil Dragons completely immobilized them. Just now their fellow elder was swallowed alive, which caused a lot of haze in their hearts. Zhao Heiyu's body on the side was completely frozen, and he was so afraid that he didn't dare to make any movements at all. The matter was completely out of his control. Yao Xi beside Chen Luo also unconsciously opened her small cherry mouth. This Chen Luo, when did he have such a terrifying killer weapon? The Blood Devil Dragon of the Great Saint level is really too oppressive. The other onlookers in the distance also stared wide-eyed and did not dare to move. This scene is really too cruel. The Blood Spirit Sacred Land Elder of the Saint King 9th stage was devoured in one bite without the slightest resistance. Now, can you answer my question properly? Chen Luo continued calmly. This Blood Devil Dragon is Chen Luo's reward for signing in yesterday. The Blood Devil Dragon is a top-level magic dragon, cruel and bloodthirsty, with the power to destroy everything in every gesture. Although this Blood Devil Dragon is only at the beginning level of the Great Saint, its strength is so strong that it can fight against the average Great Saint mid-rank cultivator. This is also one of Chen Luo's biggest cards at the moment. Lin fellow Daoist, we just want to catch the successor of the magic pot, no, there is no other purpose. Zhu Boli then said tremblingly, his body did not dare to move. Stab! As soon as Zhu Boli's words fell, the Blood Devil Dragon opened its bloody mouth again and ate Zhu Boli. With a burst of painful wailing and chewing sounds, Zhu Boli was also swallowed by the Blood Devil Dragon. Another Saint King 9th stage day eaten up. The Blood Devil Dragon's eyes became more and more frenzied and fierce. You lied to me. Chen Luo said lightly. Do these people really think that he is a fool, but they just need such a big battle to catch Hua Yuntian? Also dispatched the top powerhouses of the Great Saint King 9th stage for 3 days, and so much rubbish. Obviously there is another purpose. The rest of Gao Weiyuan and Zhao Heyu were completely stunned and didn't even dare to take a breath. This Chen Luo was too ruthless, he didn't give him any chance at all. If you plan to fool me again, there is still room for you in the belly of the Blood Devil Dragon. Chen Luo then said lightly, looking at the remaining 2 people. Yao Xi, who was at the side, looked at the domineering Chen Luo in front of her, and felt ripples in her heart. If Chen Luo, maybe, can change that future. Roar! The Blood Devil Dragon on the other side roared in unison, and the saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the ground. The land covered by the Blood Devil Dragon's saliva suddenly burst into white smoke, and the land was completely corroded. Goo! Gao Weiyuan and Zhao Heyu swallowed their saliva, their eyes flashed with incomparable fear. In front of Blood Devil Dragons, they are really too weak. Before, Senior, let me say that the Holy Son of our Blood Spirit Sacred Land obtained a magic fetus in the Blood Mysterious Realm, so our ancestors are going to. Gao Weiyuan said tremblingly, saying everything out. It turned out that not long ago, the Holy Son of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land, by chance, entered the legendary Blood Mysterious Realm, and obtained the innate magic fetus in it. The innate magic fetus is the treasure left by the legendary Devil Emperor. If the great completion of the magic fetus can be achieved, the terrifying innate magic fetus sacred body can be achieved. That is the Supreme Devil Dao sacred body, powerful and invincible, not inferior to ordinary divine bodies. The legendary Tungxian Devil Emperor possesses the innate sacred body. Chapter 86, The Price. The Holy Son of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land slaughtered people from more than a dozen cities, and finally refined the innate magic fetus sacred body. However, the Holy Son of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land also wanted to integrate the magic pot of swallowing immortals of the descendant of the magic pot. If the Son of Blood Spirit Sacred Land can fuse with the immortal swallowing magic jar, then he will be able to master the inheritance of the Devil Emperor swallowing immortals. In the future, he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Devil Emperor, and become the Supreme Devil Emperor existence. So they paid a huge price to invite Zhao Heyu from the Moyang Great Saint family to plan this matter together. Since you want to seize the magic pot, why do you use such methods against Hua Yuntian, and let him lose all hope and fall into despair? Yaoxi next to him couldn't help asking. If they just wanted to take away the magic pot, there was absolutely no need for them to resort to such low-handed means. Before, Senior, the magic jar on Hua Yuntian's body is not complete. Only by completely sinking Hua Yuntian into despair can he become the most perfect sacrifice, turn him into nutrients and be absorbed by the magic jar, restore some of the power of the magic jar, and make him the most perfect sacrifice. The potential of our Holy Son is even better. Gao Weiyuan then added. It turned out to be like this, Chen Luo understood. Chen Luo has known for a long time that Hua Yuntian is the descendant of the magic pot, but in Hua Yuntian's body there are only fragments of the magic pot, not a complete magic pot. It's no wonder that the successor of the magic pot turned into that ruthless look later. It turned out to be like this. Yaoxi also understood in her heart that although the power of the magic pot is powerful, but everything in the world is exchanged at equal value. If you gain power from the magic jar, then you must lose something. Then, both of you, can you take me to the Holy Son of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land? Chen Luo smiled slightly, then asked, looking at the two of them. Senior, our Blood Spirit Sacred Land is willing to compensate, please. Gao Weiyuan showed a pleading look. If you take this devil to the Holy Son of Blood Spirit, you can imagine what the consequences will be with your toes. Their Blood Spirit Sacred Land finally had a good seedling to grow sacred land, no way. Stab. Before Gao Weiyuan could finish speaking, the Blood Devil Dragon swallowed Gao Weiyuan, and his movements were extremely nimble. Master Zhao, can you please take us to find the Holy Son of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land? Chen Luo then looked at Zhao Heyu calmly and said. Since that old thing doesn't want to, then send him on his way. Zhao Heyu froze for a moment, wanted to cry, and I was the only one left. Why, it would be better to die soon. If I had known it earlier, I would not have participated in this matter. For those benefits, I risked my own life. Zhao Heyu finally agreed, he had no choice. Hey, the truth is now clear. The massacre of the city was done by the Son of Sacred Land, the Blood Spirit. Don't put all the shit on the heads of our Devil Dao people. How can we be so bad? These self-proclaimed sects, the guy is the real disgusting. At this moment, Chen Luo was suddenly filled with righteous indignation and said loudly. Chen Luo's voice was like a sea wave, surging around. Now Chen Luo appeared as the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect, and Hua Yuntian, as the successor of the magic pot, said that he had nothing wrong with cultivating the magic pot. A trace of bewilderment flashed in Yaoxi's eyes. It feels so weird to say these words from Chen Luo's mouth. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, all the surrounding people looked at each other in blank dismay. It wasn't Huayun Heavenly Stems, but the Son of Blood Spirit Sacred Land? No way, although Sacred Land is basically a cultivator of blood, but it is sect, how could it do such a thing? You say so, Mr. Zhao. Seeing that other people around him still had questions, Chen Luo then looked at Zhao Heyu next to him. Zhao Heyu continued to cry and said everything loudly. With Zhao Heyu's words, everyone around finally believed and had no doubts. After all, there are many doubts about this matter. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo left Xing Yuan Mountain with Yaoxi and others on the Blood Devil Dragon to look for the Blood Devil Sun. It turns out that those things were done by people from Blood Spirit Sacred Land. It's really unbelievable that a dignified Sacred Land level force would do such things. Yet, fortunately, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect was wise and mighty, and found the real culprit, otherwise, those people would have died in vain. I just said that it is impossible for the successor of the magic pot to do such a thing. It really is someone who framed it. FK, hindsight, you didn't say that before. Shabai, what do you know, this moment and that moment? The sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is so domineering and powerful, I admire him so much, and I want to join the Heavenly Devil Sect. Yeah, especially the Blood Devil Dragon, it's really cool. No, I must join the Heavenly Devil section. Heavenly Devil Sect leader is so attractive, I want to join too. Me too. +1. After Chen Luo and the others left, the surrounding people discussed one after another. Some were discussing the massacre of the city, and some were discussing how to join the Heavenly Devil Sect. As time passed, many onlookers left. What happened here is also like rain flowers, spreading towards the surroundings of Ancient Desolate Continent. Ahem, Yuntian, we must have let you down. Fan Hongsheng looked at the back of Chen Luo and the others leaving, his eyes felt tired. Everything around made Fan Hongsheng very upset. Unexpectedly, the Star Origin sect has been passed down to his own generation, except for Hua Yuntian, there is no decent disciple. It's okay to be incompetent, greedy for life and afraid of death, and even attacking his original classmates. Fan Hongsheng sighed, got up slowly, and walked towards those disciplines who shot at Hua Yuntian. Sect leader, I'm sorry, we were wrong, and we didn't want to. Yeah, sect leader, they will really kill us, we also want to protect ourselves, so that our Star Origin sect will not wither. Sect leader, we were wrong, we knew we were wrong. Many disciples wept bitterly and looked at Fan Hongsheng with extremely ashamed eyes. Greedy life is afraid of death, I understand. Fleeing, I understand too. It's useless, cheating and playing tricks, I still understand. Even if it's cheating, colluding with outsiders, I still understand. I understand you are still young and have a bright future, you don't want to die, you want to live well. Fan Hongsheng tremblingly walked towards many disciples, his expression extremely calm. Sect leader, do you forgive us? Thank you sect leader for your forgiveness, we have decided, we will practice hard in the future, be a good person, and revitalize the Star Origin sect. We will correct it in the future. When many disciples heard Fan Hongsheng's words, the fear in their hearts gradually subsided, and they all opened their mouths. However, why did you attack Yun Tianxia? They are your most respected senior brothers. How many of you were led by Yun Tian, and how many of you were carefully taught by Yun Tian? Have you all forgotten? Fan Hongsheng asked loudly. As soon as Fan Hongsheng's words came out, many disciples were completely weeping. He kept apologizing, and trembling voices filled every corner of Xing Yuan Mountain. I understand you, but if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. Fan Hongsheng looked calm, but the power in his body exploded suddenly. Chapter 87 The Devil's Embryo. Middle Domain. Among the beautiful mountains. The mountains are filled with a lot of spirit power, and there are still traces of blood in the air. These bloody auras seem to be integrated with the surrounding air, and even the surrounding green trees are stained with a little scarlet color. Even the slowly flowing streams in the mountains are full of bloodthirsty meaning. The various spirit beasts in the mountains also have blood-colored stripes on their bodies, and their eyes are full of tyrannical fierceness. In a cave in the depths of the mountains, filled with the power of countless qi and blood, a shirtless red-haired young man sat cross-legged in the pool of blood deep in the cave. The blood in the blood pool is constantly boiling, and the continuous energy of blood is like a giant dragon, rushing towards the young man. There are still a large number of black magic lines on the young man's body, shining bright black light. Innate sacred body, it's really too strong. It's just the initial integration, which has made my strength so much improved. After a long while, the red-haired young man opened his eyes, and there was a terrifying force constantly churning in his body. Zhao Heiyu and the others haven't sent the successor of the magic pot yet? Is there something wrong? The red-haired young man seemed to have thought of something, his brows were furrowed, and he said. His Royal Highness, Mr. Zhao has brought so many people, and with the assistance of 3 Supreme Elders, there must be no problem. It must be Mr. Zhao who wants to make things more perfect. Sacred Land, a blood spirit next to him, the disciple said, his eyes full of fanaticism. It turned out that this red-haired young man was the holy son of Sacred Land, Huang Jinhui. Okay, I got it, let Saint Lord send some more heavenly grade blood spirit pills, I want to fuse the innate sacred body as soon as possible. Huang Jinhui continued. Yes, His Royal Highness, I'll go right away. The subordinate continued. No need, I've brought your Saint Lord here, just tell him if you want anything. Just then, a hoarse voice sounded in the cave. Boom! Following that, there was another head that was still bleeding with blood. The head's eyes were wide open, as if it had been horribly frightened before it died. Saint Lord! Huang Jinhui exclaimed, his expression became extremely frightened. This head is exactly the head of their blood spirit sacred land Saint Lord. The Saint Lord of their sacred land was slaughtered? Huang Jinhui only felt his head buzzing. What happened? The disciple of blood spirit sacred land on the side was also completely stunned, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Huang Shenzi, stop, your sacred land has been lost. Another trembling voice sounded. With disheveled hair and a broken right arm, Zhao Heyu appeared in the cave with a stiff complexion. Zhao Heyu? Sacred land is gone? What's the meaning? Zhao Heyu couldn't figure it out. Didn't Zhao Heyu help him design the successor of the magic jar? What, now? Zhao Heyu, what do you mean? You did it, you killed our Saint Lord. Huang Jinhui's face became extremely ugly, and the energy in his body kept surging. It's not me, it's the wise and powerful Lord Lin. You blood spirit sacred land secretly slaughtered people wantonly and used blood to practice. Lord Lin acted on behalf of the heavens and wiped out your sacred land. Zhao Heyu continued tremblingly. When he took Chen Luo and others to look for Huang Jinhui just now, he happened to pass by sacred land. Chen Luo knew that those people from the blood spirit sacred land secretly massacred the human race, and when they practiced with the blood of the human race, they immediately wiped out the blood spirit sacred land. In less than half an hour, the entire blood spirit sacred land was completely wiped out by Chen Luo. All treasures were looted. Now, the entire blood spirit sacred land has completely become history, leaving only Huang Jinhui and a sacred land disciple in front of him. Zhao Heyu can't forget what he just experienced now. Chen Luo's method is really too powerful. Not only was the blood devil dragon extremely terrifying, it also easily slaughtered the upper echelons of the blood devil sacred land. Chen Luo is also extremely powerful, resorting to various methods. Those top sacred land executives are like chickens in front of Chen Luo. Zhao Heyu felt that it was even easier for Chen Luo to kill those people from sacred land than to kill chickens. Master Lin, who is wise and powerful? Zhao Heyu, please make it clear, otherwise, even if you are from Mo Yang's great saint's family, I will let you die here. Huang Jinhui's eyes were red, and the energy in his body kept surging. Now, their sacred land has been wiped out, and Huang Jinhui has lost his mind a little bit. Snapped. At this moment, a slap with unparalleled strength came over, directly hitting Huang Jinhui's face. Huang Jinhui was sent flying by the slap, and crashed into the side of the cave like a dead dog, creating a huge deep pit. What are you talking about? I brought the successor of the magic pot, quickly dig out your magic tire. Chen Luo, who was wearing a black robe and couldn't see his face at all, appeared beside Zhao Heyu. Yaoxi and Hua Yuntian also stood aside, watching the scene in front of them silently. Chen Luo's method made them feel a little suffocated, it was too harsh. However, when they thought that such a person was on their side, the two felt a sense of security in their hearts. Dig out the magic tire? Huang Jinhui's brain was buzzing, and his consciousness was about to lose consciousness. Hey, go teach this kid how to do things, let him recognize the current form. Chen Luo then said to Zhao Heyu next to him. Zhao Heyu's body froze. Chen Luo felt too oppressive, especially after what happened just now. Let Zhao Heyu not dare to refute Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Heyu gritted his teeth and walked towards Huang Jinhui tremblingly. There was a heart-piercing, crackling sound resounding over there. Master, I can't have this magic fetus, the master has already given me a lot. Beside Chen Luo was the pale and extremely weak Hua Yun Heavenly Dao. I'll take it if I give it to you. It's just a magic tire. You are my disciple. If I say I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Chen Luo continued. With such a peerless and invincible physique like the Chaos Divine Body, Chen Luo is not interested in the innate sacred body at all. Own Chaos Divine Body can suppress everything. If Hua Yuntian merged with this magic embryo and became stronger, he would also benefit a lot. Seeing Chen Luo's words, Hua Yuntian didn't insist anymore, but he respected Chen Luo more in his heart. Soon, under the guidance of Zhao Heiyu, Huang Jinhui recognized the form clearly. Linear. Master Lin, it takes a lot of blood power to transfer the magic tire. It's best to have the blood essence of a top cultivator with vitality, otherwise, it's easy to be squeezed dry by the magic tire. Huang Jinhui's heart was ashamed, and his whole body they were all in a panic, and came to Chen Luo's side with their blood weakened. Chapter 88 Idle Elephant Suppression Prison Power. Chen Luo frowned slightly, asking for the blood essence of a top practitioner. Still have an active blood essence? There is an active blood essence, that is, the blood essence of the practitioner who just died. After a cultivator dies, over time, he will lose his vitality. This magic fetus is too evil, it wants such a thing. Master Lin, our Zhao family can provide this blood essence, please give me some time, Master Lin, and I will arrange it for you right away. Zhao Heiyu said quickly. Chen Luo looked at Zhao Heiyu in front of him, his eyes lit up. Blood essence, isn't this a living saint? Although realm is a bit low, it should be enough. No need, I already have blood essence here. Chen Luo continued with a slight smile. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhao Heiyu was taken aback. There is blood essence? Although Chen Luo destroyed the blood essence sacred land not long ago, he didn't see Chen Luo collecting blood essence. Yaoxi and Hua Yuntian were also a little confused. Did Chen Luo have an active blood essence? Master Lin, our Zhao family can prepare something better, it's definitely warm. Zhao Heiyu had a bad premonition in his heart, and then said tremblingly. Chen Luo didn't speak, but just quietly looked at Zhao Heiyu in front of him. Zhao Heiyu swallowed, this blood essence could not be mine. Yaoxi and Hua Yuntian at the side also realized that this is the hot blood essence, it is guaranteed to be hot and extremely active. Master Lin, I. Zhao Heiyu really wanted to die at this time. Chen Luo's eyes were like a mountain, pressing on his heart, making him breathless. If you don't want to be decent, I can help you to be decent. Chen Luo then said lightly. Zhao Heiyu's heart tightened, the hairs on his body stood on end. Help me face. No, I will do it myself. I will do it myself. Zhao Heiyu then gritted his teeth. Seeing Zhao Heiyu's understanding, Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. Master Lin, I did all of these things alone. No one in our family knew about it. Can you? Zhao Heiyu continued tremblingly. After seeing Chen Luo's peerless and invincible strength, and his incomparably ruthless means, Zhao Heiyu already understood that although his family is a great saint clan, even though his ancestor is a top-level powerhouse at the great saint level. However, Zhao Heiyu felt that even if the Heavenly Devil Sect wanted to destroy his family, the own ancestor might not be able to withstand it. If it was really because of me that the whole family could follow in the footsteps of the Blood Spirit Sacred Land. You want to teach me how to do things? Chen Luo said in a deep voice, looking straight at Zhao Heiyu in front of him. As for the Zhao family, Chen Luo will naturally investigate in the future and will not listen to Zhao Heiyu's one-sided words. No, dare not. Zhao Heiyu lowered his head deeply. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Heiyu began to release his own blood essence. Huang Jinhui looked at the scene in front of him silently, feeling completely hopeless in his heart. This magic fetus is all because of this magic fetus, if not, how could such a disaster be caused? Soon, Zhao Heiyu released enough blood essence, and Zhao Heiyu, who lost a lot of blood essence, was dying, his face was extremely pale, and he could only breathe a sigh of relief. Can we start now? Chen Luo ignored Zhao Heiyu, who had become like a dead dog, and continued to ask. Okay. Huang Jinhui continued in a low voice. Yuntian, let's take some holy grade blood spirit pills to replenish qi and blood. At this moment, Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then took out a few bottles of holy grade blood spirit pills. The moment the holy grade blood spirit pill was taken out, a burst of strong qi and blood power emanated from the blood spirit pill. Lord Lin, if you have the holy blood pill, you don't need blood essence. Huang Jinhui looked at the holy blood pill in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and then said, "Pfft." As soon as Huang Jinhui's words came out, Zhao Heihu, who was dying on the ground, spat out a big mouthful of blood, and his breath became even more sluggish. "Why didn't you say it earlier, cooperating with my blood essence, shed for nothing?" "Oh, that's it, then these blood essences are useless." Chen Luo's eyes dimmed. "Call." After finishing speaking, Chen Luo released a wisp of the divine fire of absolute beginning, directly evaporating all the blood essence that Zhao Heihu worked so hard to release. "Yun Tian, tell me directly if you need blood spirit pills in the future. I have a lot of holy grade blood spirit pills here, don't use those disgusting blood essence cultivation." Chen Luo then turned to Huayun Heavenly Dao next to him. Since there is a way to not use blood essence, Chen Luo naturally prefers not to use such things. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Pfft. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhao Heihu couldn't hold back anymore. "The blood essence that I worked so hard to release had no effect at all, but was directly burned by Chen Luo, which is really bullying." Zhao Heihu's eyes were red with anger, and the emotions in his heart were surging. Immediately afterwards, he spurted out a mouthful of painstaking effort, and he was so angry that he died. There was no emotion on Chen Luo's face. This Zhao Heihu dared to design his apprentice in such a way that he would be p'd off. Yaoxi and Huayuntian on the side were both stunned. This Zhao Heihu's psychological quality is too bad, so he was so p'd off? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo asked Huang Jinhui to start digging out the magic tire and give it to Huayuntian. With the help of a large number of holy grade blood spirit pills and the full cooperation of Huang Jinhui, the magic fetus was completely transferred into Huayuntian's body. After getting the magic fetus, Huayuntian exudes a terrifying aura, as if he is the descendant of the Devil Emperor. His body is transforming at a very fast speed. After Huang Jinhui lost the magic fetus, he completely lost his sustenance and became extremely weak. "Can you give me a happy time?" Huang Jinhui's face was ashen, haggard, and he said tremblingly. "Everything is ruined, and Huang Jinhui can't find a reason to live at all." "As you wish." Chen Luo said lightly. "Call." A blazing flame appeared, completely burning Huang Jinhui to ashes. The entire cave was due to the appearance of flames, and the temperature rose a lot in an instant. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the urgent task and getting the best reward, the God Elephant Suppressing Prison Force. Divine Elephant Cultivation Strength, Emperor Level Top Grade Body Refining Cultivation Technique, using Qi to control the gods, using the gods as elephants, raising hands and feet, the power of gods and elephants. There are 100,000 particles in the human body, and now all the particles are turned into giant elephants. After all are awakened, the giant elephant turns into a dragon elephant, the dragon elephant turns into a meta-elephant, and the meta-elephant transforms into a divine transformation elephant. After turning all of them into gods, you can get 100,000 gods. With one punch, mountains and seas can be broken, stars can be crushed, and the sun and the moon can be overthrown." Just after Huang Jinhui was completely eliminated by Chen Luo, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The task was completed. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Chapter 89 Good News and Bad News. Idle Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, the best body refining cultivation technique of the imperial class. Feeling the information in his mind, Chen Luo felt ecstasy in his heart. After awakening the power of 100,000 gods, he actually possessed such terrifying and unparalleled power. Shattering the stars, subverting the sun and the moon. It is indeed the best imperial body refining cultivation technique. The harvest this time is also quite good. Another sacred land was destroyed, and a large number of treasures were harvested, and I was able to go back to wretched development again. "Hey, why again?" Chen Luo's heart froze. Master, we have wiped out the entire blood spirit sacred land, there will be no problem. Hua Yuntian seemed to have thought of something, and then hesitantly asked Chen Luo. The blood spirit sacred land was destroyed by the heavenly devil sect, so it's none of our business. Chen Luo blinked and smiled. After some teachings from Li Wuodao, Chen Luo already knew some secrets of the ancient desolate continent. Push everything to the heavenly devil sect, the heavenly devil sect is invincible. The corners of Yaoxi and Hua Yuntian's mouths twitched slightly, no wonder Chen Luo arranged a lot of tricks in the blood spirit sacred land after destroying the blood spirit sacred land, that's how it is. Okay, let's go back now. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and turned to Yao Xi and Hua Yun Heavenly Dao beside him. Although Hua Yuntian at this time has already fused the magic tire into his body, it will take time to completely transform into the innate magic tire sacred body. The two nodded. Now that everything is over, they should really go back. Immediately afterwards, after Chen Luo dealt with the cave, the group of people rode the blood devil dragon and left the cave full of energy and blood. Master Chen, that blood devil dragon of yours is too strong, let me take you for a walk someday. On the back of the blood devil dragon, Yao Xi said to Chen Luo with a full smile. Are you trying to abduct my blood devil dragon too? Chen Luo asked quietly. Not really, who do you take me for? Yao Xi said coquettishly, giving Chen Luo a flirtatious look. Let's talk about it later, I don't want to promise you now. Chen Luo looked at the pure and peerless Yao Xi, and said slowly. This blood devil dragon is one of Chen Luo's trump cards now. I don't know what Yaoxi's plan is, but Chen Luo will not agree to it casually. It's better to go back and quickly practice this idol-suppressing prison strength. Middle Domain. In a palace surrounded by spiritual qi. Surrounding the palace are dark black statues of fierce ghosts with teeth and claws. In the palace, there are two majestic middle-aged cultivators, each holding a son, sitting cross-legged above the palace, playing chess. A happy smile appeared on the face of the black Taoist-robed middle-aged man. At this moment in the chess game, the black-robed man already had the upper hand. Another skinny man frowned, as if he was thinking hard about a way to break the situation. Do elder, don't struggle anymore, admit defeat obediently. The man in black robe smiled, his eyes were full of smiles. Slap! At this moment, there was a crisp sound of falling the stone, and the skinny man dropped the white stone in his hand, making an extremely delicate step. It was just a move, which completely reversed the trend of defeat, but the situation of sunspots was completely deadlocked. Seeing this situation, the black-robed man's face became extremely ugly as if he had eaten shit. Ha ha ha, President Wang, it's too early for you to be happy, you should be killed by me. The skinny man laughed loudly. No more, it's boring. The black-robed man then swept away all the pieces on the chessboard, and continued. The skinny man pouted and said nothing, as if he had expected this scene a long time ago. Leader Wang, I don't know what I said before, what are you thinking about? The skinny man said, looking expectantly at the man in black robe next to him. Do elder, don't you already have a holy fire? Why do you need the holy fire from our alliance? The man in black made a pot of spiritual tea and poured a cup for the skinny man. It's not because of my disappointing apprentice. He doesn't need anything but the top-level spirit fire. As his master, I can only satisfy his little request. The skinny man said. Picking up a cup of spiritual tea, he took a big sip. I heard that you have accepted a talented young man with an extraordinary heart. Now, it seems that you really have won your heart. The black-robed man smiled slightly. That kid Lin Yan is really talented, otherwise, I wouldn't have traded your holy fire at such a high price. The skinny man seemed to have thought of something, his eyes were full of relief. It turned out that this skinny man was Du Wuxuan, the heavenly elder of the Soul Yuan Temple. The black-robed man is the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance, Wang He. Not long ago, Du Wuxuan approached Wang He and wanted to exchange the Devil Dao Alliance's magic flame. Old Du, you know that although I am the leader of the alliance, the holy fire is the treasure of our alliance after all. Many elders in our alliance use it for pill refining. I can't decide this matter in a short time. Wang He continued with a look of embarrassment on his face. Old Wang, on top of the original agreement, I will add another 30 top-grade holy pills, and I hope you can persuade those elders well. Old Du, you know, those pill refiners all have their eyes above their heads and their nostrils up to the sky, and they refuse to. Another 50. It's not about the number of holy pills, Old Du, I hope you can. 100 more. Old Du, don't worry, based on our friendship for so many years, I will put on this old face and make those stubborn old things agree as soon as possible. Seeing Du Wuxuan's sincerity, Wang He also showed a hearty smile. Immediately afterwards, after the two discussed some details, Du Wuxuan left. This old thing is indeed the elder of the Heavenly Temple of the Soul Essence Temple. He is really rich. He just left him for a few days, and he has so many holy pills. Not bad, not bad. Wang He whispered, the eyes are full of smiles. Their Devil Dao Alliance doesn't have a decent pill refiner at all, and the magic flame doesn't have much effect on them. After all, people in Devil Dao practice a hammer pill. If you want it, just grab it. It couldn't be better to be able to exchange such a large number of resources. Leader, something big happened, there is bad news. A man in black entered the palace and knelt down respectfully at the bottom of the palace. Tell me, what is it? Wang He showed a nervous look. The bad news, could it be that the Heavenly Devil Sect people are causing trouble again? Reporting to the Lord, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect has cracked the massacre of more than a dozen cities in the Star Origin sect some time ago. Many people regard sect leader Lin as a great hero who knows everything. Said the man in black. That's it? Bad news? Wang He was stunned. Isn't it just that kid Lin Yuanhong has washed up a little bit? This is bad news. Okay, I got it, you guys learn a little bit. Although we are a demon sect, we don't want to do bad things. Our reputation of the demon gate is ruined by those guys who kill people without blinking an eye and have no bottom line. Crane then reprimanded. Anyway, as long as Lin Yuanhong doesn't cause trouble. The man in black nodded and accepted Wang He's reprimand. Leader, don't worry, there is good news. The man in black continued. Wang He's eyes lit up. Good news. Yes, yes, there is even good news. Today is really a good day. Lin Yuanhong did not cause trouble, earned a lot of holy pills, and there is another good news. Leader, Heavenly Devil Zonglin sect leader, beheaded a large number of righteous cultivators in Xing Yuan Mountain, and destroyed the blood spirit sacred land. Even the son of Moyang Great Saint's family, greatly inflated our Devil Dao Alliance the Devil Prestige. The man in black then said excitedly, his eyes full of fanaticism. As soon as the man in black's words came out, Wang He was stunned, his eyes went dark, and his heart seemed to have been slammed. Good news? You call this good news? Chapter 90 Your cultivation speed is too slow. Wang He's breathing became short of breath. Lin Yuanhong wiped out a large number of righteous cultivators in Xing Yuan Mountain, wiped out the blood spirit sacred land, and slaughtered the son of Moyang Great Saint's family. Wang He felt his brain was dizzy, and he felt a bit of bloodline countercurrent. Did he hear it wrong? You, say it again. Wang He said hoarsely, staring at the man in black below. Immediately afterwards, the man in black repeated what Lin Yuanhong had done. It's not that Wang He got it wrong, but it's the fact. Lin Yuanhong, I'm FG% Yuan %. Wang He roared in the great hall, his eyes were full of crimson, and the aura in his body was raging crazily, making the whole palace crumbling. If Lin Yuanhong doesn't bring down the Devil Dao Alliance, he won't give up, right? Wang He now has the heart to kill Lin Yuanhong. It's fine to kill some people from the top forces, but also wiped out the blood spirit sacred land, the son of the great saint family of Mo Yang killed as he said, it's simply lawless. Originally, Wang He admired Lin Yuanhong quite a lot. He has done many famous things by himself, and he is extremely domineering. He is a born devil Dao embryo. Because of this, Wang He supported Lin Yuanhong a lot and gave him a lot of cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, this Lin Yuanhong became more and more excessive, and the basket he poked was getting bigger and bigger, and Wang He was completely out of control. The man in black below is trembling. Is the leader too excited? Incoherent by the deeds of sect leader Lin? I really envy the people of the Heavenly Devil Sect. There is such a powerful sect leader. If you don't give up, you just do it. This is the real Devil Dao Sect. Even the son of the great saint family has been slaughtered directly. If only I could join the Heavenly Devil Sect, the disciples of the Heavenly Devil Sect must be very happy, the man in black thought to himself. Now, let Lin Yuanhong come over immediately, and ask him what exactly he wants to do, whether he wants to take over my position as leader. Wang He paused, his eyes full of fierceness. Yes, I'm going. The man in black said excitedly, it seems that there is no reward for the leader, do you want to pass the throne to the Heavenly Devil Sect leader? Wait, there's no need to go, I announce that I, Wang He, will no longer be the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance. This leader, whoever likes to be the leader, Daddy will stop playing. Wang He then took out the leader's seal and threw it aside, then turned into a stream of light and left directly. Man in black. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. At the bamboo forest in the dragon vein of the back mountain. A place where spirit power is extremely rich. There is an extremely strong power of blood, and there are bursts of black breath that almost distort everything. In the depths of the treasure land, there is a young man full of black aura. Junior brother Chen, what have you done to your apprentice? How did you become so terrifying? Shu Yuou, who was dressed in a red dress, looked at Hua Yuntian not far away, who was fully merging the magic embryo. At this time, due to the fusion of the magic tire, Hua Yuntian's aura is growing rapidly. Not long ago, he reached the Good Fortune Realm 9th stage day, and he is already marching towards Saint Realm. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely mysterious force in his body, which was transforming Hua Yuntian. Shu Yuou felt that Hua Yuntian was undergoing an extremely powerful transformation, and if the transformation was successful, he might soar into the sky. It's just a small innate magic tire. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Innate magic fetus, you are talking about the innate magic fetus of Tungxian Devil Emperor. Shu Yuou widened her eyes and looked carefully at Hua Yuntian in front of her. Chen Luo nodded. This silly boy is really lucky to have such a great opportunity, a little envy appeared in Shu Yuou's eyes. Beside, Ye Chen also had a look of shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Hua Yuntian now intends to merge with the legendary innate magic fetus. Master, is brother Hua going to achieve the innate sacred body? Ye Chen then asked. That's right, if there are no accidents, after 7 days, Yuntian should have achieved the innate sacred body. Chen Luo continued, his eyes filled with relief. Although Hua Yuntian's Yuan devouring demon physique is powerful, it belongs to the top-level holy grade aptitude. However, it is not at the same level as innate sacred body. The innate sacred body is the physique of the Devil Emperor who swallows immortals, and has the potential to become an emperor. After Hua Yuntian's transformation, all aspects of potential will be upgraded to a higher level. Not to mention, he also has the fragments of the magic pot, and his future achievements will not necessarily be inferior to the Devil Emperor. It seems that I have to work harder, otherwise, I will be left far away by brother Hua, Ye Chen murmured in his heart, and secretly made up his mind. Everyone checked Hua Yuntian again, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, they all left. Shu Yuou was wearing a red dress, tall and tall, walking side by side with Chen Luo, the two walked slowly, like a perfect picture scroll. Senior Sister Shu, your cultivation speed is too slow, you can use this medicine pill. At this moment, Chen Luo took out several bottles of Emperor Spirit Pill and handed it to Shu Yuohu. Shu Yuohu was stunned, the cultivation speed is too slow? My old lady is too vaginal, the genius with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Shu family, UFG say that my cultivation speed is slow? Wait, why do you care about my cultivation speed? Looking at Shu Yuohu who was a little dazed, Chen Luo also felt something was wrong. Could it be that On's words were too blunt and hurt Shu Yuohu's self-esteem? This guy won't bite me there, no. Ahem, Senior Sister Shu, I was just joking. Your cultivation speed is already very fast. I just think that these medicine pills may help you. Chen Luo continued. However, it was too late. Shu Yuohu snorted coldly, then hugged Chen Luo, and a burst of fragrant breath poured into Chen Luo's nostrils. The soft touch and warm feeling made Chen Luo slightly distracted. Breakthrough to the Saint King realm, can't resist the charm of this guy? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo felt a soft fatal attack on his own neck. This lunatic, I knew it. Like a dream, the feeling of falling into the clouds struck again. This feeling made the blood in Chen Luo's body seem to be boiling. Chen Luo's hands unconsciously hugged the softness in front of him, and the two bodies hugged each other tightly. There were bursts of tenderness and slight pain in the neck, which made Chen Luo extremely fascinated. In Chen Luo's mind, an idea appeared in his mind to continue this feeling. Damn, what kind of body refining cultivation technique have you cultivated, you can't bite. At this moment, Shu Yuohu blushed and said, her eyes were full of coquettishness. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuohu seemed to feel something, lowered her head slightly, and found a warm and jade-like palm appeared at the magnificent place in front of On. Chapter 91 Complicated Thoughts. Shu Yuohu's eyes widened, this kid, where are you going to put your hands? Immediately afterwards, Shu Yuohu quickly broke free from Chen Luo's arms, her face blushing, and she looked at Chen Luo with amused eyes. Cough, cough, Senior Sister Shu, I just wanted to push you away, but you hugged me too tightly. Chen Luo also came back to his senses at this time, and then said slowly. Shu Yuohu bit her lip slightly, and gave Chen Luo a hard look. Senior brother Chen Luo has grown up, he even dares to bully his senior sister. Shu Yuohu blushed and said, her body trembling slightly. Obviously you are going to bite me. Chen Luo continued quietly. Humph, you have to be more careful there next time. Shu Yuohu glared at Chen Luo's lower part coquettishly, then turned around, twisted her slender waist and fat buttocks, and left directly. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, this is really not an issue of owning. Who knew that Zhuya Ball would attack suddenly? Chen Luo has already passed the idle elephant suppressing prison power to several apprentices for them to practice. With a return of 10 times the effect of cultivation, Chen Luo is now in initiation, and his physical body has been greatly strengthened. In addition, the Chaos Divine physique is also top-notch physique, and the low-level Saint King realm can't break Chen Luo's defense at all. Shu Yuohu, a crazy girl, glanced at me before leaving, what did she mean? This guy won't, hiss. Chen Luo's heart tightened, it was really possible for this Shu Yuohu to do such an unconventional thing. Be careful when staying with her in the future. However, this Shu Yuohu was quite predictable, and it felt good. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and there were waves of throbbing in his mind. Master, you haven't helped me awaken bloodline today. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice entered Chen Luo's ears. Mu Luli, who wore twin ponytails and a long white dress, came from not far away and hugged Chen Luo's arm slowly. At this time, Mu Luli didn't know why, her ears were a little red, and her eyes were a little dodgy. Then go, wake you up now. Chen Luo rubbed the girl's hair and said softly. Before the breakthrough Saint King realm, closed-door training for a few days, has not helped Mu Luli awaken bloodline. Chen Luo also misses that feeling a little bit. Now, just have time to move around again. Master, if you like that, Luo Li can also be like Sister Shu. Mu Luli seemed to think of something, and a charming look flashed in her eyes. As Mu Luli spoke, she lightly licked On's cherry-colored red lips, her eyes flickering. Chen Luo's heart froze. The picture just now was seen by this little girl? If you don't learn well at a young age, it seems that the awakening of bloodline is not enough. Chen Luo looked at Mu Luli, who was slightly biting her small cherry mouth in front of her, and then said seriously. Not enough. Mu Luli then said softly and firmly, her eyes were full of anticipation purple, and her body was already trembling a little. Chen Luo. In the depths of the dragon vein bamboo forest. Shu Yu in a red dress blushed and walked towards the training place. Damn, it's Chen Luo, his courage is getting bigger and bigger, even daring to me. Shu Yu murmured softly, unconsciously recalling the scene just now in her mind. When Chen Luo's hand was attacking her, Shu Yu's brain was a little pumped. Especially when I think about it now, my body actually feels a little longing. The body is a little unsteady, it seems. That kind of feeling is pretty good, if I can. Bah, what am I thinking? Chen Luo is a big villain. Shu Yu's face is even more blushing. Shu Yu quickly suppressed the terrifying emotions in her heart, and then calmly sat cross-legged at the training place. This guy, you still despise me for slow cultivation, damn it, I must suck up all the spirit power of your heavenly bamboo peak. Shu Yu took a deep breath, and then prepared to practice with all her strength. Wait, look what medicine pill this guy gave me, dare to say that. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yu took out the medicine pill that Chen Luo had just handed to her. The moment the medicine pill bottle was opened, a burst of tangy fragrance came, and there was a burst of more violent waves of spirit power. This is Emperor Panacea. Shu Yu's eyes widened, her breathing became a little short, and the waves in front of her were constantly trembling. Chen Luo went so far as to give himself the cultivation elixir of the imperial grade. The panacea of Emperor Pin's cultivation is extremely precious, even in those sacred lands, it can be regarded as an extremely precious treasure. This is effective for the great saint and even the superpowers at the quasi-emperor level. Chen Luo even gave it to himself directly, or several bottles. Shu Yu bit her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes were full of splendor, and she didn't know what it was like in her heart. The shadow of Chen Luo kept appearing in his mind. Junior brother Chen Luo, how can I pay you back? Do you really want me to? Shu Yu sighed softly, her eyes were full of complex expressions. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yu took the Emperor Spirit Pill in complicated thoughts, and entered the state of cultivation. Heavenly Bamboo Peak Back Mountain Plaza. Today is the awarding day of the practice competition once every 7 days. Many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples with panda eyes are waiting here, waiting for the start of the awards ceremony. There were also some chattering while practicing. After a long period of practice, now, practice has become their instinct. Chatting does not affect their cultivation at all. The method of breaking the pulse is too difficult. If I knew it, I would not practice it. It will affect my efficiency. Yeah, it's too hasty, you should think about it. That's right, although the pulse-breaking practice method is powerful, but it takes time to study, I should use the self-mutilation practice method first. Ahem, didn't everyone agree not to use the broken pulse cultivation method? Why are you all? What are you talking about? I can't seem to hear. Me too, what did you say just now? Many disciples beside him discussed one after another, their tone extremely embarrassing. Apparently, many people have already tried the method of breaking the pulse. Although the results are not very good, most of the disciples have tried it. Humph, I will not give up the practice of self-mutilation, I will guard the inheritance of Dalong Patriarch. At the corner of the square, a disciple wearing a grey robe took a dagger and slashed On's thigh fiercely, saying firmly. This grey-robed disciple was named Zhang Rongsheng, and he was a member of Li Dalong's cultivation team before, and he highly respected Li Dalong's self-harm cultivation method. However, his comprehension is not very high. Although he studied the self-harm cultivation method very hard, he still couldn't catch up with the top group of people. Chapter 92 Glory. It should be stable now. Everyone should go to learn the method of breaking the pulse. Using a brand new method is not as good as my updated self-harm method. Zhang Guang is a good brother. I entrusted such a good method to me. On the other side of the square, Li Wengxuan waited confidently in the square. Zhang Guang waited beside Li Wengxuan with dodge eyes, feeling extremely uneasy. Soon, Li Dalong came over, bringing along Mo Xiaocheng who had already completed his transformation. Everyone looked at the square in anticipation, waiting for the announcement of the result. Although they are not proficient in the cultivation method of breaking the pulse, they are still extremely curious about the winner. I want to see whether the self-injury practice method or the broken pulse practice method wins, so that they can make a choice for the next 7 days. Li Wengxuan also looked at Li Dalong above, his eyes full of contempt. Zhang Ong's heart was also pounding a little bit, although he was very sure, but if the result did not come out, no one knew the result. Zhang Guang, don't worry, when I win the championship, I will definitely. Li Wengxuan looked at Zhang Guang next to him and smiled. In this training competition, the first place, Zhang Guang, increased the number of spirit power by 8,975 strands. Li Dalong on the top continued to announce. Before Li Wengxuan finished speaking, Li Dalong's majestic voice came from his ears. Li Wengxuan's smile stopped abruptly, and he looked at Zhang Guang in disbelief. Zhang Guang, you. Li Wengxuan's body trembled a little. Impossible, Zhang Guang's talent is not as good as himself, both of them have used a newer self-harm cultivation method, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Wengxuan, I'm sorry, I don't know why I am the first. Zhang Guang then said blankly, as if he was really surprised by this. Junior brother come up and give your victory speech and share your experience. Li Dalong from above continued. Zhang Guang then restrained his thoughts and walked towards the stage with a smile. First of all, I would like to thank senior brother Mo, the method of breaking the veins he created is really wonderful. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Guang talked openly on stage, sharing his own experience. Li Wengxuan's body below was trembling, he was practicing the method of breaking the veins, and Zhang Guang secretly used the method of breaking the veins. Li Wengxuan couldn't accept that Zhang Guang, who was usually honest, actually. Is this why you entrusted me with the updated self-harm practice? Li Wengxuan closed his eyes, feeling tired for a while. The practice of breaking the pulse is still very powerful, the self-mutilation practice has already declined, and it will be eliminated. Yes, it is inevitable that the new method will eliminate the old method, and it is inevitable that the method of breaking the veins will unify Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Hey, I still miss the days when hundreds of methods were contending, and the days when I practiced handstands. Unfortunately, the ancestor of the dragon defeated all the methods with a self-mutilation practice method. This kind of heaven-defying method broke the monopoly of Dalong Patriarch's self-mutilation cultivation method. Did you find out? Li Wengxuan is second again, last time he was also second, it's really unlucky. Besides, Li Wengxuan is the only one among the top 5 who uses the self-harm cultivation method. The disciples next to him talked one after another, and they highly respected the method of breaking the veins. Just like the original self-harm cultivation method suppressed all other methods. Everyone agrees that the broken pulse cultivation method will usher in the next era. Some people also looked at Li Wengxuan, who has already won the second place twice. Soon, the award ceremony was completed, everyone got their own award, and established their next goal. Senior brother He, congratulations on winning the championship and becoming an official disciple. Li Wengsuan said with a complicated expression, looking at the energetic He Zhongguang in front of him. Wengsuan, I don't know either. I just tried this pulse-breaking practice method casually, and I didn't expect to succeed immediately, and I didn't want to. He Zhongguang sighed. Li Wengsuan did not speak, turned his head, and silently took out the method of breaking the pulse. Get ready to study this method well. Wengsuan, this is my ultimate experience in practicing the method of breaking the veins. With your ingenuity, I will definitely be able to incite as soon as possible, and the first place next time must be yours. He Zhongguang then took out a treasured experience. Li Wengsuan looked at the sincere He Zhongguang in front of him, maybe he misunderstood Zhongguang. Okay, I'll accept your experience. Li Wengsuan then accepted He Zhangong's cultivation experience. He Zhongguang showed a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Li Dalong, He Zhongguang went to Daiyuan Ascension to Spirit Pool to upgrade talent. Li Wengsuan looked at the experience in his hand, took a deep breath. Next time the number 1 must be mine, I don't want to be number 2. Early the next morning, a disciple wearing a grey robe was practicing while walking towards the place to receive the medicine pill. This disciple is none other than Zhang Rongsheng. Zhang Rongsheng sighed softly when he saw the disciples discussing the method of breaking the veins. It seems that the practice of self-harm is really about to decline. Last night, among the top 10, there were only a handful of people who practiced self-harm, and the rest practiced the method of breaking veins. It is conceivable that the current self-harm cultivation method has reached a state of depression. No matter what, I will not give up the practice of self-harm. Zhang Rongsheng said secretly in his heart. Zhang Rongsheng was originally a member of the handstand practice party. Later, he was convinced by Li Dalong and joined the self-mutilation practice team. He watched the self-mutilation practice go from being questioned to the peak all the way. Zhang Rongsheng didn't like the self-mutilation practice at first, thinking that this method is a bad method. Practicing self-mutilation, isn't that something wrong with the brain? Later, after trying it, Zhang Rongsheng slowly fell in love with this feeling. This feeling of being able to quickly improve his strength while suffering severe pain is really cool. It has already made Zhang Rongsheng addicted, and he was completely conquered by this method. Even if everyone abandons the self-harm cultivation method, I will not give up. It's really cool to become stronger because of self-harm. Brother, why is the medicine pill different today? It seems to be more fragrant. Soon, Zhang Rongsheng arrived at the place where he received the medicine pill for treatment. It's junior brother Rongsheng. The previous Suanpin healing medicine pills have all been used up, and this is the latest earth-grade medicine pill for healing injuries, said the disciple in charge of taking care of the medicine pill. Dipin's healing medicine pill. Zhang Rongshen's eyes lit up, and his breathing seemed to become a little short. If using this medicine pill, wouldn't it be possible to increase the frequency of self-harm and speed up the effect of cultivation? The cultivation effect of the self-injury practice method is related to the frequency of self-injury. The higher the frequency of self-injury, the faster the cultivation speed. The previous mysterious grade medicine pill could only self-mutilate 3 times a day, and if it was too much, the effect would be affected. However, the healing effect of the earth grade was more than 3 times that of the mysterious grade. That is to say, if you have been using the earth grade medicine pill to heal injuries, then the speed of self-harm cultivation method will be increased by at least 3 times. Could it be that the spring of self-harm practice has come? I, Zhang Rongsheng, want to recast the glory of Dalong Patriarch's self-mutilation cultivation method. Chapter 93 Celestial Phenomenon Blood Essence. Zhang Rongsheng stared at the medicine pill in front of him, as if he was looking at some kind of treasure. Junior Rongsheng, do you still want this medicine pill? The disciple who manages the medicine pill asked Zhang Rongsheng suspiciously. Yes, yes. Zhang Rongsheng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Rongsheng quickly received the medicine pill, returned to the own practice site, and prepared to practice the idea of own Heavenly Bamboo Peak, a place in the back mountain where spiritual qi is extremely strong. Chen Luo, shirtless, sat cross-legged in an elixir pool filled with countless pure spirit power. There are a lot of 1000-year elixir in the elixir pool, and there are even a lot of 10,000-year elixir. The spirit power in the elixir pool surged towards Chen Luo's body continuously, and Chen Luo's body seemed to have waves of low-pitched giant elephant roars. The surrounding void seemed to be trembling slightly from the giant elephant sound in Chen Luo's body. This cultivation technique is too difficult to cultivate. After several days of cultivation, only 30,000 particles were awakened. After a while, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, which were full of helplessness. Although possessed of Wang Xian's invincible understanding, Chen Luo initiated easily. However, after this divine elephant suppressing prison strength initiation, it will be a difficult start. To absorb a large amount of resources and awaken the mysterious particles, although Wang Xian's understanding is amazing, but to fully awaken the mysterious particles, he must honestly absorb the cultivation resources and awaken the particles. There is no shortcut to this. Moreover, this body refining cultivation technique is to allow people with higher realm to cultivate faster. The cultivation effect returned by Chen Luo's apprentices 10 times is far inferior to that of Chen Luo's own cultivation. Therefore, in order to awaken all the mysterious particles as soon as possible, Chen Luo can only reluctantly practice for a while. After accumulating a lot of resources and returning the cultivation effects of those apprentices, Chen Luo finally awakened 30,000 mysterious particles. However, just by awakening 30,000 mysterious particles, Chen Luo's strength has been multiplied several times. The void can be collapsed with one hand, and coupled with the terrifying chaos divine body, no mid-rank Saint Wangqiang can bear it with a single punch. Chen Luo, the investigation is clear. The Zhao family really did not participate in your apprentice's affairs. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice reached Chen Luo's ears. Wearing a long pink dress, the slender Yao Xi appeared beside the elixir pool. Did the Zhao family not participate? Either way, just ignore him. Since the Zhao family did not participate in the setup against his apprentice, Chen Luo would not make a big fuss and destroy that Zhao family. When you are practicing, can you put on your clothes? Yaoxi looked at Chen Luo, who was shirtless and tall and straight, with flushed cheeks. This silly girl has never been in love. It was the first time for Chen Luo to see Yao Xi's shy appearance, but it was quite interesting. Putting on clothes will affect my cultivation speed. Chen Luo continued. This god elephant suppressing prison energy needs to absorb a large amount of spirit power. Without the obstruction of clothes, the effect of cultivation is naturally better. Humph, then do you know that I can't put on clothes first when I come here? Yao Xi then bit her red lips, her cheeks flushed and said. While talking, Yao Xi secretly looked at Chen Luo's body, as if she was extremely curious. If you don't like to watch, turn around and we can still communicate. Chen Luo continued quietly. Who said I don't like watching it? Yaoxi continued. Chen Luo. Humph, who likes to watch it? I just don't want to turn around. I've seen it all. Is there any point in turning around now? Yao Xi seemed to realize that there was something wrong with what she said, and then snorted coldly. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. It was really a wrong choice to reason with this silly girl. By the way, this is the blood essence of the ancient celestial phenomenon you want, I found it for you. Yaoxi seemed to think of something, then took out an interspatial ring, walked to Chen Luo's side, and handed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he saw a large number of blood essences in the interspatial ring exuding the power of monstrous heavenly blood. This silly girl is still useful, but she actually found the blood essence of ancient astronomical phenomena? Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took out a copy of Astronomical Blood Essence. The celestial phenomenon blood essence exudes an extremely terrifying air mechanism, and the wisps of breath exuding from it make Chen Luo's divine elephant prison suppressing energy run even faster. Saint King level celestial phenomenon blood essence, yes, Chen Luo was overjoyed. Ancient celestial phenomena blood essence is a treasure that assists in the cultivation of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength. With this blood essence, the speed of Chen Luo's soul refining elephant suppressing prison suppressing strength will be greatly improved. It's a pity that those apprentices are too weak, otherwise, if they use it, it will return 10 times the effect. Chen Luo sighed in his heart. The energy contained in the Saint King level celestial phenomenon blood essence is too violent, and it is simply not something that unsanctified disciples can bear. You have made a great contribution this time, this is your reward, you can go. Chen Luo then handed Yaoxi a few bottles of Emperor Spirit Pill, and said with satisfaction. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Yaoxi bit her red lips tightly. Reward? Who do you think I am? Who wants your reward? Seeing Chen Luo handing her a few bottles of medicine pill, Yaoxi rolled her eyes at Chen Luo. Chen Luo provided Yaoxi with a large amount of cultivation resources, allowing Yaoxi's realm to improve rapidly. There are quite a few treasures among them, which even restored Yaoxi's original divine body a lot. There are many things that blood essence can't compare with such a little celestial phenomenon. Yaoxi already recognized Heavenly Bamboo Peak in her heart and considered herself a part of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo used rewards to give her, it was like treating her like an outsider. Look, if you don't want it, you can return it to me. Chen Luo said softly without the slightest emotion. Yaoxi bit her red lips with her white teeth, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Luo, who was shirtless, and then opened the medicine pill bottle sullenly. The moment she opened the medicine pill bottle, Yaoxi felt a burst of extremely strong heaven and earth spirit power. The cultivation technique in the body is running crazily. Emperor Panacea. Yaoxi's eyes widened, her thoughts were suddenly disturbed, and even the anger just now was swept away. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Emperor Spirit Pill. Although Yaoxi was the top expert in the Ancient Desolate Continent before, she was well informed, had many treasures before, and her vision was very high. However, Emperor Lingdan is still very important to Yaoxi now. Although the Emperor Spirit Pill is only a panacea to aid in cultivation, the refining process is extremely cumbersome due to its high grade. More importantly, the cultivation materials of this Emperor Spirit Pill are extremely precious. Ordinary top pill refining masters would not choose to refine. With the Emperor Spirit Pill, the speed of own strength improvement can be increased a lot, and there will be a lot more things that I can do after that. Well, if you don't want it, then give it back to me. Chen Luo smiled slightly and continued. Chapter 94 River Emperor City. If you give it to me, it's mine, and I won't give it back to you. Yaoxi smiled sweetly, showing a smile on her face, then turned around humming a song and left. Before Yaoxi left, she sneaked a few glances at Chen Luo's body, as if she wanted to remember Chen Luo's body completely. Then practice hard, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. Shu Yuowu and Yaoxi are both Heavenly Bamboo Peak's guest elders at this time, and their cultivation effects will be returned to Chen Luo equally. After getting Shu Yuowu from the Emperor Spirit Pill, her strength increased rapidly. Coupled with the hard work of many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo can feel the improvement of his strength every moment. Now, with Yaoxi's full cultivation, he should be able to break through the next realm soon, Chen Luo thought in his heart. Next, try the effect of this ancient celestial phenomenon blood essence, and hope that this blood essence will not disappoint you. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then poured the celestial phenomenon blood essence into the elixir pool he was cultivating. The moment the celestial phenomenon blood essence entered the elixir pool, Chen Luo felt the roar of countless giant elephants in his body. The mysterious particles in the body are quickly awakened under the nourishment of the celestial phenomenon blood essence. Compared with before, the speed of awakening has increased by more than several times. This effect is really immediate. With this, you should be able to complete this cultivation technique as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart and continued to practice, preparing to awaken all the 100,000 particles of On and turn them into the power of a giant elephant. Middle Domain. Jiangdi Prefecture, Jiangdi City. Jiangdi City is an incomparably majestic and extremely vicissitudes city that belongs to the Zhang family. The Zhang family is an extremely famous imperial family in the ancient desolate continent, and their ancestors once produced a supreme existence of the great emperor level. Although the Zhang family's great emperor has been lost for many years, but with the remaining energy of the great emperor, the Zhang family still has a firm foothold in the central region of the ancient desolate continent, and can be regarded as a very powerful top power in the central region. In a beautiful valley in Jiangdi City, there are all kinds of flowers and plants in the valley that exude an attractive fragrance. Occasionally, a breeze blows, raising bursts of refreshing fragrance. Next to a spiritual spring in the valley, there is a young man in a white robe. The young man has a handsome face and a slender figure, sitting cross-legged next to the Ling Chuan, constantly absorbing the spirit power of the world from the nearby Ling Chuan. With the ingestion of the spirit power around the Ling Chuan, the young man's whole body was boiling with bursts of monstrous qi and blood power. The continuously surging power of qi and blood seemed to turn the young man's body into a melting pot, exuding steaming heat waves. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a golden streamer shining in his eyes. It's a pity, the power of this spiritual spring is still not enough. The young man murmured, with a slight sigh in his eyes. Xiao Fan, big brother, you have finally finished your cultivation. A clear and pleasant voice sounded. Xiao Fan looked towards the source of the sound. Not far away, a pure and sweet stunning girl walked in slowly with a sweet smile. The girl was wearing a light-colored dress with a white waist, and the smile on her delicate cheeks was extremely moving. Xian, you're here. Xiao Fan's regretful mood also turned into joy. It turned out that the girl was none other than Zhang Xian, the most favored little princess of this generation of the imperial clan's Zhang family. Zhang Xian blinked her big eyes, staring straight at Xiao Fan in front of her. Xiao Fan, big brother, your strength has become much stronger again. Seeing that Xiao Fan's aura seemed to have changed a lot, Zhang Xian smiled. I'm still far behind. Xiao Fan smiled wryly, his face full of helplessness. Xiao Fan, big brother, don't worry about those bad old men's thoughts. My marriage is up to me. I don't need to put so much pressure on myself. It's a big deal. I'll elope with you. Zhang Xian saw Xiao Fan's emotions, and went on said comfortingly. Xiao Fan shook his head, but did not answer the topic. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Fan stretched out his own hand, wanting to hug Zhang Xian into his arms. Zhang Xian's eyes showed a trace of complexity, and then he avoided it lightly. Xiao Fan, big brother, I'm sorry, we can't. Zhang Xian continued with averted eyes. Xiao Fan's eyes dimmed a little, and then he showed a stiff smile. I understand, I'm a little impulsive. Although Xiao Fan said that he understood now, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Although the two have experienced many things together, their relationship is already very close. However, Xiao Fan has never even held Zhang Xian's hand, let alone a skin-to-skin relationship. In the eyes of outsiders, the two are very close, but there seems to be an invisible crack separating them perfectly. Every time Xiao Fan made a slight gesture of intimacy, Zhang Xian would avoid it. Xiao Fan, big brother, wait for your sacred body Xiao Cheng, I promise you, I can fulfill your small request. Zhang Xian seemed to know that she was a little too much, and then said weakly. Sacred body Xiao Cheng. Xiao Fan felt aggrieved for a while, that would have to wait until the year of the monkey. The current Xiao Fan just broke through Saint. And only when the cultivation base breakthrough reaches the Great Saint realm, can the sacred body be considered a small success? From saint to great saint, if there is no extraordinary opportunity, it is possible to spend hundreds of thousand years. Although Xiao Fan has great confidence in himself and can ascend to the extreme realm, it is still very difficult to ascend to the great saint realm in a short time. Is it possible to meet my small request when I arrive at Xiaocheng? Your Zhang family really has a good plan. I will definitely work hard. Although Xiao Fan felt aggrieved, there was still a smile of eager anticipation on his face. It was hard for him to join the Zhang family, an imperial family, and he would not give up easily because of such a little difficulty. By the way, Xiao Fan big brother, this is our Zhang family's idea of Xianling Temple. I secretly brought it to you from the treasure house. After a while, Zhang Xian seemed to have thought of something, and then took out a secret book and handed it to him. Got Xiao Fan. Xian, you are so kind. Xiao Fan smiled slightly, and happily accepted the idea of Xianling Temple. The idea of Xianling concept is the concept of the holy level. After practice, it can improve mental energy. Although Xiao Fan's physical strength is unparalleled, his mental energy is still a little mediocre. If he can have a top-level concept, it will be of great help to his strength. After the two chatted for a few more words, Zhang Xian left. Xiao Fan also left the valley and came to a luxurious restaurant in Jiangdi City. Brother Fan, you're finally here. The little princess of the Zhang family is pretty good. That figure and face are simply the best in the world. In a luxurious room of the restaurant, a burly young man teased. Chapter 95 Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan picked up the wine jar on the table and drank a large jar directly. What is the ultimate product? What does it have to do with me? You won't even let me touch it. I should have made her suffer more in that bloody mysterious environment. Xiao Fan opened another jar of wine and said coldly. As soon as Xiao Fan's words came out, the burly young man had doubts in his eyes. Xiao Fan is the proud son of heaven who broke the shackles of the sacred body. He is expected to reach the extreme in the future. Moreover, his appearance is also first class. How could he not win that Zhang Xian? The relationship between the two should have been very close. Brother Fan, no way, you're not drunk and joking with me. The burly young man then said in disbelief. Boom! Xiao Fan seemed to think of something, and then threw the finished wine jar to the ground heavily. Yuan Shan, people from the imperial clan, are not so easy to get along with. I understand it. I don't have an extraordinary background. Even if I have broken the shackles of the sacred body, in their eyes, I am just a junior with little potential. Xiao Fan continued. It turned out that this young man was the young master of the Yao clan, the ancient ape clan, Yuan Shan. The two had met in a secret realm before, they were congenial to each other, and had an excellent relationship. Brother Fan, why don't you get rid of the little princess of the Zhang family? The princess of our monster clan is also a stunning beauty and extremely attractive. Moreover, she has spent a lot of effort. Apart from her status, she is no worse than that Zhang Xian. The burly young man continued. As soon as Yuan Shan's words came out, there was a slight change in Xiao Fan's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. Now that he has entered the Zhang family's sight, Xiao Fan doesn't want to bear the consequences if another moth is brought up now. Let's not talk about this, you can help me with this. Desolate ancient sacred body is too resource intensive, the resources obtained in the blood mysterious environment have been exhausted. Xiao Fan then took out a cheat book. Brother Fan, isn't this the Zhang family's idea of Xianling Temple? You have even got this, it seems that the harvest is not small. Seeing the secret book in Xiao Fan's hand, Yuan Shan's eyes lit up. Humph, it's just a conception of a holy rank. The Zhang family clearly has the conception of an emperor's rank, but they gave me a conception of a holy rank. Isn't that humiliating me? Xiao Fan snorted, and then said disdainfully. The corners of Yuan Shan's mouth twitched slightly. The idea of Shenjiguan is humiliation. Please give me such humiliation as much as you want. Don't worry, leave it to me, many of us Yaezu are very interested in the idea of conception. Yuan Shan then patted On's chest and said. By the way, Brother Fan, do you still remember that Hua Yuntian? Yuan Shan put away his thoughts of Xianling Temple and continued to ask. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Hua Yuntian. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he talk about this guy? Well, remember, isn't it the descendant of the trash pot that I defeated? What happened to him? Xiao Fan continued to ask. A few days ago. Yuan Shan then said, telling Xiao Fan everything that happened in Xing Yuanzong. It's lucky for this devil boy to be rescued by the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect. Xiao Fan shook his head slightly and said softly. For Hua Yuntian, Xiao Fan is quite impressed. Originally the arrogance of Xing Yuanzong, he was gentle, personable, and dedicated to the Tao. Xiao Fan was a little jealous of his unrefined temperament. Later, Xiao Fan accidentally discovered Hua Yun's identity as the successor of Heavenly Devil, although Hua Yuntian didn't do anything out of the ordinary. However, what Xiao Fan likes most is destroying those beautiful things. The identity of a magic pot heir is enough to destroy everything about Hua Yuntian. Unfortunately, Hua Yuntian was not beaten to death in the end, which was a small regret in Xiao Fan's heart. Unexpectedly, this time he did not die, but his life was quite hard. Yes, I escaped from your hands before, and this time I escaped from the hands of the Holy Son of the Blood Spirit, and even the Holy Son of the Blood Spirit lost his life because of this incident. Yuan Shan then agreed. You said Son of Blood Spirit lost his life because of this. Xiao Fan then asked, staring straight at Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan nodded, and then told Xiao Fan about the destruction of Blood Spirit sacred land. Xiao Fan's brows were tightly furrowed, remembering some mysterious things in the blood realm. When he was in the blood mysterious realm, he, Zhang Xian and the Son of the Blood Spirit all gained a lot in the blood mysterious realm. The Holy Son of the Blood Spirit got the innate magic fetus. Xiao Fan still remembers that when he saw the magic tire, his own desolate ancient sacred body seemed to have a little desire. It seemed that that thing was of great help to his desolate ancient sacred body. If the Son of the Blood Spirit dies, then where did the innate devil womb go? Xiao Fan felt a little cold in his heart. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is still filled with an extremely tense and solemn atmosphere. Around Heavenly Bamboo Peak, many disciples can be seen practicing hard. Because the pulse-breaking practice method has won the training competition twice, now, the disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak are basically using the pulse-breaking practice method for cultivation. In many places, there are some disciples, enduring the severe pain, and launching a thunderous blow to the meridians. Occasionally, some screams and wailing can be heard. Behind the mountain, in a fresh and elegant room, Chen Luo was lying on the 10,000-year Xianbing bed, wearing a blue dress, and the delicate and charming Li Yan'er was beside Chen Luo, rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders. Li Yan'er's slender fingers kneaded Chen Luo's shoulders, and everywhere she went, there was a burst of soft breath. It made Chen Luo extremely comfortable. Yan'er, make it heavier. Chen Luo said while enjoying Li Yan'er's hydration with his eyes closed. Li Yan'er smiled slightly, and then slightly increased her strength. Master, look, is this okay? Li Yan'er then asked softly. That's it, no problem. Chen Luo nodded slightly. After a few days of practice, coupled with the assistance of the ancient celestial phenomenon blood essence, Chen Luo has awakened all the mysterious particles in his body, and all the 100,000 particles have turned into giant elephants. Chen Luo now has the power of 100,000 giant elephants, and he can easily destroy mountains and rivers with every move, which is extremely powerful. However, after several days of practice, Chen Luo's spirit is exhausted. So, let Li Yan'er use sacred body to help her relieve mental and physical fatigue. Ding, congratulations to the host's apprentice Hua Yuntian, who has successfully transformed into an innate magic tire sacred body, and is now reissued with a super gift package for apprentice training. Chapter 96 Hua Yuntian Sanctified. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Yuntian successfully fused the innate magic tire, and successfully transformed into the innate magic tire sacred body. This system is considerate enough, and a super gift package for cultivation was also reissued. I don't know what's in this magical gift bag. Open the big gift bag for me, Chen Luo continued to think silently. Ding, the apprentice gift package is being opened, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level high-grade cultivation technique, the Magic Sutra of Swallowing Immortals. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level middle-grade secret technique, Devil Emperor Destroying Immortal Finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial grade middle-grade medicine pill, Imperial pill * 100 bottles. With Chen Luo's thought, a system notification sounded in his mind. Swallowing Immortal Demon Sutra, the heaven-swallowing Devil Emperor's original creation of the Emperor's Sutra, possesses the terrifying power of swallowing heaven and earth. Devil Emperor's Immortal Extermination Finger, Emperor-level secret technique, cultivated to the highest return to origin realm, can shake true immortal. Seeing the description of these two Kung Fu cultivation technique secret techniques, Chen Luo's heart was filled with joy. They are all powerful and unparalleled cultivation technique secret techniques. Like Mu Luli's cultivation technique rewards, they are all imperial level cultivation technique secret techniques and panacea. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Although the cultivation technique cannot be used by himself, but with a better cultivation technique, Yuntian's cultivation speed is also faster. Naturally, the returned cultivation effect is also more powerful. There is also an emperor-level secret technique, not bad, not bad. Yanner, don't press it anymore, let's take a look at Yuntian, he must have successfully transformed. Chen Luo then said to Li Yanner. Hearing this, Li Yanner also stopped massaging and kneading herself. Immediately afterwards, the two galloped towards Hua Yuntian's place. The mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the spiritual land where Hua Yuntian is. A large amount of black breath surged continuously in the area where Hua Yuntian was. The traces of terror made the surrounding space tremble slightly. Bursts of black light appeared on Hua Yuntian's body, and a phantom of a magic pot seemed to appear above his head. Soon, Chen Luo brought Li Yanner to Hua Yuntian's side. Not only that, Yaoxi also appeared at this time, looking straight at the transforming Hua Yuntian with her eyes. Physical, innate sacred body. Qualification, divine grade. As expected, Yuntian has successfully transformed, and his aptitude has transformed into a supernatural product. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Moreover, Hua Yuntian's body seemed to have waves of even more strange power surging. His aura is rising steadily, heading for a breakthrough in the Saint Realm. As Hua Yuntian's aura increased, the spirit power in Chen Luo's body also surged continuously. Boom! After a while, Hua Yuntian hadn't broken through yet, but the strength in Chen Luo's body continued to grow. Saint King's second stage day. Chen Luo's cultivation base breakthrough to Saint King's second stage at this moment. And, it's still growing. Come on, Yuntian, come on. Chen Luo silently cheered for Hua Yuntian in his heart. The power of the magic fetus seems to be unparalleled, and the many terrifying powers contained in it are being rapidly refined by Hua Yuntian. Li Yanner next to her looked at Hua Yuntian enviously. I was the first to follow the master, but I didn't expect that now, it was Hua Yuntian who broke through the holy realm. My senior sister is really a losing face. As expected of the innate sacred body, it is truly incomparably powerful. Yao Xi next to her murmured, her eyes sparkling with splendor. If such a talented person can work hard with me, I will definitely be able to change that future. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, Hua Yuntian's aura reached its peak. A burst of majestic momentum erupted, and the aura belonging to the Saint Realm was undoubtedly revealed by Hua Yuntian's side. Master, junior brother Hua has broken through Saint. Li Yan'er continued. Chen Luo nodded, also feeling joyful in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Tuer Hua Yuntian, for breaking through the Saint Realm. The return effect of Tuer Hua Yuntian's practice has increased to 20 times. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Chen Luo's mind. The return effect of hair cultivation has increased to 20 times, and Chen Luo was overjoyed. I didn't expect such a good thing. In this case, the speed of own cultivation base can be improved a lot. Full of security. Hua Yuntian slowly opened his eyes. The majestic power in his body gave Hua Yuntian unprecedented confidence. Yuntian, congratulations, you have achieved the realm of a saint. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo tapped his right hand, and a bright stream of light directly penetrated into Hua Yuntian's mind. Information about the cultivation technique, secret technique belonging to Swallowing Immortal Demon Sutra and Devil Emperor's Destroying Immortal Finger poured into Hua Yuntian's mind. Hua Yuntian only felt that own's mind was filled with a burst of mysterious information. Thank you, Master, for teaching the Dharma. Hua Yuntian then saluted Chen Luo, feeling excited. This cultivation technique and the secret technique are both top-level imperial-level cultivation technique secret techniques. One must know that even in those top sacred lands, emperor-level cultivation techniques are extremely rare. Now, Chen Luo actually gave it directly to himself. Just practice hard in the future. Chen Luo then smiled. This is the first disciple to get 20 times of practice return, so don't let him practice hard. In addition, other disciples have to be cultivated quickly. Once they are cultivated, their own cultivation base will naturally be improved quickly. Hua Yuntian nodded heavily. After experiencing so many things, Hua Yuntian has already completely regarded Heavenly Bamboo Peak as his own. If Chen Luo wants it, he is even willing to give his own life. Hua Yuntian broke through the Holy Realm. Maybe I can let him use the celestial phenomenon blood essence to repair the soul refining elephant suppressing prison strength. Hua Yuntian is now in the Saint Realm, moreover, condensed into the innate sacred body. Now that I can fully withstand the powerful power of the celestial phenomenon blood essence, I can use his 20 times the cultivation effect to return it, which should be able to help me cultivate this cultivation technique to a high level as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo gave Hua Yuntian both Diling Pill and Tianxiang blood essence again, allowing him to better improve his own strength. After that, Chen Luo continued to lie flat and become stronger in the familiar rhythm of own. With the assistance of many disciples and the two top experts of the Great Saint King, Chen Luo's strength has also been rapidly improved. Especially Hua Yuntian's speed is extremely gratifying, and the Swallowing Immortal Demon Sutra is very suitable for Hua Yuntian's physique. Coupled with the strength of his physique, his cultivation speed is not inferior to that of ordinary Saint Wangqiang. That is to say, even if Chen Luo does not practice now, it is equivalent to having 20 holy Wangqiangs working for Chen Luo non-stop. Not to mention, there are other disciples who return their blessings from cultivation, which makes Chen Luo's cultivation base increase speed to an unprecedented speed. Chapter 97 Heart's Demon. As if stimulated by Hua Yuntian, Chen Luo's other direct disciples practiced harder and harder. Even Mu Luli and Li Yan'er began to enter the state of full-strength cultivation. The entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak is practicing with all its strength. After just 7 days, Chen Luo's cultivation base broke through again, reaching Saint King 3rd stage days. Moreover, it is approaching the Saint King 4th stage at a very fast speed. Middle Domain. In a spiritual practice ground in the Seoul Yuan Temple. Everywhere here is filled with scorching heat like a storm. Wave after wave of scorching breath seemed to be like sea waves, constantly rolling towards the surroundings. Finally the fusion is successful, and the Neiwoju has finally broken through to the ultimate holy rank. A pleasantly surprised voice sounded. In the central area of the spiritual practice ground, there was a tall and straight young man wearing a purple gold robe. The young man sat cross-legged in the center of the spiritual place, and the young man was surrounded by flames. It's a pity that I didn't get the magic flame from the Devil Dao Alliance, otherwise, your cultivation technique is very likely to break through to the Emperor level. A white spirit slowly emerged from Lin Yan's jade pendant. Yeah, the devil knows, it's a sure thing. It's a pity that the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance suddenly ran away. Lin Yan sighed, and there was a little regret in his eyes. Before, he asked his master to want the magic flame of Devil Dao Alliance. The magic flame is the top flame. If it is fused, it is very likely to push Lin Yan's cultivation technique to the Emperor level. It had already been discussed, but the leader of the Devil Dao Alliance announced his abdication on the day he agreed to the deal and ran away. The current Devil Dao Alliance is a mess. The Devil Dao Alliance has no leader, and many people want to take over this position. However, no one had enough prestige, so they wanted to find the Heavenly Devil Sect leader and let him take over this position. After all, the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect is now a figure in the prime of the ancient world, and the reputation of the Heavenly Devil Sect is catching up to the top forces in the sacred land of chaos. Many people want to find the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil Sect to take over this position. But, it is said, they never found it. As a result, Lin Yan did not obtain the magic flame. In the end, his master just found him an ordinary holy fire, and only raised his cultivation technique to the best holy level. Although the cultivation technique of the holy rank is already very strong, it is only one step away from the emperor rank, but this step is extremely difficult to cross, and there is a gap like a natural moat. Forget about this, Xiao Yanzi. Your 5 elements divine body can succeed as long as you absorb the aura of a water spirit body. Do you really not consider that girl Li Yan'er? That girl treated you like that. Things, you spared his life in the Water Lantern sect, so what if you take it back now? The white spirit body seemed to think of something, and then said to Lin Yan. The white spirit body also has a kind of thaumaturgy. After using the Tao spirit stones, gather the 5 spirit bodies, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and you can evolve into the 5 elements God body. Lin Yan's fire spirit sacred body is exactly the fire spirit body, using Tao spirit stones to successfully fuse the wood spirit body and fire spirit body. After that, Lin Yan once again fused the body of the golden spirit and the body of the earth spirit, and now he only needs to fuse the body of the water spirit to successfully fuse into the 5 elements divine body. As soon as the words of the white spirit body came out, Lin Yan frowned slightly. Li Yan'er. Thinking of that proud woman, Lin Yan felt complicated thoughts in his heart. Although I don't want to admit it, that woman is indeed extremely outstanding, and among the many women I have met, she is also considered to be extremely outstanding. Even, before the incident of divorce, own cultivation base regressed, and almost lost all hope. It was the existence of this woman that supported me through the unbearable years. Countless people looked on coldly, laughed and mocked, as long as they thought that Li Yan'er was waiting for them, then they could persevere. After suffering Li Yan'er's divorce, I set defeating her as my first goal. In order to defeat this Li Yan'er who left many shadows in his heart, Lin Yan has suffered almost everything in the past 3 years. However, after defeating Li Yan'er in the end and seeing that lonely back, Owen was not so happy in his heart. Afterwards, I met many women, but it seemed that everyone was not as good as the one in my heart. Still, despite this, you still can't let her go. Seeing Lin Yan's expression, the white spirit body continued slowly. Old Bai? No, I don't have one. It's impossible. If that's the case, then use that Li Yan'er's spiritual accumulation to help me achieve the 5 elements body, and let her experience the pain I suffered back then. Lin Yan continued immediately wrote. The white spirit body frowned slightly, and a complex expression flashed in its eyes. Based on his experience, how could he fail to see that Lin Yan's words were obviously wrong? Little Yanzi, if you still can't let it go, we can wait until we find another water spirit body, it's also possible. The white spirit body continued. No, I want Li Yaner, I want him. Lin Yan's tone was a little solemn, and there was a little madness in his expression. At this time, the spiritual fire in the body seemed to have bursts of tyrannical aura, which made the surrounding temperature rise even more. Little Yanzi, hold on to your gods and guard your heart. A trace of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the white spirit body, and then said. After finishing speaking, bursts of soft aura appeared from the body of the white spirit body and rushed towards Lin Yan's body. The drawbacks of merging many spiritual fires still appear. If you are not careful, you will get chi deviation. The white spirit body murmured. The white spirit body didn't expect that the loss of internal energy in Lin Yan's body was due to that Li Yaner. I want Li Yaner, I want Li Yaner, no one can stop me. Lin Yan continued crazily. Even with the soft power of the white spirit body, it still couldn't suppress the riot of spirit power in Lin Yan's body. Okay, okay. Just Li Yaner, just Li Yaner. The white spirit body then hurriedly said. Following the words of the white spirit body and the accumulation of the spirit power on his body, Lin Yan's aura finally calmed down slowly. After a while, Lin Yan finally fully recovered. However, Li Yaner's name was still chanting in his mouth. The white spirit body looked at Lin Yan in front of him, and there was a trace of firmness in his eyes. It seems that Li Yaner has become Xiao Yan's heart's demon. If the heart's demon is not eliminated, Xiao Yan's future will be ruined. The chill. P.S. New Year's Eve, there are a lot of things to do, there may only be 2 updates recently, and the 3rd update will be resumed after the follow-up matters are processed. Thank you for your support. Chapter 98 Conversation at Lingchuan. Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In a spiritual spring in the back mountain exuding white mist. There are many spiritual plants around the Lingchuan, exuding a strong fragrance and spirit power. The rich fragrance and spirit power make this area look like a fairyland on earth, full of cloudy smoke shadows everywhere. In the center of the Lingchuan, there are 2 hazy beautiful shadows, 2 stunning girls, absorbing the pure spirit power in the Lingchuan. Under the cloud-like spiritual light, the figures of the 2 were even more set off, just like fairies in a painting. Master, this spiritual spring is too strong. I'm about to break through to the good fortune realm 3rd stage day. In the spiritual spring, a young girl was spitting out bubbles in the spiritual spring and said grumblingly. Through the water surface of this spiritual spring, one can see the shallow arc and moving figure of the girl. Luo Li, didn't you just break through the good fortune realm not long ago? Why is it about to break through good fortune realm 4th stage now? On the other side of Lingchuan, a young girl with long hair and wet hair said slowly, her eyes were full of disbelief. The girl's skin is delicate, her lips are red and her teeth are white, and her clear eyes seem to have a gentleness that can melt people's hearts. Mu Luli only broke through good fortune realm not long ago, and now she is about to break through good fortune realm 4th stage again. This speed has far surpassed her own. Li Yaner felt relieved, but at the same time was a little dazed. As a senior sister, she was about to be surpassed by all her juniors and juniors. He, with master helping me awaken bloodline every day, the cultivation speed must be faster. Mu Luli stretched her waist, and when she came out of the water, she could clearly see the alluring youth, and everything white and delicate. Is the effect of awakening bloodline so good? Li Yaner frowned slightly. Although she occasionally passed by accidentally, she could hear the blushing voice coming from the room. However, Li Yaner had observed Mu Luli's cultivation progress. It was found that Chen Luo's actions did not seem to awaken Mu Luli's bloodline reverse concentration. On the contrary, when she practiced by herself, she awakened a little more bloodline. Li Yaner suspects that Mu Luli is being favored by her master for prostitution, but Li Yaner has no evidence. Mu Luli then got up slowly, and walked towards Li Yan'er with her unshaven body. Soon, Mu Luli came to Li Yan'er's side and hugged Li Yan'er tightly. Li Yan'er looked at the extremely charming girl like an elf in front of her, and felt a little throbbing. As expected of the princess of the Phoenix clan, not only is she talented, but her appearance and body are also first class. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli made trouble on Li Yan'er. Soon, Li Yan'er was teased by Mu Luli and became a mess. Luo Li, what should you do if someone sees you later? Go back quickly, don't do this. Li Yan'er bit her red lips slightly, a shy look flashed across her face. Apart from Master, who else can see it? Don't you want Master to see it? Mu Luli then whispered in Li Yan'er's ear. The voice is extremely subtle and charming, giving people a very exciting feeling. Li Yan'er's face became even more rosy, as if thinking of something, the base of her ears suddenly turned red, and her body trembled slightly. Master, did you see it? If it is a master, it seems that it is not impossible. Senior sister's body is the same as master's, I like it very much. Mu Luli then said with a smile in her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The delicate cheeks were flushed and charming by the slightly rising heat. Luo Li, is master's method of awakening bloodline completely useless? Li Yan'er then took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and said to Mu Luli. It's useful, it's really useful, why don't you try it too, senior sister? Mu Luli said shyly, biting her red lips. Sure enough, Li Yan'er's heart tightened. Seeing Mu Luli's words and expression, Li Yan'er knew that junior sister Luo Li was indeed whoring for nothing. Junior sister Luo Li, don't you think that about master? Li Yan'er said seriously, her eyes were full of seriousness, as if Mu Luli had done something she shouldn't have done. What kind of thinking is the senior sister talking about? Luo Li doesn't know. Mu Luli blinked her lovely big eyes, looking ignorant and ignorant. You. Senior sister, I think you have that kind of thought about master. Li Yan'er's breathing stagnated, and she wanted to put on airs like a senior sister, but Mu Luli's words stabbed her precisely like a sharp sword. Okay, senior sister, don't be like this in front of me. There is only one master. No matter what you think, I will not give up anyway. Mu Luli continued to smile, her eyes full of determination. Li Yan'er was silent, and Mu Luli's affection for her master seemed to be no less than her own. Moreover, that Shu Yuo was the same, staring at Shizun covetously, wishing to eat Shizun directly. There is also that Yaoxi, although the signs are not obvious, but soon, she will definitely know the charm of the master, and then. At that time, maybe I will be even more difficult. Looking at the girl in front of her, Li Yan'er felt an inexplicable thought in her heart. Junior sister Luo Li, maybe we can. After a while, Li Yan'er hugged Mu Luli into On's arms, and whispered in her ear. Mu Luli's eyes widened, her eyelashes trembled slightly, with a little expectation and fear. The mountain behind Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Chen Luo was eating a 10,000-year spiritual fruit in his hand, and the spiritual qi and fragrance were constantly filling the air. Xiaobai in Chen Luo's arms is also holding a spiritual fruit with two little paws, and is biting. Master, people from Mingxia Peak have come several times to ask about the whereabouts of the master of Mingxia Peak. Just as Chen Luo was eating the fruit, Wang Feng appeared beside Chen Luo. At this time, Wang Feng has transformed into a holy grade cultivation aptitude, with a confident temperament on his body. Come on, tell those guys that their master is busy practicing, let them choose a deputy peak master, don't waste time. Chen Luo then casually said to Wang Feng. What are you kidding, getting into my heavenly bamboo peak and wanting to leave is impossible. She can only be reduced to my cultivation tool person. The identity of Mingxia Peak Master is no longer suitable for her. Now Shu Yuo's only identity is Heavenly Bamboo Peak Guest Minister Elder. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Wang Feng was stunned and asked them to choose a deputy peak master. Is it okay? Master, don't we need to inform Peak Master Mingxia first? Wang Feng continued to ask. No need, Peak Master Mingxia will definitely not go back. Chen Luo waved his hand and continued. Chapter 99. Wang Feng nodded, the question he asked was indeed a bit redundant. With such a good cultivation environment and a lot of top-level cultivation resources, no one would want to leave. The same is true of Wang Feng himself. Now, even if Chaos Sacred Land invites him to be the Holy Sun, he is not willing. Heavenly Bamboo Peak is the only place to belong. Immediately afterwards, Wang Feng took Chen Luo's message and galloped towards the outside of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, where everyone in Mingxia Peak was located. The jungle outside Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Master, the Peak Master of their Heavenly Bamboo Peak couldn't use the beauty trick to take down our Peak Master. A disciple of Mingxia Peak asked from the side of the jungle. The other Mingxia Peak disciples beside them also had a little worry in their eyes. Although Shu Yuo appeared dignified and elegant on the outside, but the disciples knew that Peak Master Mingxia's temper was still a bit out of the ordinary. It is very possible to do anything strange. That Heavenly Bamboo Peak Master has such a high appearance, plus, his talent is peerless. In front of the crowd, there was another charming woman in a long white dress. This woman's willow eyebrows are slightly frowned, she is graceful, and has an extremely outstanding temperament. It is Lin Shuiyu, the elder sister of Mingxia Peak. Lin Shuiyu looked at Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the distance, and thought of Shu Yuo's guilty conscience when she and Shu Yuo were at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Lin Shuiyu felt her heart beating. Don't worry, although Master is sometimes quite unstable, he still has a sense of proportion. Lin Shuiyu saw that many disciples' hearts were fluctuating, and continued. Seeing that the elder sister had spoken, many other disciples didn't say much. Although their Peak Master is not very reliable, the elder sister is quite prestigious. Everyone, at the critical moment when Master Shu is practicing, she asked you to elect a deputy master to manage Mingxia Peak. At this moment, Wang Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. Junior brother Wang Feng, our Peak Master really said that? Lin Shuiyu frowned slightly, feeling a little unbelievable. It didn't look like what their Peak Master said. This is Mingxia Peak, which she has been running for so long, how could it be possible? Of course it's true, I swear to God, if I tell a lie, today I will break the meridians and be hacked at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Wang Feng then opened his mouth and said without blushing. As soon as Wang Feng's words came out, many disciples were somewhat convinced. After all, this is a top-notch fantasy world, casually making that kind of oath will have a certain impact. There is no need for such a little thing to have an impact on own cultivation path. Many disciples chattered on the sidelines. In their words, they were worried about the future of Mingxia Peak. Junior brother Wang Feng, how about it? I will go and see our master in person, I haven't seen her for a long time. Lin Shuiyu then said to Wang Feng with a smile. Wang Feng blinked. Lin Shuiyu went to see Shu Yuo, wouldn't that be revealing? Wang Feng, let that little girl in. Just as Wang Feng was hesitating, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It was Master's voice, and Wang Feng's heart moved. Okay, senior sister Lin will go with me. Wang Feng continued. Lin Shuiyu nodded, no matter what, let's see Shu Yuo first. Elder sister, you must bring Master back, we cannot do without her in Mingxia Peak. That's right, elder sister, I'll leave everything to you. The other Mingxia Peak disciples beside them spoke one after another, their words were extremely excited. Don't worry, I will try my best to bring Master back. Lin Shuiyu continued, vowing. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shuiyu and Wang Feng walked slowly towards Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Senior sister Chu, senior sister will not be the same as Master, staying at Heavenly Bamboo Peak and not coming back. Wang Feng and Lin Shuiyu had just left, a disciple of Mingxia Peak asked. A beautiful and moving woman next to her frowned slightly. This disciple's name is Chu Sisi, and he is the talent of Mingxia Peak second only to Lin Shuiyu. Probably not, although the master is not very reliable, but you should be clear about the personality of the elder sister. Chu Sisi continued. Everyone nodded and agreed with Chu Sisi's words. Junior brother Wang Feng, what is that disciple doing? Why is he holding a knife in his hand all the time, and he has such a terrible wound on his body? Lin Shuiyu said in shock at a sacred place in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Around the spiritual land, there are quite a few Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples. These disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak are all holding a lot of sharp blades, and some disciples are holding sticks with sharp teeth. These sharp blades and sharp teeth have blood flowing on them. Combined with the wounds on these disciples, Lin Shuiyu suspected that these disciples were beating themselves. However, there were quite a few disciples beside him, holding sharp weapons, attacking frantically. Both sides had no tendency to avoid, and soon, the smell of blood permeated the surrounding area. Oh, senior sister Lin, don't worry, they are cultivating, they won't die, don't worry. Wang Feng continued, speaking in an extremely casual tone. Lin Shuiyu felt a little confused. Practicing? What kind of ghost cultivation method is this? Heavenly Bamboo Peak's spiritual qi is so strong, they don't practice hard, and they fight each other every day. It's not because their brains have been washed away by spiritual qi. If Lord Heavenly Bamboo Peak didn't stop him, wouldn't he be afraid that all these disciples would have problems? Senior brother Wang Feng, last time you said which part of the self-mutilation is effective, give me another knife, I can't find the place. At this moment, a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak excitedly ran to the place. Beside Wang Feng, there was still a sharp knife in his hand. Lin Shuiyu looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Self-harm? Effect? Stab. Immediately afterwards, Wang Feng took over the sharp blade from that disciple, and directly slashed at that disciple twice. The blade cut precisely on the disciple's back, forming a cross-like wound on the disciple's back. That disciple then fell straight down, blood flowing all the time. Junior brother Wang Feng, you killed your Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciple. Lin Shuiyu covered her own mouth, her eyes were full of disbelief. This is really Heavenly Bamboo Peak, isn't it some magic den? It's too scary to casually kill your fellow disciples. Could it be that master is also mastered by Heavenly Bamboo Peak? Lin Shuiyu's heart trembled unceasingly, thinking of the incredible possibility. Sweet. That's the feeling, senior brother Wang Feng, thank you so much, I feel the power in my body is constantly rising. At this moment, the disciple jumped up from the ground and stood up, the spirit power in his body surging continuously. Lin Shuiyu. Chapter 100 What is Mingxia Peak? The disciple's back was dripping with blood, but his body had indeed sat down and entered the state of cultivation. What the hell is this? Lin Shuiyu's heart was a little messy. After 2 cuts, why does spirit power's speed become faster? Dog thing, come to ask brother Wang Feng for help again, it's damn it. Brother Wang Feng, give me 2 knives too, but I can't find it. I want 3 knives. I want to challenge 5 knives. A lot of Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples suddenly appeared around, rushing towards where Wang Feng was, their eyes full of fanaticism. Senior sister Lin, don't be in a hurry, I'll help my juniors chop a few knives first. Wang Feng then looked at Lin Shuiyu who was at a loss beside him. It's okay, junior brother Wang, you go ahead. Lin Shuiyu swallowed her saliva and continued. Wang Feng nodded, and then, with a sharp knife in his hand, he began to slash the Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciplines who were queuing up in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Shuiyu's heart trembled. One knife after another, the sound of tearing and excitement resounded non-stop. Soon, many Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciplines were covered in blood, and their expressions were extremely excited, even more excited than taking drugs. These disciples still had blood flowing from their bodies, and they still insisted on sitting cross-legged on the ground to practice. The scene was extremely tragic. Finally finished chopping, I'm so tired. Wang Feng then twisted On's wrist and said. It still takes a lot of mental effort to accurately cut at the right place, and the strength must be well controlled. Otherwise, if he was hacked to death with a single knife, it would be really dead. Lin Shuiyu looked at Wang Feng, whose eyes were a little fanatical, and felt a little strange. It wasn't like this outside just now. This world is really scary. Senior Sister Lin, do you want to have a knife too? It's really cool. At this moment, Wang Feng licked his own lips and said to Lin Shuiyu expectantly. Such a beautiful girl paper, it must be very cool to cut, Wang Feng couldn't help thinking. No need, thank you, junior brother Wang Feng. Lin Shuiyu shuddered and said hastily. Wang Feng looked at her as if he was looking at some prey. It's a pity, my saber technique is already very good, but it doesn't matter, in the future, if senior sister Lin wants to be cut, come to me anytime. Wang Feng then said to Lin Shuiyu with a smile. Lin Shuiyu nodded in confusion. If you want to cut me down, it is impossible in this life. Even if I, Lin Shuiyu, are, you can't cut me down. While thinking silently in her heart, Lin Shuiyu inspired a powerful amulet. A look of disappointment flashed in Wang Feng's eyes, and then he continued to lead Lin Shuiyu towards the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Along the way, Shuiyu met many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, all of them had dark circles under their eyes, and their eyes were extremely fanatical. Many disciples were still yelling at the disciples next to them to help cut off the meridians. Lin Shuiyu can't understand Heavenly Bamboo Peak at all. Wang Feng is used to all this, and occasionally even some disciples come forward to ask Wang Feng to help break the meridians. The meridians are also broken, so I don't believe it anymore. The number one daddy is decided. Don't call me Li's second son again. I, Li Wengxuan, must go ashore this time. Not far away, a handsome young man said angrily, his eyes filled with madness. Wengxuan, this meridians is very painful when it is broken. Don't fight anymore, the self-mutilation cultivation method has resuppressed Heavenly Bamboo Peak, let's not go against the version. Beside the young man, there was a disciple of Heavenly Bamboo Peak opened the mouth. Although the disciple was persuading him, the fierce light and longing in his eyes were already on the surface, and the pulse-breaking needle in his hand was ready. No need, cut it off for me, I still have to use the broken pulse cultivation method to succeed. No one can stop me. Li Wengxuan continued to say viciously. Wengxuan, I'll just wait for your words. You are a real man. I wanted to cut off the meridians a long time ago, but I didn't dare. The disciple continued. Hiss, it hurts too much. Soon, Li Wengxuan let out a heart-piercing scream. The voice was so shrill that it made people feel their hearts tremble. Junior brother Wang Feng, who is that disciple? Seeing the miserable situation not far away, Lin Shuiyu couldn't help asking. Oh, that's our Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciple with a small talent, who has won the second place in the training competition 3 times in a row. Wang Feng then spoke out, briefly explaining the matter. Li Wengxuan was second when Mo Xiaocheng won the first place, and behind him was He Zhongguang, who used the broken pulse practice method to backstab a wave. In the last time, Heavenly Bamboo Peak somehow break through to heal medicine pill. A disciple named Zhang Rongsheng won the first place again by using the self-harm practice method with the updated medicine pill, and Li Wengxuan was second again. Being second for 3 times, Li Wengxuan was awarded the title of Li's second child. Moreover, Li Wengxuan has made quite a lot of achievements in the practice of the method of breaking the veins due to his full study of the method of breaking the veins. Although the self-harm practice method has already led the version trend due to the update of medicine pill. However, Li Wengxuan didn't believe in evil, and insisted on going against the version. Ranked first in the cultivation competition with the method of breaking the veins, recasting the glory of the self-mutilation method. Oh, junior brother Li is too unlucky. Wang Feng couldn't help but shook his head and said. Lin Shuiyu on the side was stunned. This heavenly bamboo peak, is it so strange? The two continued to walk towards the back mountain, and heart-piercing screams could often be heard behind them. In a trance, Lin Shuiyu arrived at the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After arriving at the back mountain of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Wang Feng pointed out the direction for Lin Shuiyu, and then left directly. Soon, Lin Shuiyu followed the direction directed by Wang Feng to the Longmei Bamboo Forest, where Shu Yuo practiced. In the Dragon Vein Bamboo Forest, there is a stunning woman wearing a long red dress. The woman sat cross-legged in the depths of the bamboo forest, her eyes closed tightly, and the dense spirit power of the surrounding world surged towards her body like a tide. The aura on the woman's body became more and more majestic, and soon, a violent wave of air swayed away, like a sea wave. Breakthrough, Saint King Second Stage Days. The stunning woman slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with joy. I broke through a small realm within a month of entering Heavenly Bamboo Peak, which is just amazing. As long as the master is still there, Lin Shuiyu was inexplicably relieved to see that the master was still there. Master, you haven't returned to Mingxia Peak for many days. If you don't go back to Mingxia Peak, the disciples of Mingxia Peak will not recognize you. Lin Shuiyu walked to Shu Yuo's side and said slowly. Mingxia Peak? What is Mingxia Peak? Shu Yuo froze for a moment, as if she was still immersed in the joy of breaking through, completely unable to understand what Lin Shuiyu said. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.